Chapter 3300. Long Chen was moving forward at a high speed. I didn't expect the myriad worlds before the epoch to be so vast and huge. It's really amazing. He looked around at the infinitely bright starry sky, his heart full of emotions. The deep shock he felt when he saw the Panga continent of the 10th grade was still lingering in his heart. Along the way, Long Chen had been rushing at full speed. He already couldn't wait to return to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as soon as possible and see what the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was like before the epoch. I hope nothing happens to the other side because I'm gone. Until now, he still had no idea what kind of situation he had encountered. Therefore, Long Chen was still quite worried about the other side. It did not take long for him to worry. As he moved forward, he could vaguely see a world of a terrifying level in front of him. It was a vast and amazing world. Although he was not close to it yet, the vastness of it was obviously greater than the sum of Panga continent and the three heavens. Is this the Dragon Sacrificial Continent? For a moment, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The myriad worlds made it difficult for him to determine the distance, but as he had imagined, such a huge world was in line with the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in his mind. Be careful. Having learned his lesson this time, Long Chen did not move forward rashly. Instead, he concealed himself and gradually approached. As he got closer, Long Chen discovered, this is a huge planet, obviously not the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. What kind of world is this? Although it was still far away, there was a sense of déjà vu. Long Chen estimated his position with that world, and the size of the world he had seen before. From this position, the area of this world is about twice as large as Panga continent. It should still be a 10th grade world. However, in terms of aura, energy, and the terrifying pressure I feel, it's at least several times, or even 10 times that of Panga continent. Intuition told Long Chen that this was definitely not just a 10th grade world. After all, he had thought this was the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The truth will come out when I get closer. It was useless to make wild guesses. He just had to get closer. After a moment, the huge world was magnified in his eyes, and Long Chen finally understood where the familiar feeling came from. Primal Chaos Divine World. That's right, this was the Primal Chaos Divine Realm from before the epoch. Of course, the current Chaotic Divine Realm was nothing compared to this world. That Chaotic Divine Realm was not even comparable to any of the three heavens here. But this Chaotic Divine Realm was definitely one tier higher than Panga continent. It was one of the strongest worlds below Dragon Sacrificial Continent, an 11th tier world. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent could be considered a 12th grade world. It was the core of the myriad worlds and the strongest among them. The reason why this planet was only twice the size of Panga continent was that the Dragon Chariot had only seen the outermost continent of the Chaotic Divine Realm. There were a total of 9 chaotic continents in the Chaotic Divine Realm. An 11th tier world. First of all, it was a stable world before the epoch. The creator of each world existed, and each world had the strongest expert of the Ancestor realm. In addition to the 10 great ancestor dragons on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, there are also kitten, dragon attendants, and other ancestors. I believe this Chaotic Divine Realm may not only have one ancestor. In Panga continent, any two people are comparable to kitten and yen heir, equivalent to the level of supreme divine dragons. I believe the ruler of each chaotic continent here is at least at the level of supreme divine dragons. According to the comparison of strength, Long Chen speculated that there were more than 100 experts equivalent to supreme divine dragons on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and there were 80 supreme divine dragons. The Chaotic Divine Realm was only one level lower, so there should be about 10. This comparison of strength was quite accurate. There seemed to be a limit to how many experts each world could produce, or in other words, the level of the death world determined the number of experts. Therefore, when the myriad worlds were weak, all the experts had disappeared. Before Long Chen appeared, the strongest experts in the myriad worlds were the Chaotic Divine Lord and the others, who were ultimate gods. And in the eyes of Long Chen, ultimate gods were nothing in this myriad worlds. The Chaotic Divine Realm, this meant that this place might not be far from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen was shocked before he even got close to the giant world of the 11th rank. It was hard to imagine that in this epoch, the myriad worlds had actually declined to such an extent. The magnificent and majestic world before him had actually declined to such an extent. What a pity. Of course, this was the reason why Long Chen resisted the Sky-Swallowing clan. It was the Sky-Swallowing clan's destruction and devouring that destroyed the balance of the entire world, causing the myriad worlds to collapse. To be honest, Long Chen still wanted to enter the chaotic divine realm to take a look. It was just that this world was too dangerous for him. He roughly estimated that there were at least a dozen people who could suppress him. The world before him was extremely prosperous. Everyone was like a dragon, and there were countless experts. There were not many living creatures. Most of them were gods and demons, and there were countless experts. After hesitating for a while, Long Chen decided not to go in, lest he got into trouble. The most important thing now was to return to the dragon sacrificial continent as soon as possible and see what the situation was over there. Perhaps when he got there, he would know why he came to this world. Let's go. Before he got close to the chaotic divine realm, Long Chen immediately left. However, just as he turned around, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the direction of the chaotic divine realm. Their target was actually Long Chen. I'm so far away. How did they find me and even chase me? For a moment, Long Chen realized that he was being chased. There were more than a dozen people, and their target was definitely him. Among them, some were fast, some were slow, and one of them was the most terrifying. Let's go. Long Chen made up his mind and instantly left to escape. However, his start was slightly slower. The person in the other party's team was definitely a peak half-martial ancestor, a terrifying expert comparable to Kitten and Soyeon. Her speed was even faster than Long Chen's. Swoosh. Not long after, she directly blocked in front of Long Chen. Little thing, don't run away. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen coldly glanced at the person in front of him. The person in front of him was a graceful and elegant woman, a huge contrast to the barbarian race. This was a half-martial ancestor from the previous epoch. From her, Long Chen could sense an aura similar to the primal chaos fire dance. Perhaps this was the ancestor of the primal chaos fire dance. However, the primal chaos fire dance was young and inexperienced, while this woman in front of him was a mature and flirtatious peach. Back then, when Long Chen had just left Biyao town and met Lu Lan, she gave him the same feeling. She was so flirtatious that it made men's hearts itch unbearably. It was proven that whether it was a mortal, a demon, or even an ancestor god, they all had the same desire for the opposite sex. It was just that the higher one's level was, the higher their desire to conquer. The woman in front of him or ancestor god Ling Su were the targets that Long Chen wanted to conquer at that time. It was just that he was not interested at that time. When the woman stopped Long Chen, the people around her also quickly caught up. Looking back, Long Chen roughly glanced around and saw at least a few half-martial ancestors from the chaotic god tribe who were equivalent to the heavenly wasteland wildlands. The rest of them were at least ultimate realm ultimate gods. In this grade, 11 chaotic divine realm, even those who were following behind were at least at the level of chaotic divine lord. A group of people quickly surrounded them. Of course, the woman in front of him posed the greatest threat to Long Chen. They were all chaotic god tribe. Their blood and energy were strong and their bloodline was at its peak. Compared to the chaotic god tribe in Long Chen's world, their bloodline was purer. Each of them was like their ancestor. This woman had just said that she had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. Who are you? Why are you waiting for me? This woman was obviously a problem. It was possible to get rid of her, but the problem was that she was not the only expert in the chaotic divine realm. Once she summoned others, it would be troublesome. The woman smiled coldly. Before she could answer, a half-martial ancestor next to her said, "Are you blind? You don't even know the master of the chaotic divine realm, the Skyheart continent?" This woman came from the outermost chaotic continent. After the epoch, the outermost continent was called the Fire Dance Continent, named after the Chaos Fire Dance. Since it was called the Sky Heart Continent now, this woman must be the chaotic Heavenly Heart. The Heavenly Wasteland Wildlands of Panga Continent said that you stole the blood essence but did not have the origin dragon soul. They also said that you have a secret, so they asked me to help stop you. Sure enough, you came to me. It turned out that it was the Heavenly Wasteland Wildlands doing. Long Chen did not think of this at all. Otherwise, he would have to avoid the chaotic divine realm. Long Chen hurriedly said, "You misunderstand. The Heavenly Wasteland Wildlands was defeated by me, so they have a problem with me. I'm from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and I'm on my way back now. I don't need them to escort me back." "Oh, is that so?" The primal chaos Heavenly Heart circled around Long Chen a few times, covered the corner of her mouth with her delicate hand, and laughed. "What you said is quite reasonable. It's just that, a divine dragon without an origin dragon soul, no matter what, it's still suspicious. I'm thinking, if I send you over, there will be some kind of reward." Even the chaotic divine realm was in awe of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. "You're thinking too much." At the end of the day, it was still because Long Chen was too unfamiliar with this place. If not for this, he would have been able to scare the other party with words. Now, even if he wanted to scare the other party, he was afraid of being exposed. After all, this woman's understanding of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent should be more than Long Chen's. Not much, definitely not much. However, when I saw you, I changed my mind. What do you want to do? I want to bring you to the chaotic divine realm, to the Skyheart Continent. You can just treat yourself as a guest. Don't worry, no matter what I say, I won't take your life, right? Chapter 3301. If he went to the chaotic divine realm, it would be even more impossible for him to escape. This made Long Chen a little speechless. Was it really so difficult to go to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to have a look? He had just gotten rid of Panga Continent's heavenly desolate barbarian, and now the chaotic heaven's heart of the chaotic divine realm had come to intercept him again. Sure enough, there were vortexes everywhere, and many of them would take the initiative to find you even if you didn't want to fall into them. I absolutely can't follow her to the chaotic divine realm. There are too many experts there, and it's not good to expose my current situation to them. Long Chen trusted the Dragon Sacrificial Continent the most. If he could go back there and see the ancestral dragon, then maybe all this could be solved. So, when the chaotic heaven's heart made up its mind to take Long Chen down, Long Chen suddenly said resolutely, "I'm sorry, I can't go to your heavenly heart continent. I have something important to do and need to return to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as soon as possible. I hope you don't stop me, or you may have to bear the wrath of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent." Seeing that Long Chen was resisting, the other party's expression didn't change. Instead, her smile became even more unbridled. She said in a sweet voice, "Io, you've scared me. However, you're just a thief. What qualifications do you have to make the Divine Dragon Clan vent their anger on me? Don't scare me. I'm not a little girl who doesn't know anything." Then, she said to the people who surrounded Long Chen, "Stand back. I'm going to take him back to the Heavenly Heart Palace today. No one can stop me, and you're not allowed to tell anyone, understand?" Understood. For a moment, everyone dispersed to a very distant place. However, in reality, they were still using Long Chen as the center. It was just that they had given up the battlefield to Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. The other party's intention was very clear. Don't you want to leave? Then try and see if you can escape from her hands. I have no enmity with you, but you restrict me and go against me. One day, you will regret it. Long Chen said word by word. I'm not afraid. I've never regretted anything I do. You're really hot-tempered, but that's good. I like people like you. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's charming smile was truly amorous. Of course, on her smiling face, her eyes were stern and persistent. Clearly, she was the kind of person who wouldn't change her mind after making a decision. Since that was the case, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. She was admittedly very strong, but a gentleman would rather be killed than humiliated. He was in a hurry to return to Dragon's sacrificial continent and didn't have the energy to waste with her. In this unfamiliar world, no one knew him, and this was indeed troublesome. Humph. Seeing that Long Chen had made a move, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart didn't stay idle either. She quickly entered a battle state. Her long skirt and long hair fluttered in the wind like a 9-colored rose blooming in the starry sky. 9 types of primal chaos elements circulated around her body. She specialized in the primal chaos laws. Before the epoch, the 3 great divine worlds, the Chaos Divine World, Grand Mist Divine World, and Fortune Divine World, surrounded the dragon's sacrificial continent. After passing through these 3 great divine worlds, one could reach the dragon's sacrificial continent. However, the 3 great divine worlds were a chasm that most people didn't dare to cross. Long Chen was still somewhat familiar with the primal chaos laws, but the problem was that primal chaos heavenly heart's attainments in the primal chaos laws were simply too shocking. Long Chen's primal chaos laws were like a pool, while hers was a lake. She was an existence that was infinitely close to the ancestor realm, comparable to a supreme divine dragon. Long Chen was protected by 2 great origin-grade fortune divine weapons and was brimming with killing intent. There were too many laws on his body, which similarly attracted primal chaos heavenly heart's attention. This time, Long Chen's goal was to escape, not to defeat his opponent. Therefore, he was well aware of the situation. Just now, not only did he take out 2 origin-grade fortune divine weapons, he even took out the primordial sacrificial stone. Karmic Judgment Light. Against the Heaven Wasteland barbaric laws, the instant impact brought fatal pressure to the opponent. Long Chen had used a killing move right from the start. To a half-step ancestor, this Karmic Judgment Light was equivalent to a fatal lethality. A resplendent ray of light. Not bad, but what kind of laws are these? Facing Long Chen's attack, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's expression did not change. At this time, her slender hands formed the shape of a lotus. Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. The profound primal chaos laws that made Long Chen gasp were born. The entire world changed abruptly. Within a boundless radius, the world suddenly became the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's world, becoming its Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. Therefore, the entire world was a storm of 9 types of primal chaos elements. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart used its own body to transform into this world. At this time, the primal chaos elements were magnified to the most terrifying degree. The destructive power swept around Long Chen, and for a moment, even the attack of the Karmic Judgment Light simply lost its target. Boom, boom, boom. Countless chaotic windstorms slammed into the Origin Dragon Palace, which was protecting Long Chen. For a moment, they created world-destroying shockwaves. If it weren't for the protection of the spirit-returning melody of life, Long Chen would have been smashed to pieces. Break. In the end, the Karmic Judgment Light tore the Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace apart. All Long Chen could do was to rush out of the furnace. Of course, he had to bear the impact of many primal chaos elements in the process. In the blink of an eye, he had gone through the cycle of life and death several times. In the end, Long Chen still rushed out of the Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace. As soon as he rushed out, the entire Heaven Primal Chaos Furnace changed and condensed into a person from a huge world. You can't escape. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart knew his purpose. At that moment, Long Chen had turned into a meteor and moved very far away. There was only one ultimate realm ultimate god intercepting him, and he was directly sent flying by Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen turned into a star. At that moment, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart smiled faintly and chased after him. Swoosh. A ray of light flashed behind him. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's speed of movement was too fast. It was really amazing to be able to move so quickly in such a level of 10,000 realms. Little thing, you can't escape from the palm of your big sister's hand. You'd better be obedient and I might treat you better. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's laughter came from afar and soon approached Long Chen. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. In fact, Long Chen did not intend to escape this time. He was very clear that the only way to escape was to injure Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart or even severely injure it. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape no matter what. Escaping was just a pretense. Naturally, it was to attack. When Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart approached, Long Chen suddenly turned around and attacked. Under the guidance of the rules, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman could find its own target and entangle Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart forever. This made it easier for Long Chen to lock onto his opponent's position. When the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman attacked, Long Chen suddenly turned around and rapidly turned into an immemorial blood spirit dragon in front of Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart. That huge divine dragon suddenly appeared in front of Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart and released a bloody aura. Indeed, Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart was slightly startled. However, very quickly, Long Chen used the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman to lock onto Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's position and immediately used his killer move. Dragon's Inverse Blood. This was the strongest slaughter law at the moment. As long as there was blood, it would turn into an immemorial blood spirit dragon. Success. Billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons attacked Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's body and released numerous slaughter rule to destroy it. The attack from the inside caused Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's face to turn pale and the smile on his face disappeared. Primal Chaos Giant Wings. However, in that instant, she used all her strength and once again used the rule. Instantly, a pair of huge 9-colored wings condensed behind her. Each feather was of a different color. Swoosh. Countless rainbow-colored feathers exploded and tumbled, forming sharp weapons. Like 100,000 destinable divine weapons, they pierced towards Long Chen. Long Chen was concentrating on controlling the dragon's inverse blood. Facing such a terrifying attack, Long Chen couldn't resist for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of rainbow-colored feathers rushed into his body and pierced through the Origin Dragon Palace. Primal chaos elements exploded in Long Chen's body, bringing with it a terrifying impact. Life Echo Melody. Aquamarine flames burned wildly in his body. Whoosh, whoosh, only then could he barely suppress the destructive power of the chaotic wings. However, Long Chen's goal of severely injuring his opponent and escaping failed because he was also in a state of severe injury. Furthermore, the dragon's inverse blood couldn't kill his opponent. At that moment, the two attacked each other. Their expressions were rather ugly as they looked at each other. There's no point in continuing this stalemate. I'll count to 3 and we'll end it together. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart hadn't endured such an attack for a long time and was a little irritated. It was difficult to suppress the dragon's inverse blood. In your dreams. Long Chen wanted to continue the stalemate with him. With the Life Echo Melody, he could definitely hold on for a longer time. Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart laughed involuntarily and said, "You're so cute. I gave you a way out, but you didn't. I'll call a few of them over now and they can easily imprison you. I'll give you another choice. Remove the rules or you'll lose." Under Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart's signal, the other chaotic gods, who were comparable to the 10 ancestor devils, descended and were ready to attack Long Chen. In the current situation, although Long Chen and Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart could barely injure each other, there was no hope of escaping. Long Chen could only look for other ways, so he removed the dragon's inverse blood. The other party also removed the chaotic giant wings. Her recovery ability was very strong, and in a short time, her face became rosy again. She looked like she was drunk, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Long Chen with great interest and laughed softly, "You're getting more and more interesting. I'm even more reluctant to part with you. Fine, I'll bring you back to Heaven's Heart Palace first." Right at this moment, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Heart fluttered in the air, and a strip of light wrapped around his shoulders and arms. Upon closer inspection, there were countless colorful stars within the strip of light, and it was incomparably gorgeous. This was not just a strip of light, but a complete galaxy. Inside, there were endless stars. This was a kind of creation divine weapon, but perhaps, it wasn't a fortune divine artifact. That was because this river of stars had completely surpassed the level of an origin-grade destinable divine artifact. Long Chen could deeply feel how terrifying it was. The power contained within it was as terrifying as the chaotic heaven's heart. This rainbow was simply the strongest divine artifact that Long Chen had ever seen. Chapter 3302. It had completely surpassed the origin grade. Long Chen didn't know what this creation artifact was called. To him, the world before the epoch was simply too crazy. Even the chaotic heavenly heart, which was at the outermost layer of the chaotic divine realm, was close to the progenitor realm and could casually summon a creation artifact that surpassed the origin grade. At least the primeval sacrificial stone was far from this level. To Long Chen, the chaotic heavenly heart with the river of forgetfulness should be more terrifying than Kitten and Soy Eon. After all, Kitten and Soy Eon didn't have something of this level. Perhaps something of this level could only be born in the world before the epoch. Now, the chaotic heavenly heart smiled coldly and waved the river of forgetfulness that looked like a river of stars. As the river of forgetfulness danced, countless bright stars appeared around Long Chen. River of forgetfulness, binding of destiny. The chaotic heavenly heart's voice came from countless directions, ringing in Long Chen's ears like a dream. For a moment, a terrifying binding rule that had never been seen before descended on Long Chen's body. Countless starlight shone on his body, each point containing the infinite power of a star. Don't move, it'll hurt. For a moment, the chaotic heavenly heart's voice seemed to be ringing in his ears. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a warm current rushed into Long Chen's ears. It was like a swarm of ants crawling inside, making him feel very itchy. However, when he looked down, the river of forgetfulness had formed a colorful ribbon that had invisibly entangled Long Chen. From his head to his hands and feet, he had been tied up by this creation artifact that surpassed the origin grade. The river of forgetfulness was created to confine. Therefore, when its power was released and the rule was unfolded, from all aspects, be it the use of power, the application of the rule, or the movement of the body, everything was restricted. Even though Long Chen was resisting, all his efforts were like stones sinking into the ocean. This was a crushing of absolute power. The combination of the primal chaos heavenly heart and the river of forgetfulness celestial river gave Long Chen such a huge blow. Frankly speaking, if Chaos Heavenly Heart wanted to kill Long Chen now, it would be relatively easy. How terrifying! Long Chen clearly tasted the power of the river of forgetfulness Star River. His resistance was severed at the root. The fortune divine artifact on his body was no different from a galaxy formed by countless stars entangling him. What was suppressing his body was the power of countless space and stars. Therefore, even if he used all his strength at this moment, he still wouldn't be able to break through, let alone use the laws. Under the confinement of this forgetfulness river galaxy, anyone would become a cripple. I'm still a bit off. I'm afraid only those at the same level as the primal chaos heaven heart would be able to break through this river of forgetfulness Star River. But not now. After all, he was currently in a rather unfamiliar world where he didn't know what was going on. Therefore, Long Chen was still a little nervous. If Chaos Heavenly Heart wanted to kill him now, no one would come to save him. Fortunately, after Chaos Heavenly Heart captured Long Chen, she walked to Long Chen while twisting her slender waist. She looked at Long Chen with seductive eyes, stretched out her jade-like hand, and gently placed it on Long Chen's chest. She said, "Little guy, you're resisting. Big Sister's river of forgetfulness Star River has captured many wild guys like you, but they can't escape." Long Chen was speechless. He really couldn't break free, so he said, "Why are you grabbing me? I have no enmity with you, so you don't have to do this. You don't have to cause trouble for yourself." Chaos Heavenly Heart smiled charmingly. She stretched out her hands and wrapped them around Long Chen's waist. Her divine body was tightly pressed against Long Chen's body. Her seductive eyes were truly a peerless beauty. She gently opened her red lips and said, "It's not troublesome at all. I originally wanted to capture you and let that heavenly desolate man come and take you away. After all, I have some friendship with him. But I've changed my mind now. You make me feel very comfortable. I want to take you to the Heavenly Heart Palace." She was called Chaos Heavenly Heart, and the Heavenly Heart Palace should be her place. "Why are you taking me to the Heavenly Heart Palace?" This fellow didn't seem to have too much ill intent towards him for the time being, so Long Chen felt a little relieved. However, her frivolous actions and hugging were indeed a little hard to resist. To Long Chen, this was an ancestor from an epoch ago. "Shoo, I'll tell you secretly when we get there. You're still mischievous right now, so I can't let you go. You can't hate me." After Chaos Heavenly Heart finished speaking, she held on to the River of Forgetfulness Star River and descended towards the vast primal chaos divine world with Long Chen. Her assistants also descended with her. Along the way, Chaos Heavenly Heart didn't speak a word. She only looked at Long Chen with a charming smile. Long Chen secretly tried a few times, but after realizing that it was temporarily useless, he gave up for the time being. "I want to see what this woman wants me to do." When they got closer to the primal chaos divine world, Long Chen realized how huge the gap between this huge world and the primal chaos divine world before the epoch was. This gap was too terrifying. First, the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy was too dense. It was simply a difference of 100 times. Living in this primal chaos divine world, even a pig could become a god. Being in this place, Long Chen felt that it wouldn't take long for him to absorb the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy and break through. This place was much more suitable for cultivation than the dragon sacrificial continent. From this primal chaos divine world, one could see how prosperous the dragon sacrificial continent was. The second huge shock was that the number of living beings here was just too huge. Perhaps it was proportional to the size of the land. In the chaotic divine world, the dancing fire continent had 100 trillion living beings. Long Chen felt that it was quite a lot. However, the sky heart continent was dozens of times larger than the dancing fire continent. It might even be hundreds of times larger. The sky heart continent probably had trillions of living beings. This was horrifying. The number of people in the sky heart continent probably exceeded the number of people in the myriad worlds after the epoch. From this, one could see how weak the myriad worlds were. The myriad worlds in the past were actually so prosperous. Seeing this prosperous, powerful, and magnificent primal chaos divine world, Long Chen momentarily forgot about his conflict with the primal chaos heaven's heart. He couldn't help but say, "The primal chaos divine world is really huge." The primal chaos heaven's heart rolled its eyes and said, "Are you mocking me? Among the myriad worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent is comparable to 10 primal chaos divine worlds. You, who came from the dragon sacrificial continent, are envious of our primal chaos divine world. It's normal for the spiritual energy of the dragon sacrificial continent to create so many terrifying divine dragons." Hearing this, Long Chen was looking forward to visiting the dragon sacrificial continent. Unfortunately, he was caught by the primal chaos heaven's heart again. What a crazy era! After descending from the sky and arriving at the primal chaos divine world sky heart continent, he could feel the vastness of this world. Most of the people here could only walk through a billionth of the sky heart continent in their lifetime, let alone the continents of other primal chaos divine worlds. The creator of the primal chaos divine world is here. Will he be able to see me? Amidst his shock, Long Chen thought about many things. He forgot about the primal chaos heaven's heart until a pure white sky heart palace appeared in front of him. It's just a residence, but it's actually an original grade creation artifact. That's right, that pure white world shrouded in immortal fog was the original grade creation artifact. It occupied the highest point of the sky heart continent, a place where mortals didn't dare to enter. To the sky heart continent, the primal chaos heaven's heart was the ruler. In this world, she was one of the master gods. A master god that controlled trillions of lives. Of course, with her strength, she could rule over the myriad worlds even without Long Chen and the others. We're here. The primal chaos heaven's heart returned to the Sky Heart Palace. Many deities welcomed, surrounded, and respectfully sent her into the palace. Of course, those experts also looked curiously at Long Chen. The Master God brought back another person today. How many has he brought back in the past countless years? There are quite a few, probably more than 100 million. However, they are eliminated quickly. Some are strong, some are weak. Now, there are only a few left. This guy is controlled by the Master God using the River of Forgetfulness Galaxy. He's obviously very strong. He's probably the strongest among the Master God's harem. Indeed, it's possible that because of his existence, the Master God's harem will start a reign of terror. As they passed by, many people discussed like this. A large number of ultimate gods were among them. They were all Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart subordinates. Long Chen and the Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart could hear their discussion. However, the Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart didn't seem to care. Otherwise, those people probably wouldn't dare to talk. Harem. Upon hearing that word, Long Chen was startled and almost vomited blood. Harem, isn't that? Long Chen didn't even have a harem. Now that he had come to this era, not only did he have to enter a harem, but he also had to fight for a woman's affections and set off a reign of terror. He couldn't believe his ears. It's good that you know about it. Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart stretched out her hand and pulled Long Chen to her side under her control. She held Long Chen with one hand and stared at Long Chen with a charming yet domineering gaze. I'll give you a month to prepare yourself. After a month, you and I will get married. Now that there aren't many people in my harem, you can be the 9th concubine. Long Chen said, you're probably joking with me. I'm not. Don't even think about running away. This month, the Forgetfulness River Galaxy won't leave you. If you want to run away, the Forgetfulness River Galaxy will follow you forever. After saying that, she didn't give Long Chen a chance to speak and directly dragged him into the Heavenly Heart Palace. Not long after Long Chen entered the magnificent palace, he saw 8 men with different characteristics in the deepest part. Some were beautiful, some were burly, some were domineering, and some were bright. When the 8 of them saw Primal Chaos Heaven's Heart, they bowed in unison and said, "Welcome back, my husband." Chapter 3303. Husband. Hearing this word, Long Chen was stunned. After all, Chaos Heavenly Heart was still a woman. Harem, concubines, these words were unimaginable for Long Chen. He could only sigh with emotion that it was really a crazy era before. However, he had to get out of trouble and go to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After experiencing Pangu Continent and the chaotic divine realm, he was now full of deeper curiosity about Dragon Sacrificial Continent. He was very eager, even eager, to go to Dragon Sacrificial Continent immediately. But this River of Forgetfulness Galaxy was really not easy to break. Let's get to know each other. From now on, he will be one of you. In a month, I will marry him. By the way, what's your name? Chaos Heavenly Heart was very domineering. In front of her, the 8 men with their own characteristics were really like her wives. Long Chen was too lazy to say. Although Chaos Heavenly Heart was a bit interesting, now that she restricted Long Chen's movements and prevented him from returning to Dragon Sacrificial Continent, for Long Chen, this was already a kind of hatred. I'm still a little stubborn now, but I'll be fine in a few days. He didn't answer, but Chaos Heavenly Heart didn't care. She directly took Long Chen, passed by her harem, and took Long Chen to the depths of Heavenly Heart Palace. Here, she opened up a sealed space, threw Long Chen into it, and said, "You know very well what kind of existence I, Chaos Heavenly Heart, am. Now, to the divine dragons of Dragon Sacrificial Continent, you're just a thief and not qualified to inherit your blood essence. Only by staying with me, maybe I can still protect you. Think carefully, I'll give you a month to think about it. There's no need at all. I want to go back to Dragon Sacrificial Continent now. Whether I'm a thief or not, you'll know when you get there. You can take me there. Given the current situation, Long Chen couldn't care less whether he was directly exposed to the divine dragons or not. Hee hee. Chaos Heavenly Heart was amused by Long Chen. She laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Have a good rest, I'm leaving. As for River of Forgetfulness Galaxy, it won't leave you before you figure it out." After saying that, she really left. Leaving him alone here, it could be said that even the heavens and earth would not respond. For a moment, Long Chen was speechless as he looked around. The origin ground of divine dragons, where on earth did it bring me to? What kind of spacetime is this? Coming here, I should have quickly reached the dragon sacrificial continent, but now I'm trapped here by this Forgetfulness River Galaxy. This is really... It had been a long time since Long Chen felt so depressed. The primal chaos Heavenly Heart wanted to keep him by her side forever and be her male pet. However, to Long Chen, if he really did that, it would be a humiliation. I must think of a way to leave this place. The only way to leave this place was to break free from the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River. As long as he broke free from the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River, Long Chen might not be captured by the other party. After all, his strength shouldn't be too far off from the primal chaos Heavenly Heart. However, Long Chen had been struggling for a long time, but to no avail. The spiritual energy in this 11th grade, one world is terrifyingly rich. Moreover, this Heaven's Heart Palace was actually the place with the richest 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy in the entire Heaven's Heart continent, especially where Long Chen was located. It might be closer to the primal chaos Heavenly Heart and was the best place for cultivation. The River of Forgetfulness Celestial River controlled Long Chen to use the laws and unleash his strength, but it didn't control him to refine the heaven and earth spiritual energy, which provided Long Chen with the only way out. It seems that I can only break through this River of Forgetfulness Celestial River if I work hard to break through to the ultimate God realm. After confirming his goal, his eyes became much brighter. Long Chen had never experienced the power of this 11th grade, one world for so many years. Staying here temporarily had great benefits for him. 1 day, 2 days, when he started cultivating, Long Chen deeply realized the great benefits of this power. He was like a land that had been dry for a long time meeting Gan Lin. He greedily swallowed it and his overall progress was 10 times faster than before. In terms of talent, he was at the very top. In fact, even before this epoch, he was at the very top. Therefore, when he encountered this level of spiritual qi, its terrifying effects were quickly revealed. It was a kind of surge. It won't take too long to break through to the ultimate God realm at this rate. In addition, due to the suppression of the River of Forgetfulness Celestial River, I've accumulated more explosive power during this resistance. I'll probably be able to reach a new realm when I break through this River of Forgetfulness Celestial River. The problem is, if this is a fake world, will I return to the initial realm Ultimate God Realm after returning to the original world even if I break through to the Ultimate God Realm? However, that was not the most terrifying thing. Instead, it was whether he would never be able to return. He would never be able to see Lingxi, Li Xuanji, her daughter Zhang Kai, his son, and his brothers and sisters forever. In that world, Long Chen would disappear forever. Without Long Chen, the sky-devouring clan would come and the world would be destroyed. It was terrifying when he thought about it carefully. I believe there's always a way out. Long Chen gritted his teeth and did not let the difficulty scare him. 10 days later, he could already feel his progress. If this goes on, maybe I'll succeed after 20 days. His most important goal was to leave. As long as he could leave, nothing else mattered. On this day, someone seemed to have come. Long Chen thought it was the chaotic heavenly core. Not long after, the sealed space opened and there were 2 other people. They were both men. One of them was burly and completely giant. He was wild and domineering. He was obviously a barbarian but did not look like a barbarian from Heaven Wasteland. It could be said that he was the best-looking barbarian Long Chen had ever seen. Although he was a barbarian, he had a strong charm and was as masculine as the sun. The other one was quite small, only reaching Long Chen's chin. He was a little thin and weak, but he was a beautiful young man who would make anyone want to pity him. He was a strong contrast to the barbarians beside him. His blue eyes were as clear as the sun. Long Chen had seen those two before. They were two of the 8 concubines of the chaotic heavenly core. Long Chen had noticed them before because they were actually at the half-martial ancestor realm and were the 2 strongest among her concubines. The others were ultimate gods, with the lowest being at the primordial realm. All 8 of them were outstanding beauties without exception. What were they doing here? Stand up. The barbarian's voice was rough. A pair of black eyes shone on Long Chen and were full of majesty. This barbarian was born with the temperament of a king. What can I do for you? Long Chen was a little unhappy that his cultivation was interrupted. Hee, why are you asking when you already know the answer? We are here to guide you. The Heaven's Heart Palace has its rules. You are not married yet, so we will tell you the rules. The beautiful young man's voice was very sweet and soft like a little girl. Although he was threatening, his voice was childish and was very likable to women. Rules. Long Chen did not react for a moment. He did not dare to think further. Could it be that these two were here to fight over a woman? You have misunderstood. I have no interest in the chaotic heavenly core. She forced me to come back. I will definitely not stay in the Heaven's Heart Palace and will not have anything to do with the chaotic heavenly core. So you don't have to target me. Long Chen would never have thought that there would be a day when he would have to fight over a woman. If Kitten knew about this, he would probably be laughed to death. His head was getting bigger now. I know, we were also captured. At first, we had the same thoughts. But later on, we were reluctant to leave this place. The beautiful young man said indifferently. A dignified half-ancestor, who could summon the wind and summon the rain after the epic, was actually willing to be a man behind a woman's back. What kind of rice soup did the chaotic heavenly core feed them? It is said that you were originally brought to the dragon sacrificial continent by my Heaven Wasteland barbarian brother. It was Heaven Wasteland barbarian brother who asked my husband to capture you. But my husband changed his mind and even rejected my brother. It is also because of you that their relationship is not good. This debt is all on your head. The barbarian said indifferently. This barbarian race was also related to Heaven Wasteland barbarian race. Long Chen was really speechless. He said again, let me repeat myself. I am different from you. I will be able to leave soon. If you don't believe me, just watch. I definitely have no intention of staying here, let alone with you. Long Chen was too embarrassed to say the rest. Do you think we will believe you? We only believe in rules and lessons. The beautiful young man smiled coldly. His blue eyes were so cold that they were cute. The primal chaos was filled with an ice-cold chill. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. At this moment, he actually took out an ocean blue needle and placed it in front of Long Chen. Origin grade. As expected of a half-ancestor. A random blue needle he took out was actually an origin grade destinable artifact. The barbarian was even more exaggerated. A wolf tooth mace appeared in his hand. On that wolf tooth mace, every wolf tooth emitted the ferocious aura of a peerless ferocious beast. There was jet black saliva that perfectly fused with the laws. Clearly, it was a type of terrifying destructive poison. There is no need. Long Chen was even more speechless. He did not expect that one day, he would become the victim of jealousy. There is a need. You are a great threat. The beautiful young man said. Do you mean that I am very handsome? Long Chen asked. You are a little worse than us. However, we will not let those who are a little worse than us have the opportunity to surpass us. Therefore, today, you must know who is in charge of this Heaven's Heart Palace besides our husband. At this point, their eyes shone with a cold light. The beautiful young man held the blue needle in his hand while the barbarian held the wolf tooth mace. Without saying a word, they waved at Long Chen. Remember, we are your masters. You have to listen to us. Chapter 3304. Crack. Although the River of Forgetfulness Star River had blocked the attack, the numerous sharp wolf fangs on the mace had still pierced deep into Long Chen's body. The barbarian had obviously used a rather vicious law, causing a deadly poison to rush into Long Chen's body, causing his entire body to turn dark green in a very short period of time. This was a poison from before the epoch. After the epoch, there was no poison of this level. It could even poison a half-step ancestor. The barbarian injected the poison into Long Chen's body. The poison turned into countless poisonous snakes and surged into Long Chen's body, which was like a vast starry sky. It first occupied his skin, then went deep into his flesh and organs. The world tree, Long Chen's body was numb and itchy. To be honest, this was the most terrifying poison he had ever encountered. At this moment, he could not use the melody of life and could not resist it at all. He could only endure it under the barbarian's vicious gaze. From now on, Long Chen was really angry. Previously, he thought it was funny, but now, he had given the barbarian a death sentence. Of course, there was also the beautiful young man. What are you looking at? She rebuked, but her movements were swift. She raised the blue needle and stabbed it towards Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen could be considered to be in a state where he couldn't resist. The Forgetfulness River Star River was too tightly controlled, and the other party wanted to stab his eyes. Long Chen tilted his head slightly, but he still couldn't escape from misfortune. When that needle stabbed into his body, the ice in front of him engulfed him. Even though his body was as vast as the starry sky, he was still completely frozen by this ice. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian waved his huge mace and smashed it on Long Chen's body a few times. He said angrily, "Now you should know the rules. In the future, you should know who is the master and who is the servant. Don't go against us. Although my husband likes new things, we are the only ones who can survive in this Heaven's Will Palace. If you don't listen to us, you won't even know how you died." That's right. Do you remember that? Do you need me to stab you again? The pretty boy snorted coldly. Long Chen was doing his best to resist the two destructive energies in his body. Honestly speaking, it was really troublesome and tough. Of course, it also made Long Chen extremely angry. In fact, for a very long time, even the primeval troll was against the entire myriad worlds and not himself. For a very long time, he had been shouldering the hatred of the entire myriad worlds. But this time, it was his own business. Provoking him and endangering the myriad worlds were two completely different things. However, looking at these two fellows acting like villains intoxicated by success, it was truly disgusting. An evil flame erupted in Long Chen's heart. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear these two fellows apart. He had never been a pushover. After they were done, the two of them prepared to leave. Let's go. This is enough for him to endure for a while. This brat is just a grandson. He doesn't resist as fiercely as we did at that time. He can't withstand the torment. If we don't kill him, our husband will blame us. The beautiful young man said in a sweet voice. And, let's go. After the two of them left, Long Chen sat up straight. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but with the Forgetfulness Galaxy imprisoning him, he couldn't be bothered to put up a meaningless struggle. He was mature enough. Of course, he would settle this score with these two. Today, what they brought to Long Chen was not just simple torture. The poison and ice had penetrated deep into Long Chen's bone marrow. They were everywhere, invading his entire body. They were even corroding Long Chen's strength, destroying everything that Long Chen had. One could imagine how vicious these two were. Moreover, with the Forgetfulness Galaxy controlling them, it was impossible to suppress these two energies. Right now, Long Chen could only try his best to resist. Otherwise, if the poison and ice continued to invade his body, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth. His cultivation was completely cut off. His entire body was in pain. At the thought of these two fellows, Longchen really wanted to tear them apart. So it turns out that my personal hatred can also drive people crazy. The more he thought about the faces of those two, the more he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Io, these two fellows actually tortured you to this state. Not long after, when Longchen had no way to deal with it, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart came. She looked at Longchen's body, which was now black and covered in ice, and said with a distressed expression, "This must have scared you." There was no point in saying more. Longchen couldn't be bothered to talk to her. However, he had a rough idea of this matter. Didn't the two appear because of Primal Chaos Heaven's heart? Otherwise, how could they move freely in this Heaven's Heart Palace without letting Primal Chaos Heaven's heart know? When I get out, I'll punish them properly. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart was a little annoyed. She stretched out her jade-like hand and touched Longchen's body. She looked like she couldn't bear it, and her body that was wrapped in her long dress was trembling. You seem to have your own way of resisting. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart smiled. Right in front of Longchen, she slightly loosened her grip on the River of Forgetfulness Star River. Of course, it was only from a tense state to a slightly controlled state. Longchen was still in the River of Forgetfulness Star River's control, but his power seemed to have regained its freedom, and he could also use the rules. During this period of time, Longchen had improved a lot. Soul Melody of Life. After being able to use the rules, Longchen had to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the poison and ice continued to affect him, he would probably be in deep trouble. Fortunately, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart came in time, and Longchen's Soul Melody of Life was very powerful, so his injuries were recovering rapidly. What kind of Divine Dragon's Inheritance Blood Essence and Origin Dragon Soul did you fuse with to have so many rules? How curious. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart stared at him with her bright eyes. After about an hour, seeing that Longchen had almost recovered, she was still very cautious and quickly locked the River of Forgetfulness Star River on Longchen again, afraid that Longchen would suddenly resist. But in fact, Longchen didn't have such thoughts, because he was in the Heaven's Heart Palace, and he still wanted to break through to the ultimate God realm. Why, are you afraid now? Primal Chaos Heaven's heart looked at him coldly and arrogantly. Stop pretending in front of me. You have to send people to torment me twice, don't send such disgusting people twice. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he could still continue to cultivate. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart said, I went out for a while and wasn't here. They snuck in. I can't bear to let them torment you like this. Otherwise, why would I come to save you? To Longchen, it didn't matter if it was real or fake. He directly sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and said, Don't you still have time? You can leave now. Seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart was angry, but she was still full of confidence and said, Yes, there's still time. You will understand one day. You have to know that there are many people who want to be my man. You are so honored. After saying that, she left fiercely. Longchen didn't have any ripples in his heart. He continued to cultivate as if those two and Primal Chaos Heaven's heart had never been here. As he made great progress, time continued to pass. Longchen was counting the time bit by bit. I've improved by a huge margin again. Even now, he was deeply moved. The spiritual energy in this 11th rank world was simply too majestic. It was no wonder that so many experts could be born. Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Now, Longchen wanted to go back even in his dreams. It's about time. As long as I can get out of here, that was the most important thing. Therefore, Longchen constantly reminded himself that he had almost reached the peak in the blink of an eye. After all, 25 days had passed. Primal Chaos Heaven's heart had come a few times but left in anger because of Longchen. If Longchen still didn't obey her, she would probably go to extremes. Currently, endless power was surging in Longchen's body. It was mighty and endless. He wasn't in a hurry to rush into the Forgetfulness River Galaxy. After all, Primal Chaos Heaven's heart might find out if he did so. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy to leave. At that moment, Longchen felt that his power that had been dormant for a long time had reached an explosive point. At the final moment. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Just as he was about to go all out and achieve the ultimate God perfection realm in one go to make his power even more terrifying, someone suddenly came and got closer. At that moment, Longchen couldn't bear it anymore. Soon, Longchen knew who it was. It was the barbarian and the beautiful young man again. This time, they seemed to be even angrier as they came aggressively. When they opened the passage and came to Longchen's enclosed space, it was the moment when Longchen raised all the power in his body to break through to a new realm. Rumble. Inside Longchen's body, bursts of thunderous sounds erupted as if there were endless galaxies colliding inside, erupting an unprecedented huge impact. The new power and the old power converged at the peak at that moment. What's going on? He seems to be breaking through to a new realm. For a moment, the two guys' expressions changed. They wanted to torment Longchen. We can't let him succeed. My husband saved you last time. Let's see who else will save you this time. For a moment, the two of them pounced on Jian Wushuang. At that moment, Longchen opened his eyes and two strong white light rays rushed out and collided with the two of them. Although it was called a gaze, it was actually the power of the karma trial light. It meant that Longchen could already display the laws. The two rays of light hit the two of them and temporarily sent them flying away, slamming into the wall. At that moment, Longchen stood up. With a roar, all the power gathered and exploded at that moment. Rumble. For a moment, the new realm was completed with the surge of power. The entire enclosed secret chamber was filled with a very intense roar as countless power vibrated in it. The ultimate God perfection realm was achieved. Longchen also felt that he had broken through to a deeper realm. Stronger. His power skyrocketed. Chapter 3305. Longchen already had an estimate. He was suppressed by the river of forgetfulness Star River, but he was slightly weaker. To him, the primal chaos heavenly heart's power level was roughly equivalent to Kitten after devouring half of the samsara fruit, which was not far from Longchen's level. Every time Longchen tried to break through, he would be stuck for a little bit. Therefore, he was sure that when he reached the next realm, he would be 100% sure that he could break through the river of forgetfulness Star River. It was not that the river of forgetfulness Star River was not powerful, but Longchen was now at the same level as the primal chaos heavenly heart. In other words, he was on the same level as Kitten. It was really hard for him to reach this level under the river of forgetfulness Star River's control. Now that the primal chaos heavenly heart did not have much control over the river of forgetfulness Star River, it was also an opportunity for Longchen. Break. When the extreme power rushed out from the trillion sacred palaces, everyone worked together to suppress the river of forgetfulness Star River. Under one spurt of energy, the river of forgetfulness Star River rapidly collapsed under Longchen's attack. Who? Longchen took advantage of this moment to rush out from the river of forgetfulness Star River's control. At this time, feeling Longchen's intense murderous aura, the river of forgetfulness Star River quickly fled to find its master. Of course, Longchen could not stop it. He could only say that the feeling of breaking free was too good. The past 20 days could be considered as a soul-stirring moment. However, this was the primal chaos divine world, and there would be trouble if he did not leave. Although there was a huge conflict with the primal chaos heavenly heart, it was best to leave safely. But the problem was that the berserker and the beautiful teenager were two half-martial ancestor-level opponents in front of Longchen. It could only be said that they had come at the wrong time. Longchen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided to return everything he had suffered to them. After all, even if he did not attack them, they would still entangle him at this time. Don't think of leaving. Before Longchen made his move, they were already in a hurry to attack. Both of them held their own origin grade fortune divine weapons and charged towards him. You came to the Heaven's Heart Palace and you still want to escape. Do you know what the consequences of angering our husband are? Ignorant fool. This time around, you're done for. Do you really think that you'll be able to escape? This is the primal chaos divine world. It's all good now. My husband probably won't like you anymore. Anyway, your bitter days are coming soon. Last time, the two of them had caused great damage to Long Chen, as well as their ugly faces. Long Chen still remembered it. Reverse dragon blood. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's killing rule power descended on the barbarian. The barbarian stopped in his tracks and stared at Long Chen with his eyes wide open. His entire body was in a state of chaos. When Long Chen reached a new realm, the power of his rule power had greatly increased. The barbarian might not have been able to withstand such an attack before. Now, his entire body was covered in blood. In an instant, his huge body fell to the ground, trembling violently. He used all his strength to resist the inverse dragon blood, but the billions of ancient blood spirit dragons continued to ravage him endlessly. Go to hell. The blue needle in the young man's hand grew bigger and became a blue spear in his hand. At this moment, Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd and collided with him violently. Nirvana primordial beginning. The most violent and violent attack, simple and direct destruction and killing. The primordial dragon halberd collided with the blue spear. Although there was a wave of ice rule power, Long Chen used the origin dragon palace to block it, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, under the impact of his current strength, the power of the Nirvana primordial beginning rushed into the body of the young man. Arg! For a moment, the young man screamed in pain. Under the rule power of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation, his body was collapsing rapidly and couldn't be reversed. His ending might not be better than the barbarian who was rolling on the ground and being torn apart by countless ancient blood spirit dragons. You're so strong. At this juncture, the two of them could only look at Long Chen in despair. Back when they were bullying Long Chen, they had not expected that Long Chen would be able to reach this state in such a short period of time. They had thought that Long Chen would at most be around the same level as them. This time around, they were here to torture Long Chen once more. However, they had not expected that they would bump into Long Chen escaping. And then, they met with Long Chen's direct and violent attack. Both of them couldn't even withstand a single rule power. Do you have any last words? Long Chen kept his primordial dragon halberd and asked them coldly. Previously, they had almost killed Long Chen as well. It was only right for them to repay kindness with kindness and seek revenge with enmity. You're dead meat. To think that both of them would tell him the same thing. Long Chen had initially thought that if they were to beg for mercy, he could let them off. However, it seemed like there wasn't a need for that now. Arg! The two of them had not expected Long Chen to be so straightforward. At this moment, the power of the two rules increased. In that short instant, the berserker's inverse blood of the dragon was torn apart, and he vanished like smoke in thin air. With a pft, he turned into a mist of blood. The last thing that remained was the barbarian's unwilling roar. From start to end, Long Chen still did not know who he was. Let me go. I don't want to die. The remaining handsome youth begged for mercy. However, it was already over. In any case, to Long Chen, it didn't matter if he killed one or two. The primal chaos heavenly heart's rage towards him would be the same. You brought this upon yourself. Under the destruction of the Nirvana primogenitor, the handsome youth also vanished in despair. In the end, he completely disappeared, leaving only an empty space. What a strong power. I wonder if this power can still be maintained if I can return to my world, Long Chen sighed. However, his actions were still swift. He used the primordial dragon halberd to split open the sealed space. Without the river of forgetfulness galaxy, there was nothing that could stop him. Along the way, he directly rushed out of the Heaven's Heart Palace. It was simple and straightforward. The primal chaos heavenly heart is not in the Heaven's Heart Palace. Now, he was outside the Heaven's Heart Palace. The Heaven's Heart Palace was in chaos because of his escape. However, the primal chaos Heavenly Heart did not appear. Obviously, she was not there. In that case, it was not the primal chaos Heavenly Heart's intention for those two guys to cause trouble for him. However, the moment Long Chen came out of the Heaven's Heart Palace, the primal chaos Heavenly Heart returned. She was not far from where she was. When Long Chen appeared from the River of Forgetfulness Galaxy, she already knew about it. She returned in shock. On the way back, she found out that her two most beloved treasures, whom she had doted on for countless years, were killed by Long Chen. In an instant, she was extremely furious. Like a violent flame, she appeared in front of Long Chen. The collision between the two attracted the attention of many experts. A large number of ultimate gods flew out from the Heaven's Heart Palace to assist the primal chaos Heavenly Heart in restraining Long Chen. They could clearly feel that the Lord of the Heaven's Heart continent was in a state of unprecedented rage. The incomparably cold face, the murderous eyes, and the terrifying power that was being suppressed all explained everything. Stand down. An angry roar swept through the entire Heaven's Heart continent, causing endless roars. The earth trembled and all living beings were shocked. The Lord's anger was too great. After receiving the order from the primal chaos Heavenly Heart, the ultimate gods did not dare to step forward. However, everyone was extremely nervous. Most of them still did not understand why the Lord was so angry with Long Chen. In their eyes, the current Long Chen was already a dead man. Long Chen did not even realize that he was almost at the level of a supreme divine dragon. When a supreme divine dragon grew to its peak, it would be almost at the same level as Long Chen. Of course, it might be a little stronger. It was above the half-ancestor realm, but it had not reached the ancestor realm. It was a borderline position. The primal chaos Heavenly Heart was also in this position. You dare to kill them? To be honest, the primal chaos Heavenly Heart was about to faint from anger. When she spoke, the degree of her chest rising and falling was unprecedented. However, what made her even angrier was that Long Chen completely ignored her words. As soon as he saw the primal chaos Heavenly Heart, he directly burst forth with his strongest speed and rushed into the starry sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His speed increased rapidly. In a short while, the chaos divine world rapidly shrank in his eyes and the Heaven's Heart Palace could no longer be seen. His main goal was to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. As for the conflict with the primal chaos Heavenly Heart, it was actually not that important compared to this matter. It should not take long to return from the chaos divine world to the dragon sacrificial continent. Before the epoch, the location of the chaos divine world was probably not too far away. It was just that the distance from the dragon sacrificial continent had increased by more than 10 times. Don't even think about escaping. However, as expected, this crazy woman still chased after him. Moreover, she was desperate. Her speed was about the same as Long Chen's. Wherever Long Chen went, she would chase after him. If she persisted like this, perhaps Long Chen would not be able to shake her off. Long Chen was rushing towards the dragon sacrificial continent, but the primal chaos Heavenly Heart chased after him. The more she chased, the more intense the killing intent in her eyes became. After about 2 hours, the current chaos divine world seemed to be a little far away. From afar, it looked like a disk that was only 100 times the size of an ordinary star. Long Chen thought, since that's the case, I'll let her know the difficulty and retreat here. This was not the chaos divine world, so he could naturally fight with the primal chaos Heavenly Heart. It was not easy for him to reach his current realm. Just dealing with those two people was far from enough to satisfy Long Chen. Sometimes, fighting was also his life. Whoosh. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly stopped in the starry sky. When he turned back, the primal chaos Heavenly Heart was already behind him. Perhaps it was because they had chased for a long time, but the primal chaos Heavenly Heart was not angry anymore. She looked at Long Chen coldly and did not say anything. However, her eyes were indeed awe-inspiring. Chapter 3306. After taking a look at the distance between here and the primal chaos divine realm, Longchen felt a lot more at ease. Since this woman still wanted to settle things with him, then let's settle things. It would be bad if she kept chasing him all the way to the dragon's sacrificial continent and caused a commotion because of her. Now that he had escaped from the control of her forgotten river Star River, there was nothing to be afraid of. You're really ruthless. You actually killed them. However, it's not that I hate you for killing them. Rather, it's that you're still trying every possible way to leave me. You're the first person that I've taken a liking to truly escape. So, right now, I'm also thinking about what kind of ending I should give you. Just kill me. Long Chen said indifferently. The primal chaos heaven's heart was self-centered. It seemed like everyone had to obey her. Being too conceited wasn't a good thing. With Long Chen's personality, it would only make Long Chen feel disgusted if she said she had taken a liking to him. Very well. Facing this person, the primal chaos heaven's heart gritted her teeth. What she wanted, yet couldn't control, was the most infuriating. Especially Long Chen's indifferent expression, it thoroughly infuriated her. In the blink of an eye, she was already preparing her killing move. Relying on her terrifying strength that was close to that of a divine dragon, the master gods of the primal chaos divine world Sky Heart continent had a huge reputation in the myriad worlds. Other than the ancestor gods, she could be considered as one of the few hundred strongest experts in the myriad worlds. Since there was nothing else to say, the battle naturally began. After reaching a new realm, Long Chen's chest was filled with hot blood. Coupled with his disgust towards the primal chaos heaven's heart, it formed an incomparably intense battle intent. Now that he was very far from the primal chaos divine world, Long Chen focused all his attention on the battle against the primal chaos heaven's heart. In the ancient myriad worlds, conflicts of this level rarely occurred. They were considered peak half-ancestors. Compared to ordinary half-ancestors, they weren't just a little bit stronger. Boom. For a moment, the starry sky trembled as boundless ripples swept out in all directions. The two clashed fiercely. The primal chaos heaven's heart's colorful skirt drew a beautiful trajectory in the starry sky. Chaos wings. In an instant, a pair of huge wings appeared on his back. Each feather had its own color. This pair of feathers was incomparably gorgeous, and hidden beneath this gorgeous appearance was the killing intent of the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Crash. The primal chaos wings spread out completely, turning into countless feathers. Each feather contained its own nomological energy. The 9 types of primal chaos elements were attached to these feathers, giving birth to primal chaos flames, primal chaos lightning, primal chaos storms, and so on. Countless feathers condensed into a torrent of 9 different elements of primordial chaos that blasted towards Long Chen. For a time, even the starry sky of the infinite worlds was torn apart. Countless fragmentary stars in the surroundings were shattered, turning into dust and disappearing from the world. In the face of his opponent's merciless attacks and contempt, Long Chen's heart was as calm as still water. His movements were smooth, and he condensed a fist in his hand. Although it seemed like a casual punch, it contained an earth-shattering might. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos Law was exactly the same as his opponent's. When his strength caught up, the Primal Chaos Dragon Fist's Primal Chaos Law was not much weaker than his opponent's. The 9 divine dragons swirled together and collided heavily with the Chaos Giant wings. Chi-chi. The exact same nomological energy was extinguished in the intense collision. Fortunately, Long Chen had moved the battlefield here. Otherwise, it was unknown how many lives would have been destroyed in the Skyheart continent because of the battle between these 2 pinnacle half-martial ancestors. You've really broken through. At this moment, Chaos Heavenly Heart's eyes were filled with disbelief. To them, the pinnacle realm was basically the supreme existence of the entire world. The word breakthrough was almost impossible. For example, if Chaos Heavenly Heart broke through again, she would be in the ancestor realm. However, the heart of chaos knew her limitations. It was impossible. It wasn't just her. There were hundreds of people in the myriad worlds who were at the same realm as her. Apart from the myriad worlds' ancestor god, the creator of the myriad worlds, there were only a few people like Kat in the dragon sacrificial continent. There were at most 2 in an 11th grade world. That was why the myriad worlds' ancestor gods had transcendental achievements. This time, Long Chen relied on the primal chaos dragon fist to force back the primal chaos heavenly heart's attack. He stood on equal footing with the primal chaos heavenly heart. When the primal chaos wings were destroyed by the impact, the primal chaos heavenly heart felt deeply shocked. "Who are you?" Chaos heavenly heart began to doubt. "I told you, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If I were you, I would act as if nothing had happened in return," said Long Chen. "Dream on." Chaos heavenly heart sneered and said, "So be it. If you win, you can naturally leave. If you lose, you might not be able to escape from my control for the rest of your life." Even after witnessing Long Chen's strength, she was still so conceited. Then, without a word, she attacked again. This was her true attack, much more terrifying than before. The biggest change was that when she charged at Long Chen, her body suddenly changed. Primal Chaos Beast. In the blink of an eye, what appeared before Long Chen was indeed a Primal Chaos Beast. However, this Primal Chaos Beast was not much weaker than Soyan's Primal Chaos Demon form. It was simply too huge and too terrifying. That violent power and wild face did not look like a woman at all. When Long Chen thought of her harem, he immediately understood why those men were subdued. Roar. This terrifying Primal Chaos Beast let out its loudest roar at the tiny Long Chen. Boom boom boom, no one knew how far his voice traveled. In the next instant, an even more violent killer move descended. At this moment, it was clear that Chaos Heavenly Heart no longer cared about Long Chen's survival. What it wanted was to attack and fight. Swoosh swoosh, soon, Long Chen saw the Galaxy of Forgetfulness, a divine artifact that surpassed the origin grade, turn into a huge galaxy with countless stars shining within it. Then, the Chaos Beast wrapped the Galaxy of Forgetfulness around its fist, turning it into a glove. It then perfectly fused with the claws of the Chaos Beast, making it an even more terrifying killing weapon. On the claws, stars shone brilliantly. Such a primal chaos heavenly heart indeed brought a certain amount of pressure to Long Chen. This was a fatal crisis. Without any time to think, Long Chen could only summon all the creation artifacts and the primordial sacrificial stone. These were the 3 greatest treasures he had on him, but for now, none of them could fight against the River of Forgetfulness. At this critical moment, the primordial sacrificial stone seemed to have helped Long Chen. The primordial sacrificial stone was transferred to the primordial dragon halberd under Long Chen's urgency. On the primordial dragon halberd, a groove appeared where the silver-gray shaft and the dragon tooth were connected. The primordial sacrificial stone was embedded in this groove. At the moment of fusion, Long Chen discovered that the primordial sacrificial stone originally belonged to the primordial dragon halberd. Because of this, under the pressure of the River of Forgetfulness, they took the initiative to fuse perfectly at this time. The amplification of the primordial sacrificial stone and the power of the primordial dragon halberd perfectly fused together. During the process of fusion, the power of the primordial dragon halberd skyrocketed, like a divine dragon awakening from a deep slumber, making an explosive sound. Long Chen's hands trembled as he held it. Buzz. In the end, a dragon's roar erupted. A power that was enough to go against the River of Forgetfulness galaxy erupted in Long Chen's hands. These 2 fortune divine weapons were like the roar of a divine dragon and a star colossus. The current primordial dragon halberd was not inferior to the River of Forgetfulness galaxy. This was the first time the primordial dragon halberd had surpassed the power of the origin dragon palace. It actually became a half-step ancestor-level fortune divine weapon. The Chaos Beast on the opposite side let out a roar of disbelief. The sharpness of the primordial dragon halberd made it feel a deep sense of crisis. It also made it understand that if it did not take action now, it might not be able to do anything to Long Chen. At that moment, the destructive power, 9 types of chaotic elements, flames burning on its body, frost covering it, storms swirling around it, and lightning wrapping around its body. All of these powers were born to destroy. In a short moment, the Chaos Beast's murderous intent had reached its peak. Divine Fist of All Destruction. All the chaotic elements gathered in its giant claw that was fused with the River of Forgetfulness Galaxy. This was a very straightforward but terrifying rule. At least from Long Chen's point of view, the power of this chaotic destruction rule had already surpassed all the rules of the primordial giant demon. After all, Soi Eon did not have a so-called half-step ancestor-level fortune divine weapon like the River of Forgetfulness Galaxy. Boom. Everything, including time, space, and everything that was made up of primordial chaotic elements, was destroyed. Before the fist of the chaotic beast, the world was destroyed and turned into the most primitive space that had yet to be created. All living beings, everything, and spacetime were crushed by the divine fist of destruction of all living things. Too strong, too fierce. This might be the reason why the chaotic heaven heart was so proud. After turning into the chaos beast, she was simply a real beast. In the area of the divine fist of all destruction, Long Chen could only be considered a small piece. To him, what he saw was the destruction of the entire world. So powerful, even so, Long Chen was not moved in the slightest. In fact, when the primordial dragon halberd reached a higher level, Long Chen had already made his move. He did not use the primordial dragon halberd, but directly. This rule was the same as the inverse dragon blood that had killed the barbarians. The chaos beast had the most blood in the world. Chapter 3307. Billions of primordial blood spiritual dragons were in the chaos beast's body. No matter when, the inverse blood of the dragon would always be a headache for the enemy. In an instant, the chaos beast's body seemed to have been occupied by Long Chen. TSK, TSK. Countless laws were destroying the chaos behemoth's bloodline and organs. This was when the chaos beast had just executed the infinite destruction divine fist. It was also when a large number of worlds had been destroyed by its conceited attack. Despicable. The primal chaos heavenly heart was enraged. To her, this method of not daring to fight her head-on and instead choosing this method to cut off her attack from the inside was quite despicable and shameless. Do you think you can stop me like this? Naive. The divine fist of annihilation of all living things was not that easy to stop. Long Chen's attempt to use this method was laughable to her. Although the inverse dragon blood was terrifying, she only needed to suppress it for a moment and let her attack destroy Long Chen. Die. Even though her body was in a mess, the primal chaos heavenly heart did not stop. She gritted her teeth and endured her injuries. The fist of all things became even more powerful. She thought that this was how Long Chen was going to break her rules. In fact, this was just a way for Long Chen to buy some time. Just as the inverse dragon blood took effect, Long Chen transformed into a divine Dao heart dragon in front of his opponent without a word. This huge divine dragon was like a small snake to the chaos beast, but the difference in size between the two was too great. Long Chen was now exposed to the fist of all things. Primordial dragon halberd. Just like the beast. But Long Chen was different. He had fused the primordial dragon halberd with the judgment sword. The judgment sword was the most important part of the heart-refining dragon. When the primordial dragon halberd was fused, the sharpness that surpassed the forgetfulness galaxy appeared on the judgment sword. In fact, the judgment sword was already the primordial dragon halberd. Karma judgment light. The inverse dragon blood was only the appetizer. The true killer move was the karma law. The karma law, the power of the origin dragon palace and the half-martial ancestor-level primordial dragon halberd, in addition to Long Chen's breakthrough, was simply the strongest trial of light in Long Chen's history. At the end of the day, the inverse dragon blood had greatly affected the chaotic heavenly heart. Its destructive power was still terrifying. At this moment, the divine Tao heart refining dragon's golden and black light fused together to form a white light of judgment. All of it condensed on the judgment sword on the dragon's head, giving birth to a tearing white ray of light. This ray of light was extremely fast. The moment it was born, it exploded in the direction of the chaos beast. Both internal and external attacks. Just the light of judgment of karma alone was not inferior to the divine fist of all things. Coupled with the inverse dragon blood, Long Chen had the upper hand this time. The white karmic judgment light tore through everything. With an unprecedented power, the two rules clashed. Rip! The white ray of light condensed into a sharp thorn and pierced into the other party's rules. This caused a loophole in the divine fist of all things rules. When it rushed past Long Chen happened to be in that loophole. As a result, he was completely unharmed in the destruction of the rules. The light of judgment of karma pierced through the rules and consumed most of its power. However, it had to be said that the chaos beast was instantly faced with two attacks from Long Chen. The instant it resisted the inverse dragon blood, the light of judgment of karma pierced through its huge body like a sharp sword. Instantly, the chaos beast let out a shrill scream. It was unknown how many worlds the scream had traveled. This was the signal that the chaos beast was completely defeated. After being hit by the light of judgment of karma, the power of the divine fist of all things' explosion was unable to hurt Long Chen. Long Chen retreated from the other party's attack. Moreover, the attack of the inverse dragon blood was still within his control. At this time, the chaos beast whose body had been pierced through could no longer maintain such a huge body. In front of Long Chen, the primal chaos beast had transformed into the primal chaos heavenly heart. Her face was deathly pale, her face devoid of blood, and her entire body was trembling. Her former beauty and flirtatiousness had now turned into a sorry state, and her beautiful expression had even declined. The blow today was simply too great for her, and even now, she was still unable to react. At this time, the inverse dragon blood was still launching a big attack. Long Chen thought for a moment. It's better not to kill her. If I really anger the chaos divine world, it will be even more troublesome for me. I might not even be able to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. After all, he didn't know how long he would be here. It was better to be cautious. Now that he had dealt her a heavy enough blow, it was impossible for her to catch up under normal circumstances. Long Chen could have used the inverse dragon blood to kill her in one go. But now, he gave up and stopped the attack. I'll spare your life. I hope you won't pester me in the future. I don't want to have any enmity with you. After stopping, Long Chen turned into his human form and stood in front of the chaotic heaven's heart with his hands behind his back. He looked at the woman who was in a sorry state and spoke. In front of Long Chen, she no longer had that arrogant attitude from before. Perhaps the primal chaos heavenly heart had never imagined that this loser would be able to force her into such a state in such a short period of time. Indeed, Long Chen was already doing her a favor by not killing her. However, given her mood, how could she be willing to accept this? He was a master god of the 9 chaotic continents. Farewell. After he was done, Long Chen did not wish to stay here for even a moment longer. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, primal chaos heavenly heart suddenly burst out laughing. This was a carefree and victorious smile. For her to have such a smile after being defeated, there was definitely something going on. You said that you can't escape from my palm. The chaos heaven's heart couldn't help but laugh. She was so heavily injured that she didn't have the qualifications to say this. Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and indeed, he saw that behind the chaotic heavenly heart, there were several experts chasing after him. They had already seen Long Chen's position, and with the huge commotion caused by the previous battle, they had long locked onto this place. With just a glance, Long Chen was able to discern that the 3 people pursuing him possessed terrifying cultivations, and based on their speed, every single one of them was probably not inferior to the chaotic heavenly heart. Obviously, if he were to go against the 4 of them, then he would undoubtedly die. They are master gods of my chaos divine world. Are you afraid? The Chaos Heaven's heart retreated to prevent Long Chen from killing her. With the speed of the three, they could catch up in an instant. At this time, Long Chen had two choices. First, hold the Chaos Heaven's heart hostage. With one hostage, they couldn't kill him. Second, escape. As long as he escaped, everything would be fine. After a moment of consideration, Long Chen chose to escape. After all, if he held the Chaos Heaven's heart hostage, he would be surrounded. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven's heart itself was a huge danger. At this critical moment, Long Chen turned and instantly traveled millions of miles. You can't escape. The Chaos Heaven's heart's voice still reverberated around him. Long Chen was extremely depressed. When he turned back to look, the Chaos Heaven's heart had already gathered with the other three. The three master gods passed by her and directly chased after Long Chen. Meanwhile, the Chaos Heaven's heart was hanging behind them. Most of her energy was recovering. Those three master gods were like the Chaos Heaven's heart from before. They were like shadows that couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Long Chen barely defeated one of them. But when four of them gathered together, it was too terrifying. It wouldn't take long for the Chaos Heaven's heart to fully recover. How depressing. This feeling of escaping was simply too unbearable. Long Chen had enough confidence that Long Chen would definitely kill his way back. It was truly difficult for him to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. At this time, Long Chen couldn't care about anything else. He directly rushed towards the dragon sacrificial continent with all his might. It would be great if he could shake them off along the way. If he couldn't, he could only think of other ways. Along the way, he didn't even need to look back to know that those three were hanging on to him. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven's heart wasn't far away. As long as Long Chen stopped for a moment, they would be able to catch up in an instant. They're really lingering around. If they were separated, Long Chen could still defeat them one by one. But now, he couldn't. This wasn't the tomb of Samsara where he could easily separate them. Moreover, in this unfamiliar world, Long Chen didn't have a single helper. He was getting closer and closer to the dragon sacrificial continent. Their pursuit would definitely cause a huge commotion. What should he do? Long Chen racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution. He could only be depressed. This Chaos Heaven's heart was really too tangled. She refused to let go even after chasing him all the way here. What was she thinking? Was it to control him or to avenge her too? In any case, she just didn't want to let Long Chen escape. She couldn't take this lying down. All of a sudden, Long Chen discovered a world in front of him. It was a familiar world. As they were rushing at high speed, this world instantly enlarged in front of them. Long Chen could immediately tell that this was the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. So, before the epoch, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean was a creator-level world. There were many creator-level worlds in the myriad worlds after the epoch. Therefore, Long Chen frequently saw creator-level worlds. This meant that at this time, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean was the weakest world. Having just seen the Chaos Divine world, and now seeing the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, Long Chen still felt a little uncomfortable. He could sense that there was nothing special about the common people here. There weren't even many gods and demons. They were only creator level. However, before the epoch, even the weakest world in the myriad worlds couldn't be underestimated. That was because the weakest world was created by the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds existed there. Long Chen immediately thought, could ancestor god Ling Su be here? One had to know that he had just met ancestor god Ling Su and became friends with her after the epoch. Today, an enthusiastic reader asked about July 3rd through QQ. Now that there are many new readers joining, I'll explain it to you. Breaking 10 chapters means that there will be a total of 10 chapters on the same day. It doesn't mean that there will be an additional 10 chapters. Breaking is a kind of update status for today. This has always been the rule of Lunatic. Most authors also say the same thing. At least, I've done many times breaking 10 chapters, but I've never broken 13 chapters. Chapter 3308. Even the Spirit Essence Star C, which was the lowest level of a creator world before the epoch, was still much larger than the Spirit Essence Star C after the epoch. Naturally, it was also much more gorgeous. There were nearly 30,000 stars orbiting the Spirit Essence Star. After the epoch, there were less than 10,000 left. Every time there was a battle, some of them would be destroyed. After being chased here by the 4 chief gods of the Chaos Divine World, he happened to pass by and suddenly thought of Ancestor God Ling Su. After coming to this epoch, Longchen realized that he had not even seen an Ancestor God. The Ancestor Gods of the Myriad Worlds were also important figures in the Myriad Worlds. Even in this weakest world, Ancestor God Ling Su, who was considered weak among the Ancestor Gods of the Myriad Worlds, was not someone the Chaos Heavenly Heart and the other chief gods could provoke. Suddenly, Longchen had an urge to see Ancestor God Ling Su. Perhaps it was fate. After the epoch, when she had lost all her memories, Longchen had been able to get to know her and become familiar with her. If they had returned to before the epoch and met again, it would be fate among fate. Subconsciously, Longchen moved closer to the Spirit Essence Star C. In the Spirit Essence Star C, the strongest was only a God King. There was not even a God Emperor. Clearly, when the 5 peak half-martial ancestors, who were at the level of a supreme divine dragon, approached, Ancestor God Ling Su would definitely be able to sense it. Just as Longchen had expected. At a certain moment, he felt a gaze lock on him. It was a gentle but mysterious gaze, heavy and grand, as if the entire Spirit Essence Star C had opened its eyes and was gazing at Longchen gently. That was definitely the gaze of Ancestor God Ling Su. However, it was slightly different from the Ancestor God Ling Su after the epoch. In an epoch, too many changes had happened. Even Ancestor God Ling Su's gaze might have lost the heaviness of the world. All of a sudden, light gathered in front of Longchen's eyes as a woman appeared. She seemed to have walked out from the core of the Spirit Essence Star C. When he saw this woman, his heart involuntarily filled with a sense of awe. This was the feeling he had when he had seen a god when he was still a mortal. After the epoch, Ancestor God Ling Su had changed somewhat. Only at this time did she truly transcend the realm of gods and devils. Creator God. But Longchen still felt a warmth in his heart. Although the elder god Ling Su in front of him had changed a bit in terms of aura, her looks and special traits were exactly the same as the one from the previous era. This clearly meant that the elder god Ling Su from the previous era was real. She had indeed returned. Now that elder god Ling Su had appeared, Longchen and the other 4 overgods had no choice but to come to a halt outside the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Why have you barged into my Spirit Essence Star Ocean for no reason? If you wish to fight, please stay far away from my Spirit Essence Star Ocean. If you accidentally harm my world, I will not show any mercy. Ancestor God Ling Su spoke to Longchen and the others in a gentle yet threatening tone. Chaos Heavenly Heart rushed over and said anxiously, Ancestor God Ling Su, this person offended me and killed 2 people close to me. This time, I have to capture him, but I didn't expect him to escape here. I hope you can help me, Ancestor God. Chaos Heavenly Heart's tone was only a little polite towards Ancestor God Ling Su. After all, she came from the 11th rank Chaos God world. Their Ancestor God was probably much stronger. The 4 of you are from the Chaos God race, right? Ancestor God Ling Su glanced at them, but she did not panic. The Chaos God race was a warlike race and was famous in the Myriad Worlds. Basically, their arrogant and despotic personalities were ingrained in their bones. Finally, her gaze shifted to Longchen. She stared into Longchen's eyes. Longchen was rather familiar with her, so he met her gaze. For a moment, Ancestor God Ling Su was in a daze. Ancestor God Ling Su, you just need to chase him out of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. We will capture him ourselves. Chaos Heavenly Heart had just been severely injured by Longchen, so he could not tolerate it any longer. Unexpectedly, Ancestor God Ling Su acted as though she did not hear him. She looked at Long Chen and murmured, "You seem a little special. You are different from all of us." "Who are you?" Long Chen was surprised by Ancestor God Ling Su's gaze. Perhaps she could even tell that he did not belong to this world. Chaos Heavenly Heart was very anxious when she saw that Ancestor God Ling Su was not listening to her. She was about to attack, but Ancestor God Ling Su pressed down lightly. Even though she was a peak half ancestor, Chaos Heavenly Heart could not move. "Heavenly Heart, don't be rude." Another member of the Chaos God race shouted at her to stop. Although Chaos Heavenly Heart was unwilling, she had no choice but to give up. However, her eyes were still filled with deep hatred. She thought to herself, isn't it just the 9th era's primordial ancestor realm? What's so great about that? My Chaos God world does not have ancestor gods, but there are people stronger than you. Deep down, she did not place Ancestor God Ling Su in her eyes at all. Long Chen did not know what Ancestor God Ling Su wanted to do. Her gaze was somewhat stupefied as she sized Long Chen up. Finally, she turned and said to Chaos Heavenly Heart and the others, "You can leave first. I need to understand him. At the very least, you are not allowed to touch him in my territory, much less fight him here." "You." No matter how much she tried to endure, Chaos Heavenly Heart could not hold it in any longer. She glared at Ancestor God Ling Su and sneered, "The 9th era's primordial ancestor realm is the lowest level world. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Let me tell you, don't anger me. Otherwise, the ancestor gods of our Chaos God race will destroy you." Faced with such a threat, Ancestor God Ling Su was not affected in the slightest. She smiled and said, "Sure. Unless the myriad worlds no longer exist in the dragon sacrificial continent and the Chaos God race is in charge, your ancestor gods can punish me. However, I'll have to disappoint you. The myriad worlds are always ruled by the divine dragons." Chaos Heavenly Heart still wanted to say something, but she had already been dragged away by the other master gods. They were all her seniors, and they were slightly more sensible than her. Clearly, under the control of the divine dragons, the myriad worlds' ancestor gods were responsible for protecting the stability of their respective worlds. If they wanted to fight, it was basically impossible. Every ancestor god had to be responsible for the lives of all living beings. The center of the 10 ancestor dragons' rule was the lives of all living beings. As such, the myriad worlds were stable, peaceful, and prosperous. Everyone had the chance to achieve glory. "Enough, Heavenly Heart. Let's go back first." The other 3 master gods had the same intention. No matter how unwilling Chaos Heavenly Heart was, she was dragged away by them. However, it was clear that they would not let this matter rest. The 9th era. The 9th era's ancestor god. In fact, Long Chen had already understood that in this era, the levels of the worlds were not divided according to the levels of fantasy and origin. Even among the 10,000 ancestor gods, there would be differences in strength. For example, the Ling Su star Sea was the 9th era's world, and ancestor god Ling Su was the 9th era's ancestor god. At this time, only Long Chen, ancestor god Ling Su, and the resplendent world around them were left. A hint of a smile appeared on elder god Ling Su's face. "I can see the kindness in your heart. Although you are surrounded by slaughter, you are still a pure child. However, you are far too special. I can't quite put my finger on it, but the difference between you and all of us is far greater than the difference between me and all of us." Perhaps what she sensed was the information that Long Chen had come from the later era. "Thank you, Ancestor God, for saving my life. It was nothing. No need to thank me. It's just that if you leave this place, I won't be able to protect you." Ancestor God Ling Su was as gentle as a mother. She was very different from after the previous era. Long Chen kind of wanted to tell her that he would reunite with her after the previous era, but he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why he had experienced all this, so he held back. However, Long Chen had to leave. I just saw that you are special and couldn't bear to let you get hurt here. But you will have to leave sooner or later. What's your next goal? Ancestor God Ling Su asked. Longchen said, I want to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. They might intercept you on the way. Then I'll take a detour. Longchen said. No one could stop his determination to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Ancestor God Ling Su didn't stop him. The primal chaos heavenly heart and the others were still nearby. It wouldn't be easy to leave, so he had to wait for a while. Since this world was here, Longchen asked Ancestor God Ling Su about some things. He asked, the spirit essence star C is the 9th era. Then what kind of world is the primal chaos god realm? You really don't belong to our world. I guessed it. Upon hearing Longchen ask this question, Elder God Ling Su immediately understood. In truth, Longchen's question was rather obscure, but it was clear that the question he was asking was one that everyone in the universe understood. This was why he seemed so special. This is your secret. I won't force it on you. Ancestor God Ling Su's next words made Longchen feel much more at ease. Her gentle gaze contained too much content. Compared to her pure and flawless self after the previous era, there was a huge difference. Ancestor God Ling Su then told Longchen, the primal chaos god realm is a world of the 4th era. The primal chaos ancestor god is naturally an ancestor god of the 4th era. Compared to my spirit essence star C, there is indeed a huge difference in level. 4th era. Longchen had thought that the primal chaos god realm would be the 2nd era. After all, it was an 11th grade world in Longchen's mind. The dragon sacrificial continent was the highest, and the primal chaos god realm was 2nd. Which era? What does that mean? Chapter 3309. Longchen understood. An epoch of 100 million years was a small epoch. For example, there was only a small epoch between the present world and the future world. A true great epoch would be dozens of small epochs at the very least, and it would be endless at the very least. The earlier a world was born, the higher its level. The dragon sacrificial continent was definitely the first world to be born, while the chaos divine realm was born in the 4th epoch. Longchen originally thought that the 10,000 worlds were born at the same time, but he didn't expect that there would be such a long time gap between them. The dragon sacrificial continent and the 10 ancestral dragons were simply too ancient. The myriad worlds had developed to this point, and it could be considered the peak of their development. The 10,000 worlds were competing with each other. The epoch of a world is basically the same as the level of the world, Ancestor God Ling Su said softly. Then which epoch is Panga continent? Panga continent was born in the 5th epoch. What about the supreme ancient immortal realms? The supreme ancient immortal realms is the same as the 3 divine realms, born in the 4th epoch. What about the builder tree? This world was an order-level world after the 1st epoch. At this time, it should be around the 7th grade eternal realm. You know about the builder tree? Seems like your understanding of this place is quite deep. The builder tree was born in the 8th epoch and is a level stronger than my world. After the 1st epoch, the spirit essence star ocean was only a 2nd grade world, 3 levels lower than the builder tree. But now, there was only a gap of 1 epoch. Longchen roughly understood that the worlds from the 1st to the 4th epoch were all born in the 9th epoch. The 5th grade order level was born in the 8th epoch. The 6th grade chaotic origin was born in the 7th epoch. The eternal origin was born in the 6th epoch. The primordial incipient was born in the 5th epoch. The origin was born in the 4th epoch. What about the dragon sacrificial continent? Ancestor goddess Ling Su smiled. The dragon sacrificial continent is very special. It was born in the most ancient 1st epoch. It's unknown how many years ago it was. It was formed in the 2nd epoch. It's extremely ancient as well. It matured and became complete in the 3rd epoch, and its true perfection was at the beginning of the 4th epoch. However, when the dragon sacrificial continent reached perfection, Other places like the primal chaos divine world and the supreme ancient immortal realms only started to be born. Basically, they would reach perfection in a single epoch. Hence, we refer to the dragon sacrificial continent as the world of the first epoch. In other words, there is no second or third era. I didn't. Long Chen now had a thorough understanding of the hierarchy of worlds before the epoch. It wasn't complicated at all. The differences between these divisions truly explained the differences between each world. For example, the dragon sacrificial continent needed a total of 4 great eras before it reached perfection. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen was filled with emotions and shock towards the dragon sacrificial continent. He just didn't know what the myriad worlds from the first era to the third era were like. At that time, maybe the dragon sacrificial continent was just a skeleton. Maybe there weren't any gods, devils, or living beings. After being shocked for a long time, Long Chen continued to ask. In other words, the strength possessed by the ancestor gods of the various worlds is also the same as the level of the world. Long Chen had long understood that there was such a great difference between the primal chaos divine world and the spirit essence star ocean. Although ancestor goddess Ling Su and the primal chaos ancestor god were both at the same realm, the ancestor realm, how could the strength they possessed be the same? Even if they were at the ancestor realm, there would still be differences. If not, why didn't ancestor goddess Ling Su create a world on the same level as the primal chaos divine world? Even the 10 great ancestor dragons were all at the ancestor realm. Their levels were also different. Kitten was also at the ancestor realm, but the difference between him and the void universe dragon was also huge. The dragon attendants were also at the ancestor realm, but when compared to the true ancestor dragon, there would definitely be a difference. He just didn't know what the difference was between an ancestral god of the 8th era and an ancestral god of the 9th era. Each world first gave birth to an elder god, and then came the world. When an elder god was born, the first thing he did was create the world. Roughly speaking, the elder god and the world had both appeared at the same time. It was impossible for the elder god to have appeared in the 8th epoch, and the world to have appeared in the 9th epoch. Not exactly. Unexpectedly, elder god Lingsu would deny Long Chen's deductions. How should I put it? Elder god Lingsu said, in general, it's the same. For example, I was born in the 9th epoch, and my level is also in the 9th epoch, so it's the same. For example, the primal chaos elder god was born in the 4th epoch, and his level of power is generally in the 4th epoch. Most of them are like that, but there are 2 exceptions. One is a portion of the 10 great ancestor dragons, and the other is the ancestor realm, but the ancestor gods who don't have the ability to create worlds. Seeing Long Chen's doubt, Ling Su Star C explained, let me first tell you about those ancestor gods who don't have the ability to create a world. Actually, there are 2 types of ancestor gods in the myriad worlds. One is me and the primal chaos ancestor god. There are about 10,000 of them, each of them has their own world. We were born from the myriad worlds, not from cultivation. The 10 great ancestor dragons also belong to us. The other type is those who relied on cultivation to reach the ancestor realm. They only have the cultivation and power of the ancestor realm. The only thing they lack is the ability to create a world. For example, on the dragon sacrificial continent, there are many such existences, such as the reincarnation demon ancestor, the origin dragon attendant, etc. In the world of the 4th era, there are also some such ancestor realms. Their advantage is that they can still charge up. For example, the reincarnation demon ancestor cultivated to the 6th era, I am far from being his match. For example, the reincarnation demonic ancestor realm has cultivated to the 6th epoch's origin ancestor realm. I am far from being his match. Long Chen understood. For the ancestor gods, the era had nothing to do with time. It was only the division of their power. Apart from the birth of the infinite worlds, where the ancestor gods with fixed power were unable to change their power, the other ancestor gods could improve. For example, Kitten was actually the 6th epoch's origin ancestor realm. This was equivalent to the ancestor gods of an eternal level world after the epoch. No wonder Kitten was so arrogant. Therefore, The ancestor gods are divided into the ancestor gods of creation and the ancestor gods of destruction. Those who don't create worlds are collectively known as the ancestor gods of destruction. The level of the ancestor gods of destruction is not fixed. But for the ancestor gods of creation, the level of a world and the power of an ancestor god were indeed corresponding. The rest were the 10 great ancestor dragons. Long Chen was naturally curious about the strength of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Seeing Long Chen's curious gaze, ancestor god Ling Su knew what he wanted to know. She smiled and said, "The 10 great ancestor dragons are an exception again." Actually, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was jointly created by the 10 great ancestor dragons. The 10 great ancestor dragons can be considered as ancestor gods of creation, but not all of them. First of all, there is an exception. That exception? Long Chen had a premonition of who it would be. Ancestor god Ling Su continued to explain. The first ancestor dragon disappeared without a trace. No one knows his name, and no one even knows if he existed. He was born in the first era and was the first life in the myriad worlds. He is the most ancient and ancient. Although he has never appeared before, he was defined as the strength of the first era, and no one can surpass him. The second ancestor dragon was born in the second era and was the only one born in the second era. The current skeleton of the dragon sacrificial continent is a part of his body. The dragon sacrificial continent formed its god, in the first era and its body, in the second era. In the third era, the void Aeon dragon was born, allowing the dragon sacrificial continent to have time. As time passed, the dragon sacrificial continent became more mature. Therefore, the void Aeon dragon is the only ancestor god of the third era. Now, it is as if the first and second ancestor dragons don't exist. Therefore, the strongest is the void Aeon dragon. Apart from these three, all the other ancestor dragons were born at the beginning of the fourth era, before the chaos divine realm and other eras. Therefore, although the other ancestor dragons are considered to be in the fourth era's ancestor realm, they are slightly stronger than the chaos ancestor gods. However, there is an exception that I mentioned to you before. This exception is the 10th ancestor dragon. The Chaos Heaven-Devouring Dragon. Long Chen had been waiting for his information for a long time. The initiator of the destruction of the myriad worlds. He was born in the 5th era, after the primal chaos ancestral gods and the others. That was when the dragon sacrificial continent was at its most glorious era, but because he was also born in the place of origin of the divine dragons, he is also counted as a part of the creator ancestral gods. However, the level of the primal chaos ancestral dragon is different from the other ancestral dragons. Until now, it is already the third era and is on par with the void astral dragon. Apart from the first ancestor dragon and the second ancestor dragon who have never appeared, the void astral dragon and the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon are the two strongest ancestral gods in the myriad worlds. Of course, the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon does not participate in the management of the myriad worlds. Apart from the first, second, and 10th ancestor dragons, the ones who maintain the order of the myriad worlds are the 7 great ancestral dragons. Of course, just these 7 great ancestral dragons alone are comparable to all the ancestral gods in the myriad worlds. This was the glory of the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps at this time, no one knew that the chaos heaven-devouring dragon was the root of the future destruction of the myriad worlds. In Long Chen's opinion, although he was born in the birthplace of the divine dragons, he could not be considered an ancestor god of creation, but an ancestor god of destruction. It was only at this moment that Long Chen truly understood the myriad realms. He had some understanding of the situation of the dragon sacrificial continent. Although he knew that the dragon sacrificial continent was still a variable to him, Long Chen still longed to go back. He did not care if it was an illusion or before the real epoch. He just wanted to tell the 10 great ancestor dragons about the future of the myriad worlds so that they could be prepared. After all, the sky-devouring race had not descended yet, and had not risen yet. Long Chen digested this information and finally asked, "Ancestor God, have you heard of the sky-devouring race?" Ancestor God Ling Su shook her head. "Never heard of it." Perhaps they existed, but as the legend said, the sky-devouring race was weak, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds did not care about their existence. All right. Long Chen understood. But he had to leave. Ancestor God, can you promise me something? Speak. If you feel danger, can you escape quickly, or even help me warn the 10 great ancestor dragons? There is a possibility that the myriad worlds will be destroyed. When she heard Long Chen's words, ancestor god Ling Su stared at him for a long time. Finally, she said, I will warn the 10 great ancestor dragons. Then will you escape? No. Why? Chapter 33:10. When faced with elder god Lingsu, Long Chen really wanted to tell her about the heaven-devouring race or the situation after the first aeon. However, he also knew that if he really did return to a few minor eons ago, the chances of that happening would be extremely low. He was more inclined to believe that this was just an illusion. Ancestor god Ling Su was as gentle as water. She looked at Long Chen with a gaze that seemed to know everything. Long Chen would never forget it. I'd better go to the dragon sacrificial continent and take a look. If I have the chance to tell the 10 ancestral dragons, then it'll be of real use. After all, she couldn't do anything even if he told her. Ever since he came to this world, Long Chen's thoughts had been in chaos. Before he reached the dragon sacrificial continent, he was full of doubts about everything. Go. Ancestor god Ling Su waved her hand slightly and said to Long Chen. Fate had come to an end. She had no intention of sending Long Chen to the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, Long Chen didn't need it. In terms of strength, Long Chen was a peak half-ancestor, while she was an ancestral ancestor of the 9th epoch. There was a huge gap between them. I'm leaving. Long Chen didn't hesitate anymore. But he knew that Chaos Heavenly Heart and the others would definitely intercept him, so he had to take a detour. Once he took a detour, he would have countless choices. It wouldn't be easy to find Long Chen in this boundless galaxy. Is this world real? But, without the dragon attendant's reminder, how can I really return to the world of an epoch? If that's possible, they would have returned long ago and told everything to the mystical dragons. But, if the sky-swallowing clan has already grown, no matter how much I remind them, it's useless. History cannot be reversed. He looked at this glorious world. This was the glory of the mystical dragons. But in Long Chen's eyes, he felt that it was all fake. The real world had long been shattered. But, even in his dreams, Long Chen wanted this world to reappear. Go back. Like a wanderer who had left home, he finally set foot on the final journey home. At this time, he could more or less sense the location of the only world of the first era, the dragon sacrificial continent. In the starry sky, there was a distant point, and that was Long Chen's destination. He took a detour and headed toward the dragon sacrificial continent. He thought, since I'm already so close, there shouldn't be any problems this time, right? However, something that made him depressed still happened. Even though he took a detour, he still discovered that there were people waiting for him. He was naturally familiar with this group of people. They were the 4 master gods of the primal chaos god race, including the primal chaos heavenly heart. But this time, there was one more person. If it weren't for this person, Long Chen reckoned that the other party wouldn't have found him. This person appeared to be a youth, pure and clean. His eyes were like the starry skies, and he had an aura similar to that of elder god Lingsu. However, there was something slightly different about him. There was only the pressure of being a progenitor, but there was no sense of being one with the universe. Clearly, this was not an elder god of creation, but rather, an elder god of destruction. The ancestor god of destruction of the primal chaos god world. Among the ancestor gods of destruction, Kidden charged from the 9th era's progenitor realm to the 6th era's progenitor realm. He was basically the highest. The other ancestor gods of destruction were generally in the 9th era's progenitor realm, and the stronger ones were in the 8th era's progenitor realm. I said, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. Upon seeing Long Chen, the primal chaos heavenly heart laughed gloatingly. However, this time, she was very obedient and didn't directly attack Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze collided with the ancestor god of destruction of the primal chaos god race. Hello, we are from the primal chaos god world. The ancestor god of chaos wishes to see you. Please follow me to the primal chaos god world. The ancestor god of destruction spoke to Long Chen very politely. This attitude made primal chaos heavenly heart very unhappy. She felt that she should directly capture Long Chen and bring him back. The ancestor god of chaos wanted to see him. This was somewhat out of Long Chen's expectations. Why did the primal chaos heavenly heart know of him and want to meet him? Can I make a trip back to the dragon sacrificial continent first? I haven't been back for many years. My only wish now is to go back and take a look. Facing this ancestor god of destruction, escaping was impossible. The only possibility was to negotiate. That won't do. The ancestor god wants to meet you immediately. The other party's tone was elegant, but her words were not to be refuted. After hearing this request, Long Chen was helpless. The world before the era was simply too strong. He didn't have much ability to truly control his own fate. Mortals, gods, devils, primogenitors. Now, Long Chen was still at the gods and devils level. All the primogenitors were people that he couldn't resist. Let's go. In an instant, a force enveloped Long Chen's body. He couldn't tell if it was the law, but it was like the river of forgetfulness Star River. It simply made Long Chen unable to move. After that, he flashed and disappeared at a terrifying speed, heading towards the primal chaos god world. As expected, someone who could rush to the ancestor realm and become the ancestor god of destruction was definitely not a simple character. Unlike the ancestor god of creation, the ancestor god of destruction looked even more terrifying. They didn't have the aura of creation, only the aura of battle and destruction. Of course, they actually didn't have any use for it. Because in the world ruled by the dragon god, battles between ancestors were not allowed without reason. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the primal chaos god world. Previously, he had escaped, and now he had returned. It was really laughable. All his efforts seemed to have come to nothing. The only difference was that he was now in the hands of the primal chaos ancestor god. Why did the primal chaos ancestor god know him? Why was he looking for him? In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in the primal chaos god path. The passageway to the other primal chaos continents. There's nothing else for you guys to do. Go back first. The ancestor god of destruction said to primal chaos heavenly heart and the others. No, I still want. Primal chaos heavenly heart was waiting for Long Chen to meet the primal chaos ancestor god before she controlled Long Chen. Long Chen killed her two most beloved concubines and heavily injured her. This debt had to be settled. Heavenly heart. The ancestor god of destruction only said 2 words, but primal chaos heavenly heart shrank back. She didn't dare to say another word. However, her eyes were still filled with hatred when she looked at Long Chen. Let's go. Next, the ancestor god of destruction led Long Chen into the primal chaos god path. They kept going down, passing through layer after layer of primal chaos continents. The deeper they went, the smaller the primal chaos continents were. The 9-colored primal chaos spiritual energy was thicker, and the number of living beings was also in the trillions. One continent after another. Finally, they passed through the 8th continent, the world that once belonged to the primal chaos god martial world. Which world's main god are you from? Given his capabilities, he definitely controlled one of the primal chaos continents. The 7th continent, the violet snow continent. The other party replied. After an epoch, that continent should be called the Crimson Sky continent. It belonged to the primal chaos Crimson Sky continent. In other words, there was another ancestor god of destruction who controlled the 8th continent in the primal chaos divine world. His cultivation level should be higher than this one. After passing through the 8th continent, they arrived at the true core of the primal chaos divine world. When they arrived, Long Chen was deeply shocked. This was a world of 9 colors. The light was endless, and the spiritual energy here was even more terrifying. It was several times more majestic than the 8th continent. At the most important place, Long Chen saw a transparent, multicolored boulder. This scene was a bit similar to the first time Long Chen entered the primal chaos divine world. He saw the origin incandescent stone and the primal chaos god master. However, it was infinitely magnified. In the center of this place, the boulder should be the predecessor of the origin incandescent stone. However, its name was definitely not the origin incandescent stone. The power it contained was definitely not at the origin level. This was the core of the entire primal chaos divine world. It was the source of spiritual energy. This was the most resplendent stone that Long Chen had ever seen. Nothing in the world could compare to this stone. It was more magnificent than this stone. Given the Chaos Ancestor God's current strength as a 4th-era Ancestor God, this stone was definitely comparable to his strength. The level of this treasure was beyond Long Chen's knowledge. He was sure that even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, the power it contained was still greater than his. The primal Chaos Ancestor God was one of the strongest beings in the world before the epoch, apart from the 10 great Ancestor dragons. In the center of that gorgeous stone, Long Chen finally found him. There were only 3 people in this world. One was the young man standing next to Long Chen, and the other was a young woman standing guard next to the gorgeous stone. Her eyes were muddled, and her skin glowed with rainbow light. She had a wooden expression on her face, and she was currently looking at Long Chen. Presumably, she was the ruler of the 8th Chaos continent. Indeed, Long Chen could sense that she was stronger than Ancestor God Ling Su and the Chaos Purple Snow. She was probably a Destruction Ancestor God from the 8th era. The last one was the most important person in the gorgeous stone, the Primal Chaos Ancestor God. He was inside the stone. The chaos seemed to be made up of 9 clouds of fog. They seemed to have no physical form and were constantly fluctuating like clouds. Each cloud of fog had its own color. Seeing him, Long Chen was a little excited. However, when he thought about how he had already been swallowed by the sky-devouring clan in his previous world, he felt a little depressed. My name is Long Chen. Greetings, Primal Chaos Ancestor God. May I know why you are looking for me, Primal Chaos Ancestor God? Long Chen said sincerely. Within the gorgeous stone, the 9 clouds of fog were gathering together, revealing a blurry figure. A pair of eyes appeared and stared at Long Chen. After a long time, he said, as expected, your fate is different. You don't belong to this world. However, there is only one world. Where did you come from? Where did he come from? How should he answer this question? If he were to tell him that he came from an era later, would he believe him? Or, actually, Long Chen wanted to find out everything when he was facing the 10 great Ancestor dragons. However, now that he was being controlled by the Primal Chaos Ancestor God, he could only say, Ancestor God, I brought many secrets with me. However, I would like to say them before the 10 great Ancestor dragons. Is that possible? Chapter 33:11. Long Chen waited expectantly for Chaos Ancestor God's answer. After a moment of silence, he said, Lilac Snow, Silverwing, you 2 can leave first. The 2 Destruction Ancestor Gods nodded and left without another word. Only Chaos Ancestor God was left. At this moment, Chaos Ancestor God said, I can't meet the 10 Ancestor Dragons whenever I want. You can tell me what you want to say first, and I'll weigh the pros and cons. Long Chen understood. After thinking for a moment, he could only confess to Chaos Ancestor God. You might not believe me, but I came from a world a small epoch later. I believe that there is only one world in the universe. You can't possibly come from another world. You can only come from another time. Besides, you inherited the blood essence of the Ancestor Dragons. The 10 Ancestor Dragons appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Ordinary people had never seen them before. Moreover, there were too many divine dragons on the draconic sacrificial continent, and they all looked similar. Therefore, when Long Chen transformed into a divine Tao heart dragon, Chaos Heaven's heart didn't recognize him. Although Long Chen knew how to hide himself, he couldn't hide it from Chaos Ancestor God. But he didn't expect that he would believe it so quickly. Did I still exist then? Elder God Primordial Chaos's voice suddenly turned desolate. He wasn't surprised by Long Chen's answer at all. This puzzled Long Chen. He had always felt that there was something strange about Elder God Ling Su and Elder God Primordial Chaos. You don't exist anymore. Long Chen answered honestly. Then, does the Chaos Divine Realm still exist? It does, but it's much weaker than it is today. Long Chen was prepared to answer everything he knew. Maybe then, Chaos Ancestor God would realize the seriousness of the matter and let him go. Chaos Ancestor God suddenly laughed. That's impossible. I am the Chaos Divine Realm, and the Chaos Divine Realm is my body. As long as the Chaos Divine Realm exists, I won't die. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Judging from his state, Long Chen had a feeling that he knew what was going to happen in the future. It's the end of the 10th era, the Pi era. There are no creator gods or new worlds. Clearly, the worlds have reached perfection. Someone once had a prophecy that the end of the Pi era would be the end of the worlds. So that's how it is. Start and finish. I know what you want to say. You want to tell us that you know what destroyed the myriad worlds, so you want us to be prepared, right? Yes. However, time has run out. Moreover, I also know what destroyed the 10,000 worlds. What? The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon and the heaven-devouring clan. This is destined to be a good thing. It's already happening. The voice of the chaos ancestral god carried a hint of desolation. What did you say? Long Chen had not expected things to turn out like this. Could it be that everything had already begun? Even though Ancestor God Ling Su did not know about it yet, Ancestor God Chaos did. I saw it. The primal chaos ancestral god said. What did you see? Long Chen's heart couldn't help but go crazy. It made his blood boil. What was going on? Why was it so strange? What did the chaos ancestral god mean? From the moment he came to this world, he had sensed the chaos here. Child, we were originally in despair, but after seeing you, I have hope again. Thank you for bringing me such important information. Not allowing Long Chen to resist, he suddenly controlled Long Chen. What are you doing? Long Chen looked at him in shock. I'll send you to take a look, and also send you back to where you belong. Don't, I want to go to the dragon sacrificial continent. This was Long Chen's deepest desire at this moment. That's right, I'm sending you to the dragon sacrificial continent. In the blink of an eye, an unprecedented and terrifying force hit Long Chen. Long Chen, remember to save me. This was perhaps the last thing Ancestor God Chaos said to Long Chen. Just as Long Chen heard what he said, he moved at the most terrifying speed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this speed, even the myriad worlds became illusory. He wants to send me to the dragon sacrificial continent. This conversation with Ancestor God Chaos left Long Chen's mind in a mess. Without time to think, Long Chen suddenly stopped and fixed himself in a position in the myriad worlds. When he stabilized and saw his surroundings clearly, a terrifying world in the distance instantly attracted his attention. That is, Long Chen couldn't help but cover his mouth. Otherwise, he would have cried out in shock. In front of him was an incomparably huge divine dragon that was coiled together. This was the biggest thing Long Chen had seen so far. In the fourth era, the total area of the 9 chaotic continents was considered huge, but compared to this divine dragon in front of him, it was really too small. This was the biggest thing in the world before the fourth era. This wasn't a real divine dragon, but the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, it could also be said to be a divine dragon because it was a part of the primordial dragon sacrificial dragon's body. The silver-gray divine dragon's body was its fundamental structure, but the other ancestral dragon's rules were embellishing this world, making it magnificent, colorful, gorgeous, and magnificent. As a descendant of the divine dragon, when he saw this world, Long Chen's heart was filled with deep pride. The dragon's sacrificial continent. It was still too far away. Long Chen didn't even know how far away he was from that place. He also didn't know how vast the spiritual energy in the only world of the first era was. In comparison, the dragon's sacrificial continent in his god nation that was already at the origin level was simply like a baby. Of course, the dragon's sacrificial continent that was once close to destruction was just a particle. Glory. The glory that belonged to the dragons. When he saw the dragon's sacrificial continent, Long Chen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this moment, what he wanted most was to bring Lingxi and the others to see this former world together, the glorious era of the dragon's sacrificial continent. The core of the myriad worlds. The dream and wish in his heart was to let the dragon's sacrificial continent return to such a state. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't help but tear up. This was the tear of a man who finally saw his home, which was also his lifelong struggle. He had to thank the Chaos Ancestor God for sending him back so quickly. Although he didn't understand many of the words that the Chaos Ancestor God said, he remembered all of them without missing a single word. And now, what he wanted most was to return to this world and witness the era when billions of divine dragons soared. Long Chen couldn't wait to move his feet and fall toward the world below. Compared to this world, he was really too insignificant. On the entire dragon sacrificial continent, there were divine dragons that were 10 times the number of all the living beings in the chaos divine realm. After an era, all the living beings in the myriad worlds added up wouldn't even amount to 1% of the current dragon sacrificial continent's divine dragons. Long Chen originally thought that a large number of divine dragons had left behind their inheritance blood essence and origin dragon souls. Only now did he know that such luck was only a very small portion of them. A large number of them died in battle, a large number of them were cursed, and a small number of them stayed behind. Those who stayed behind were basically committing suicide. However, at this moment, there was only this world in Long Chen's heart. What he didn't know was that when he arrived in this world, danger was already approaching this world. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a man in a black robe. Chaos was shrouded in the black robe, and there were blood-colored patterns on the black robe. The arm that was revealed from the black robe looked like a dragon's claw. This black-robed man had a rather strong devouring aura on him. Who are you? When he saw this person, anger and hatred welled up in his heart. It was a hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline. It was bone-piercing. The other party's face was shrouded in shadows, and he could only feel two indifferent gazes. I should be the one asking you, who are you? The other party asked in a hoarse voice. That person's strength was also that of a peak half martial ancestor. He had yet to reach the martial ancestor realm. However, he was able to make Long Chen feel an astonishing sense of danger. He was the strongest existence among the ancestral gods that had yet to become ancestral gods. He stared at Long Chen. It was very likely that the aura of the ancestor dragon on Long Chen's body had made him deeply suspicious. At this moment, Long Chen had a shocking guess. Perhaps this person was someone that he had been dreaming of. Thus, he asked with a trembling voice, "You're the devouring dragon servant, right?" When Long Chen revealed his identity, the other party wasn't surprised at all. He said with a cold voice, "You don't even know me, yet you're a divine dragon." But, that's not entirely true. You're really strange. However, no matter who you are, you're about to witness a grand occasion. Very interesting. He didn't deny it. Evidently, he was the devouring dragon servant. After the epoch, he was the one who killed Long Qinglan. The person who killed his father. Regardless of whether he was real or not, and whether this world was real or not, none of it mattered to Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his only desire was to kill the other party. You have such strong killing intent toward me. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the devouring dragon's servant suspected him. At this moment, a powerful pressure descended. He was like a vortex that was born to devour. This was the moment in Long Chen's life where his hatred erupted the most. He had been suppressed for far too long. Until now, he was the one who destroyed Long Qinglan's everything. Of course, he was also the accomplice to the destruction of the myriad realms. Long Chen's hatred for him couldn't be washed away even by the death world and blood sea. All his anger exploded in his chest at this moment. All his strength was in anger, and all his blood was boiling. The Origin Dragon Palace was protecting him, and the Primordial Dragon Halberd was also in his hands. At this moment, he was also terrifying to the devouring dragon servants. I'm the one who's here to take your life. Chapter 33:12. Take my life. No matter how gloomy the devouring dragon's servant was, he couldn't help but laugh. This joke is quite funny, but you naturally know where this place is, and now that you know who I am, it's not easy for you to still have such courage. Facing Long Chen's hatred and anger, the devouring dragon servant wasn't worried at all. It was like an adult watching a toddler provoking him. His eyes were full of mockery and he didn't take it to heart at all. However, it was very strange that this strange person who had suddenly appeared would be so angry at him. He could see that the anger and killing intent in Long Chen's eyes had fused together to form a monstrous blood fire. At this moment, it had already become incomparably berserk. If one had to say it, it really did give off a slightly terrifying feeling. To Long Chen, now that he had met his fated nemesis here, everything else was no longer important. He saw the dragon sacrificial continent. This time, his dream had already been realized. At this moment, his greatest desire was to disregard everything and slay the devouring dragon servant. Even though he didn't know if the devouring dragon servant was real or not, and he didn't know if this world was real or not, it didn't matter. Only by killing him would he feel satisfied, and only then would he be able to get rid of the knot in his heart and avenge his father. Long Qinglan had spent his life pursuing the mystery of the extinction of the mystical dragons. He had pointed Long Chen in the right direction, allowing him to reach this stage. Dreams, pursuits, and so many desires were all cut off. This was no longer something that could be described as pain. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't care less about being recognized. He only wanted to kill. However, he was still careful and didn't transform into a divine dragon. As a devouring dragon servant, he must have seen every ancestral dragon except the first and second ancestral dragons. The battle for revenge was about to begin. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He held the primordial dragon halberd with both hands and used it as the center to gather all his strength to execute the rules. In an instant, it shone brightly. Light of karma. The power of the laws of karma wasn't particularly fixed. Sometimes it was tyrannical, and sometimes it wasn't very effective. It was largely dependent on Long Chen's current state of mind, who his opponent was, and how much karma and fetters there were between them. The devouring dragon servant was his sworn enemy. It was an existence that he had longed to destroy for countless years. There were too many karmic connections between them. Therefore, this time, the power displayed by the karmic trial light was simply unparalleled. It surpassed all the previous times, and gathered too much of Long Chen's anger. Gold and black fused together, creating a dazzling, overbearing white light. This light all gathered on the primordial dragon halberd, the 3 dragon fangs, and the primordial sacrificial stone. Now, the primordial dragon halberd was terrifyingly powerful. With Long Chen's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against primitive giant demon and kitten alone. Except, even though the devouring dragon attendant was not at the ancestor realm right now, just how strong was he? It would be revealed very soon. Die. Long Chen used the primordial dragon halberd and stabbed forward. Instantly, the power of the karmic trial light exploded like never before, forming a heaven-defying white light beam that shot towards the devouring dragon attendant. At this moment, it was a battle of life and death. Die, 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 die. It had been a long time since Long Chen was in such a berserk state. It had been a long time since he had such a desire to kill the enemy in front of him. Now, there was only killing in his eyes, not defeating his opponent. Facing such a powerful attack from Long Chen, the devouring dragon attendant didn't react at all. No, he did react, but not out of fear. Instead, he was surprised. He had some impression of this rule. Although the ancestral dragon rarely made a move, and the devouring dragon attendant had never seen them use any rule, it was obvious that this was a karmic rule. How can this kid use such a profound rule? Moreover, it seems a little like the Shinto heart-refining dragon's rule. This was the doubt in the devouring dragon attendant's heart. This doubt only appeared in an instant. Although there was a certain distance between the two, the rule arrived instantly. However, Long Chen's heart of slaughter calmed down a little when he saw that the devouring dragon attendant wasn't prepared to resist the attack at all. He could only see a faint smile on his pale lips. Even in the face of such a powerful attack, he wasn't panicking at all. Was he still a half-martial ancestor? In the next instant, all the karmic trial light rushed into the devouring dragon attendant's body and engulfed it. The devouring dragon attendant was instantly vaporized by the light. But Long Chen knew that it definitely wasn't. He couldn't help but recall Primeval Troll's endless demon body. This isn't the endless demon body. The endless demon body only transmits power, but he devours. That's right. The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon's dragon attendant naturally possessed the law of devouring. In that instant, Long Chen sensed that the karmic trial light was rapidly shrinking. It was as if a vortex had appeared where the devouring dragon attendant had previously been. That vortex was rapidly devouring all the karmic trial light. As far as the eye could see, all the white light was distorted and rapidly surging into that vortex. Within that vortex, a black-robed figure was faintly discernible. How is this possible? In that instant, Long Chen was astonished. Mo Shaolang also possessed the law of devouring. However, most of his law of devouring was aimed at fire. As for the devouring dragon attendant, he was using the law of devouring to devour his opponent's attack. Even an attack could be devoured. What could be used to describe this? The karmic trial light didn't display any destructive power. It was simply like food. When it attacked the devouring dragon attendant, it was directly eaten by the devouring dragon attendant. When the white light of the karmic trial light surged into the devouring dragon attendant's body, the other party's body was revealed. He stretched his waist in front of Long Chen and said lazily, "Your law of karma is not bad. Do you have more? Let me have a taste. Also, it's strange. Why do you seem to know the law of the divine Tao heart refinement dragon? That's an ancestral dragon." This was simply a humiliation to Long Chen. His goal was, of course, to use his own ability to make Long Chen feel despair. In fact, to him, Long Chen was just a small seasoning that had suddenly appeared in his long life. This time, witnessing the power of the devouring dragon attendant was like pouring cold water on his head. It made Long Chen realize how terrifying his opponent was. He knew that he had to calm down. Of course, although he was calm, the hatred and killing intent in his heart burned even brighter. Every part of his body seemed to be roaring with billions of divine dragons. Long Chen didn't answer his question. He was thinking about what method he should use to kill his opponent. The inverse dragon blood can directly control his blood and attack him. It is not an external attack. No matter how much he can he devour the inverse dragon blood? Not long after, Long Chen thought. At this time, the devouring dragon attendant thought that he had exhausted his limited abilities and was approaching him. It laughed in a strange voice, as if it was looking at a powerless child. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes turned scarlet, and he gathered all the power in his body to unleash the inverse blood law of the dragon. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the devouring dragon attendants was under his control, transforming into primordial spirit blood dragons. Millions upon millions of laws were unleashed from within him, and the primordial spirit blood dragons were born for the sake of destruction. Ancient bloodline dragon rule power. The devouring dragon servant stopped in his tracks and looked down at his body in shock. Under the control of the inverse dragon blood, he was now covered in blood. His body had started to change shape, and many parts of his body were crumbling. It wouldn't be long before Long Chen used the rules to tear him to pieces. Break. Finding the hope of victory, Long Chen, of course, tried his best. How can you have the ancient bloodline dragon rule power? The devouring dragon attendant was stunned. It was a miracle that a person could have two ancestral dragon rules. I'll tell you when you're dead, Long Chen replied coldly. Haha. The devouring dragon attendant couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was in a miserable state, it couldn't stop him from laughing. Perhaps, in his eyes, Long Chen was still too naive. He didn't do anything, but there seemed to be a whirlpool in his body. When the whirlpool descended, it was like doomsday for the ancient bloodline dragons in his body. In an instant, all the ancient bloodline dragons were devoured. At the same time, this meant that all the blood of the devouring dragon attendant had been devoured by him. Whoosh! In an instant, the devouring dragon attendant returned to normal. Not long after, the blood in his body returned to normal. It didn't seem to have disappeared, but the inverse dragon blood rule power had been devoured. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. Let me tell you a story. Once, when the ancient bloodline dragon fought with the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, it used the inverse dragon blood rule power. But just like today, I easily resolved it. Now, other than the first and second ancestral dragons, there are no ancestral dragons that are a match for the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. Don't use your useless rule power to embarrass yourself. Let me ask you, if you don't have any other tricks, it's my turn now. Even the inverse dragon blood was devoured. From the beginning to the end, it was as if the other party didn't even make a move. Without making a move, he could force Long Chen to such an extent. If he were to make a move, it would be disastrous. In an instant, Long Chen was forced to retreat. The devouring dragon attendant's eyes were burning. He wanted to figure out Long Chen's goal. Chapter 33:13. Long Chen had originally thought that it would be an evenly matched confrontation, but when the battle really began, the devouring dragon's servant's strangeness and strength made him unable to vent his hatred and anger, and his heart was filled with deep fear. Without a doubt, this was the most powerful devouring law he had ever seen. It was even more profound than Mo Xiaolang of the sky-swallowing race. At least Mo Xiaolang didn't have the devouring dragon servant's talent in devouring law. Logically speaking, the sky-devouring clan possessed unparalleled devouring abilities, while the ancestral dragons and the ancestral gods of the myriad realms possessed unparalleled nomological powers. The Chaos Heaven devouring dragon was considered perfect among them because he possessed both. As a dragon attendant of the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon, the devouring dragon attendant had the same incomparable talent as him. Because of this, the Chaos Sky swallowing dragon servant, who was supposed to be in the 5th era's Yuanzhu realm, was now in the 3rd era's Yuanzhu realm and was known as the strongest. However, as long as there was a chance to kill him, Long Chen didn't want to give it up. This time, he threw everything aside, leaving only the anger and hatred in his heart. He rushed towards the devouring dragon servant with a cold glint in his eyes. His long-cherished wish and desire for revenge were all concentrated on the primordial dragon halberd in his hand. The primordial dragon halberd shone brightly, with the 3 dragon teeth and the primordial sacrificial stone standing out the most. Kill! The roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the devouring dragon servant's expression didn't change. He looked at Long Chen with a smile, as if he was looking at a child waving a broadsword in front of him. Nirvana Primordial. This might be the most destructive move that Long Chen had ever used after learning this law. The Chaos Dragon Fist was on the left, the Primordial Dragon World in the middle, and Creation Reincarnation on the right. The three laws were amplified by the primordial sacrificial stone and fused at the blade of the primordial dragon halberd. Vaguely, a giant dragon that looked like the entire dragon sacrificial continent appeared in Long Chen's hand. This is... The devouring dragon servant didn't quite understand what kind of divine dragon this was. At the very least, he knew that it was neither the primordial blood spiritual dragon or the divine Tao heart refinement dragon. Logically speaking, this type of rule was harder to deal with than the previous two types. Its destructive power was stronger, and it was definitely not a rule that an ordinary divine dragon possessed. To be honest, Long Chen was very mysterious to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so interested in him. But how could the rules hurt me? The devouring dragon servant sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to do nothing, Long Chen swung his primordial dragon halberd, aiming for the devouring dragon servant's head. The nomological power of the Nirvana primeval was all in the primordial dragon halberd. Now, it was like a silver-gray divine dragon descending, colliding with the devouring dragon servant's head. Rumble. Die. Long Chen let out a furious roar. It had been a long time since he had reached such a level. What made him speechless was that the devouring dragon servant didn't dodge at all. The sneer at the corner of his mouth didn't even change. However, the devouring dragon servant had already slashed at the top of his head. Even though there was a lot of resistance, the primordial dragon halberd still broke through the devouring dragon servant's head and slashed down to his chest, almost splitting the devouring dragon servant in half. However, the devouring dragon servant's body was terrifyingly tough. However, what made Long Chen the most depressed wasn't the toughness of his body, but the devouring characteristic. When the Nirvana primeval descended on his head and began to invade and destroy him, Long Chen knew that all the destructive power of the Nirvana primeval had been extracted by the primordial dragon halberd. Before it could destroy the devouring dragon servant, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, dissipating in the devouring dragon servant's body. If the devouring dragon servant didn't have this characteristic, it should have been the Nirvana primeval that destroyed the devouring dragon servant. However, the only thing that caused damage to the devouring dragon servant was the primordial dragon halberd itself. In this way, the power of the halberd had been greatly reduced. In front of the devouring dragon servant, Long Chen was simply like a boorish man who didn't know the rules. Is that all you've got? The devouring dragon servant's broken mouth closed at this moment. He stared blankly at Long Chen. It was this blank gaze, coupled with the smile on his face, that made him so terrifying. At that moment, this smile indeed gave Long Chen a sense of fear. He felt that he had become a lot stronger and was giving it his all. However, in front of the devouring dragon servant, he realized how small and weak he was. Even though their strength might be similar, in this world, there were definitely people who could suppress him in terms of the rules. For example, the person in front of him. You're proficient in many rules, but they're too childish. After playing with you for so long, I've wasted a lot of time. Obviously, it's meaningless. The devouring dragon servant's voice was like a devil's voice. That arrogance and haughtiness made the anger in Long Chen's heart erupt again. He was about to retract the primordial dragon halberd. Even if he lost all the lethality of the rules, he still wanted to cut his opponent into pieces. Whoosh. At this moment, the devouring dragon servant reached out and grabbed the primordial dragon halberd with one hand. There was a devouring whirlpool in his hand that was imprinted on the primordial dragon halberd. His strength wasn't much stronger than Long Chen's, but it was precisely because of this whirlpool that a terrifying force suddenly acted on the primordial dragon halberd, shaking both of Long Chen's arms. In an instant, Long Chen lost control of the primordial dragon halberd. Right in front of his eyes, the primordial dragon halberd that belonged to him was suddenly swallowed by the whirlpool in his opponent's hand. This is a good thing. I won't stand on ceremony then. The devouring dragon servant revealed a satisfied smile. Primordial dragon halberd. After losing control of the primordial dragon halberd, the anger in Long Chen's heart turned into cold sweat. He realized that even if he exhausted all his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for this old monster. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, his opponent moved even faster. Mercy Dragon. Just as the devouring dragon servant's right hand swallowed the primordial dragon halberd, a crescent blade that looked like a full moon appeared in his left hand. That crescent blade was in the shape of a black divine dragon with 9 gemstones embedded in the middle. Each gemstone was like the primordial sacrificial stone, as if countless divine dragons were trapped within. This was definitely a so-called half-step ancestor-grade fortune divine weapon on the same level as the Forgetfulness Star River and the primordial dragon halberd. It still belonged to the category of fortune divine weapon, but it had completely surpassed it. At this moment, Long Chen was still fighting for the Nirvana Reborn. The devouring dragon servant made his first move. The Mercy Dragon in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and flashed past Long Chen's arm in an extremely short time. In that instant, one of his arms lost its feeling. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Long Chen had lost the primordial dragon halberd. He naturally knew that one of his arms had been severed at the base. However, the devouring dragon servant was currently controlling the Mercy Dragon, which posed a greater threat to Long Chen. It was simply courting death to approach him like this. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only choose to distance himself from the devouring dragon servant in order to catch his breath. Under the nourishment of the resurrection song of life, his lost arm started to recover. However, it could be considered as having lost some vitality. When Long Chen escaped, the devouring dragon servant grabbed his lost arm. Don't tell me that you can use every single ancestral dragon's law. As the devouring dragon servant spoke, it seemed like it wanted to devour Long Chen's arm. In that case, why do you taste like this? Indeed, in front of Long Chen, the devouring dragon servant bit the arm. He did not directly devour it, but rather slowly, as though he was enjoying a delicacy. The intoxicated expression on the devouring dragon servant's face made Long Chen realize that this devouring dragon servant was crazy and terrifying. Tastes not bad. The devouring dragon servant's mouth was full of blood. The ferocious expression brought about a huge visual impact. Such a scene caused Long Chen's mood to sink. For a long time, he had not been suppressed to such an extent by an opponent. However, he was the devouring dragon servant. If not for this identity, how could he have made Long Chen hate him so much? Alright, I've decided to eat you up. My intuition tells me that the benefits will be great. After devouring Long Chen's entire arm, the devouring dragon servant's greedy eyes landed on Long Chen. His greedy eyes sized up Long Chen, just like the sky-devouring clan in Long Chen's heart. The devouring dragon servant had a huge responsibility for the destruction of the myriad worlds in the future. For a moment, it was suffocating. Long Chen's gaze went past the devouring dragon servant and saw the huge and glorious dragon sacrificial dragon continent behind him. Because there was still a long way to go, it would be difficult for anyone to save him. In this world, will I die? Even if I die, I can't let the other party devour me to death. That resplendent and glorious world. Looking at him, Long Chen could not help but feel a fire burning in his heart. That was the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, a beautiful world that belonged to all mystical dragons, the home of everyone. In front of him was a malignant tumor. His smile, his ferocious expression were all unforgivable. When he came here and encountered the devouring dragon servant, he was completely suppressed by the other party. The biggest feeling in Long Chen's heart was indignation. He had finally come to this world and arrived at the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. He only wanted to take a few more glances and did not have many requests. As for the devouring dragon servant, he had longed for it for a very long time. He wanted to take revenge and destroy it. He had heard too many stories about Long Qinglan, but everything about Long Qinglan was destroyed in his hands. Long Qinglan was the time dragon servant of this world. The void dragon and chaos heaven devouring dragon were equivalent. The feud between the time dragon servant and the devouring dragon servant had lasted for an era. At this moment, the devouring dragon servant descended in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The crisis of death was like the dark sky outside of the sacrificial dragon continent, descending on Long Chen's head. It was as though there were many more shadows in the sky. Long Chen could not see what those shadows were. He only had one wish, one desire, and that was to let the devouring dragon servant die. Chapter 33:14. Even in front of the devouring dragon servant, no matter how powerless he was, that determination had never changed. Now, the devouring dragon servant was one of the countless shadows that descended on top of Long Chen's head, looking down at Long Chen with a predator's gaze. Devouring one of your arms actually made me stronger. You're really a miracle. The devouring dragon servant's voice was filled with madness. Perhaps it was this effect that made him unable to control himself. Life and death were on the line. In the distance, the radiance of the dragon's sacrificial continent with billions of divine dragons soaring above it was even more majestic and magnificent than Long Chen's dreams and imagination. Towards the devouring dragon servant, it wasn't just a father's hatred, but the hatred of the dragon's sacrificial continent, the billions of divine dragons, and even the gods and demons of the entire world. Father, the person who killed you is right in front of me. I've never forgotten what kind of person you wanted me to be. Today, there's nothing that can make me give up. The body could die, everything could die, but the spirit and will were immortal. Long Chen's gaze passed over the devouring dragon servant and looked at the huge divine dragon in the starry sky with the most shocked gaze. That was the dragon's sacrificial continent, which was also the primeval sacrificial dragon. It was peaceful and awake. Long Chen saw every detail clearly. His wish was to let the dragon sacrificial continent in his god kingdom return to this world. There was still a long way to go. And it might even come to an abrupt end today. My life is to fight, to protect, and to avenge. This was the mission he shouldered, and the reason why he couldn't retreat at all. Many days had passed, and he had completely lost contact with them. So many people were waiting for his return. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, his children, his brothers, and his people. If he were to die in front of his great enemy, be devoured and digested, it would simply be the greatest joke in the world. Among all the endings, it was the one that Long Chen was the least willing to bear. They can't survive without me. Without me, without Father, Yan Er's fate is also very miserable. He was the pillar of the myriad worlds. Of course, in this world, he was insignificant. When his father's hatred, the fetters of his wife and daughter, and the wishes and dreams of his brothers were entangled in his heart at this moment, Long Chen's gaze changed. In his eyes, the dragon's sacrificial dragon continent wasn't just beautiful and glorious. It was the root, the place where souls and hearts belonged, the place where souls were born. The entire boundless continent was like an infinite number of divine dragons, changing its appearance in Long Chen's eyes. In the end, there was no dragon sacrificial continent. There was only a gigantic divine dragon looking at him gently, as though it was telling him something. That was the mother of all dragons, the source of everything. The first ancestral dragon was the origin of souls, the most ancient dragon soul. The primeval sacrificial dragon was the origin of the land mass and the fleshly body. He was the one who gave the divine bodies to the dragons, and began to pass on their legacies. True life was born in the second era. Eternity, the dazzling brilliance, the spiritual sustenance, the supreme holy land. Everything was poured into Long Chen's fighting spirit. It was Long Chen's honor to be born in such a world. For a moment, it was as though everyone around him was standing with him. They were all the strength in his heart, looking at this vast world with him, ignoring the existence of the devouring dragon servants. In the blur, Long Chen saw that the gigantic divine dragon was holding the eternal god domain in its mouth, which was the ancestral dragon realm. In its mouth, the ancestral dragon realm turned into a planet, a dark black planet. On this planet, the laws of creation were evolving, causing the rumbling of countless powers. However, this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Amidst the waves of the evolution of creation, from a small angle, the entire huge planet was made up of countless dark black gravel. As long as one took a closer look, one could see that each gravel had 9 different colors inside. The gravel itself wasn't gravel, but an incomparably vast world inside that could accommodate billions of lives. Every gravel was a space formed from the laws of grand mist. The entire dark black planet had trillions of gravel and trillions of grand mist spaces. And within each giant grand mist space, there were the 9 most violent types of chaos elements. Each grand mist space was filled with chaos flames, chaos storms, chaos thunder, and other elements, nearly exploding at any moment. Then, just how much power did this dark black planet of good fortune contain? This was another perfect fusion of chaos, good fortune, and grand mist. The divine dragon held the dark black planet in its mouth and spun in the starry sky. The dark black planet and the fusion of these 3 powers caused Long Chen to recall far too many things. For a time, he completely forgot about the devouring dragon servants. Right now, Long Chen could only see the planet. This was a type of extreme compression, a super law that represented anger. The grand mist space was compressed to the extreme, becoming the size of a gravel. The chaos elements that were comparable to a world were suppressed into each gravel-sized space. When combined, and under the invisible influence of the rules of creation, it was destined to release a destructive power that surpassed imagination. This could be considered the anger of the primordial sacrificial dragon. In fact, the entire dragon sacrificial continent didn't change. What changed was Long Chen's heart. His heart, on the dragon sacrificial continent, saw all of this, saw this heaven-defying anger. For a time, Long Chen's heart was also filled with too much anger. Everything was born in his body. He had to thank the dragon sacrificial continent, and he also had to thank the devouring dragon servants. If it weren't for them, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to see such a grand scene. It's worth it, after coming to this world and seeing the tumbling primordial sacrificial dragon. If he could return to his original world, Long Chen would no longer have any regrets. Right now, his only regret was that he wasn't able to kill the devouring dragon servants. However, the battle was far from over. Long Chen saw the beautiful changes of the entire world, but the devouring dragon servants only saw him in a trance. Scared? It seems I was too casual. Next time, I must take it easy and not directly scare my opponent. That would be tasteless. Devour. In its eyes, Long Chen was an opponent who had been scared to death and no longer had the slightest strength to resist. Time didn't seem to allow it to fool around, so the devouring dragon servant manipulated a vortex. That was its entrance to devour. That vortex shrouded above Long Chen's head and connected to its mouth. As the devouring dragon servant devoured, the dazed Long Chen instantly disappeared, leaving this world and becoming food in the devouring dragon servant's stomach. Everything seemed to have ended just like that. The devouring dragon servant glanced around and saw that there was nothing left of Long Chen. He rubbed his stomach and couldn't help but laugh. My luck today is really good. Although I didn't understand what was going on with this little guy, I still devoured him. However, this is just an appetizer, not the main event today. After brewing for so long, the real main event is about to unfold. The myriad worlds have been stable for 10 eras. It's time to break free from peace and enter a stormy era. The era that belongs to the next ruler has arrived. He stretched his hands towards the sky, welcoming the arrival of the new rulers. Among them was the master he served. But it didn't stop. The devouring dragon servant looked at his body with some doubt. The strongest part of his devouring ability was within his body. According to his estimation, he only needed a few breaths of time to completely digest Long Chen. But now, a few breaths of time had passed, and Long Chen didn't seem to be dead yet. When he saw his hands and feet disappearing in the vortex and turning into powder, Long Chen woke up. It turned out that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent had disappeared in front of him, and he was now in this terrifying vortex. Without a doubt, this was the devouring dragon servant's stomach. Did he devour me? Now, Long Chen's eyes began to change. If one looked carefully, they could see that his eyes were like 2 dark stars. The stars on them were constantly changing, and every grain of sand on the stars was a grand mist space with countless chaotic elements. This was a pair of unprecedentedly terrifying eyes. When Long Chen displayed such eyes, his terror could no longer be described with words. Now, all his anger had turned into indifference and ice-cold killing intent. In his mind, he couldn't get the image of the dragon's sacrificial dragon continent turning into a divine dragon and holding the dark star in its mouth. Although his body seemed to be dissipating rapidly during the devouring dragon servant's digestion, countless devouring laws were like ants devouring flesh and blood, attaching themselves to Long Chen's body and tearing at him with all their might. Dark green flames burned in this gloomy, destructive space. The parts of his body that had been lost reappeared with the last of his strength. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. The silver-gray dragon scales were filled with the mountains and rivers of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and a vast and boundless world. The primordial sacrificial dragon had appeared. At this moment, Long Chen was the most clear-headed. He flew in the destructive world of the devouring dragon servant. All his desires and everyone close to him appeared in his mind. Finally, it was Long Qinglan's face, as well as all the stories he had chased. Father, although I was somewhat fortunate to reach this step, I will still allow you to witness this moment with me. Regardless of whether this world is real or fake, regardless of whether I can return to the world that belongs to me, I will kill him today. The primordial sacrificial dragon circled around this dark world. The scenes he had seen before began to replay on Long Chen's body. When he let out a terrifying roar, his body shone with a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, endless power began to condense between his dragon teeth. Chapter 33:15. The name of this rule wasn't overbearing, but it was vivid and vivid. Currently, the dark star in the mouth of the primordial sacrificial dragon that Long Chen had transformed into was a dragon ball. Of course, it was a dragon ball that was completely born for the sake of destruction. Under the evolution of good fortune, the star deformed, rotated, collapsed, and was reborn. Just this process alone released an infinite amount of energy. Within this star, there were countless grains of sand. Each tiny grain of sand was a huge primordial space. Within it were countless primordial elements. As the 9 types of primordial elements collided and compressed, they formed a terrifying power of destruction. When trillions of primordial spaces were combined together, its might could be imagined. Countless primordial elements formed a primordial space. Countless primordial space formed a complete good fortune. Every evolution of good fortune was a huge change in the primordial space, and every change in the primordial space was the collision and explosion of countless primordial elements. At this moment, Long Chen had truly restored the dragon sacrificial continent that he had seen. Although to him, the scene he was seeing was actually his imagination of a rule, if he didn't get close to this world, to the dragon sacrificial continent, he would never know this rule. The devouring dragon servant didn't care much about him, but what was going on with the terrifying power within his body? He had never doubted his own devouring ability, but this time, the accident was simply too great. He felt his heart palpitating. Still not dead yet. Unknowingly, he had already increased the intensity of his digestion. This could be considered as thinking highly of Long Chen. In this dark space, while Long Chen was brewing, he completely experienced the terror of his opponent's rule. Even at this level, you still think you can digest me? But at this moment, Long Chen revealed a relaxed smile. All his preparations had been for this moment. It had finally arrived. In the mouth of the primordial sacrificial dragon, on the dark surface of the dragon ball of destruction, upon a closer look, one could see the gorgeous colors of the primordial elements. There were simply too many primordial elements within. This rule had exhausted all of Long Chen's power, directly emptying him. Let's end this. For this moment, Long Chen had waited far too long. Anger, hatred, everything, the fated showdown, the anger of countless lives, all poured into this rule. The devouring dragon servant could devour many rules and easily digest them, but Long Chen didn't believe that he could even devour this rule, especially inside his body. Devouring Dragon Servant. With a final roar, the divine dragon raged and the annihilation dragon bead shot out from its mouth. The annihilation dragon bead was like an entire world, like a planet as it rapidly smashed into the darkness. Before it touched the devouring dragon servant, the truth was that the annihilation dragon bead didn't cause too much of a stir. This was because all of its destructive power was sealed within the grand mist space. In an instant, everything was poured out. Long Chen was incomparably exhausted. It had been a long time since he had felt this. It had been a long since he had felt so, and had been excited. At that moment, there was a dead silence. What's going on? The devouring dragon servant sensed the movement of the Dragon Ball of Destruction. At this time, there was a certain possibility that he could spit out the Dragon Ball of Destruction. However, he thought to himself, this is probably his final struggle. It should be time for him to be exhausted. This was the last moment. In the next moment, the devouring dragon servant's expression changed. His face in the shadows suddenly turned pale, and he made a vomiting motion, wanting to spit out Long Chen and the Dragon Ball. He should have succeeded, but at this moment, the Dragon Ball of Annihilation had already entered his body. At the moment he released his body, the power that he had been accumulating for a long time was completely released. The angry rule of the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual instantly unfolded an unprecedented and terrifying destruction. This was a rule that was born for the sake of destruction. Long Chen originally thought that there would be a loud noise, but there was none. All the power quietly swept out, and the colorful light instantly submerged Long Chen. This was originally Long Chen's own rule, so of course, it wouldn't hurt him. Otherwise, he would have died in the center of the explosion. It was precisely because there was no sound that it was even more terrifying. Just like a pantomime, Long Chen felt everything around him being destroyed in a very short time. He had successfully returned to the outside world. Even so, the gorgeous colors and the destructive power that swept out too far still covered everything around him. Even Long Chen himself didn't know what was going on. Vaguely, he saw the face of the devouring dragon servant. This face was being torn apart by the power, and his distorted face was extremely angry. He looked at Long Chen in shock and said in a tone of disbelief, "This is the second ancestral dragon's rule." That's right, the second ancestral dragon, the primordial dragon's sacrificial ritual. As Long Chen sneered, the devouring dragon servant's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless unwillingness. His deepest depression completely dissipated in front of Long Chen. Everything that belonged to him had been annihilated by the primordial dragon's sacrificial ritual. When the light dissipated, Long Chen saw that the devouring dragon servant had indeed disappeared. Is he dead? Long Chen simply couldn't believe that he had actually killed the devouring dragon servant. In the past, this would have been unimaginable, but he had actually succeeded. It was like a dream. It would be great if all of this was real. But if it's real, can I still go back? Long Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly. He should have been celebrating after killing the devouring dragon servant, but he was only one person now, so he couldn't be sure if all of this was real. Not far away, the Nirvana primordial beginning and the scimitar dragon compassion that had been devoured by the devouring dragon servant were still nearby. The devouring dragon servant wasn't under Long Chen's control, so it was about to escape. Long Chen didn't care about the consequences. Even though he was extremely weak, he still chased after the devouring dragon servant and firmly held onto the fortune divine tool. In his hand, the devouring dragon servant was like an evil dragon that was furiously resisting Long Chen. For some unknown reason, after the fortune divine tool's grade increased, the fortune heroic spirits seemed to hide and were very difficult to find. The devouring dragon servant is already dead, so what's the point of you running away? From now on, follow me. If this was a fake world, the devouring dragon servant would disappear in the future. If this was a real world, and Long Chen returned to the infinite worlds, perhaps it would follow him there. Long Chen firmly held on to it. Beneath his feet, the magnificent dragon sacrificial dragon continent was still glowing with its own colors and radiance. Meanwhile, the shadows above Long Chen's head were getting thicker and thicker. Finally, when Long Chen's strength had more or less recovered, the devouring dragon servant was even more unable to escape. In the end, it succumbed to Long Chen's hands. The destruction Dragon Ball's laws were too terrifying. Even this half-ancestor level fortune divine tool was frightened. After its master perished, it couldn't even resist with great difficulty and could only choose to submit. Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd in his right hand and the scimitar in his left. After controlling the scimitar, he looked down at the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. I even killed the devouring dragon servant. Should I go down and take a look? Just as Long Chen was slightly hesitant, some things that he didn't dare to imagine happened. At that moment, Long Chen saw many black shadows projected onto the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The bright and beautiful dragon sacrificial dragon continent lost its brilliance and became gloomy. For a moment, Long Chen was a little stupefied. How could there be shadows in such a huge world like the dragon sacrificial dragon continent that made it gloomy? This was really too inconceivable. Furthermore, these shadows were actually expanding. The entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent seemed to have become deathly still. Could it be that something appeared above his head? In Long Chen's heart, the joy of defeating the devouring dragon servant and the joy of revenge were all gone. He even felt a little suffocated and dazed. He raised his head blankly. The moment he raised his head, what he saw was the end and destruction of an old era. This was the end of the 10th era. In Long Chen's vision, several huge shadows appeared, and within the largest shadow, there were countless small shadows of different sizes. In the center of the largest shadow, there was a shadow that was the clearest. It was a dragon. Although its body wasn't as huge as the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent, it was still a continent after all, and this was a real divine dragon. In the shadows, it was very difficult for Long Chen to see its appearance clearly. However, it was a pitch-black divine dragon. Perhaps it was the same as the ancient blood spiritual dragon, which looked no different from the most ordinary red dragon. This pitch-black divine dragon also seemed no different from the most ordinary black dragon. But in fact, just this incomparably huge body indicated its identity. It was an ancestral dragon. This was the first time in Long Chen's life that he saw a complete, mature real ancestral dragon at such a close distance. The most important thing was that Long Chen now knew what the 2nd to 9th ancestral dragons looked like, but this pitch-black ancestral dragon was completely not among them. All of this indicated its identity. He was the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. Around him, there were several huge shadows that were not inferior to him, shrouded in endless clouds. Obviously, they were the group of fellows that Long Chen wanted to destroy the most in his life. That was the Sky Devouring Clan. Moreover, it was the leader of the Sky Devouring Clan. Behind them, countless members of the Sky Devouring Clan appeared. They were all shrouded in the shadows. This might be the first time they lifted their mysterious veil. This day had arrived. Long Chen was stunned. Could this be the destructive battle before the era? He never expected that he would actually come to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent on this day, kill the devouring dragon servant, and even appear in the middle of the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, the sky devouring clan, and the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. Long Chen couldn't imagine what would happen next. At this moment, it was the deepest shock in his life. Chapter 33:16. Perhaps it was a dream. During the previous battle with the devouring dragon servants, Long Chen could still feel that this was reality. He had to kill the devouring dragon servants to avenge his father and the myriad worlds. But when the primal chaos heaven devouring dragon appeared above his head, when countless members of the sky devouring clan opened their bloody mouths and approached the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen was dumbfounded. In this war of eras, in this mighty tide of history, he was like an insignificant ant in front of the wheel of history, unable to do anything. He could only widen his eyes and watch the scene unfold. The scimitar compassion dragon in Long Chen's hand was trembling. It wanted to escape again, but Long Chen held it tightly. What did the trembling destinable artifact mean? I can block the devouring dragon servants, but what can I do at this moment? On the path of cultivation, Long Chen advanced by leaps and bounds. In an extremely short period of time, he reached his current realm, and even killed the devouring dragon servants. But when the true culprits of the myriad worlds and the existences that ended this great era descended, what could he do? In this situation, even breathing was difficult, let alone escaping. At this moment, there was no place to escape. The primal chaos heaven devouring dragon saw him. It was a pair of huge eyes that were comparable to those of an eternal level world. How much coldness was hidden in those huge eyes? In any case, Long Chen did not have any courage at this moment. All of this must be a dream. Who sent me into this dream? But even though it was a dream, all the feelings were so profound. Even the feeling of trembling, perhaps it's to let me understand the difference between the current me and these existences that destroyed the myriad worlds. Even Long Chen found this thought funny. At that moment, his thoughts were very long, but the time was very short. From the appearance of the primal chaos heaven devouring dragon and the sky devouring clan to the descent of the dragon sacrificial continent, it took a lot of time. Long Chen, who was stuck in the middle, was just an invisible speck of dust. He wished that he could be as huge as the chaos heaven swallowing dragon and be able to stop the traitor, the sky swallowing clan and the chaos heaven swallowing dragon. However, it was impossible now. The only thing he could stop was the devouring dragon servant. That was his limit. Under the destructive tide of the epoch, his arms were incomparably insignificant. At this moment, resistance was just a joke. Long Chen completely relaxed. He was now sure that none of this was real. If it's real, if someone sent me to this point in time and told me to turn the tide, it's impossible. It's impossible for the current me to turn the tide in this war of the epochs. It was futile. Fortunately, I was able to see the chaos heaven devouring dragon and the sky devouring clan so clearly. I was able to see the circumstances of the battle before the epoch. What one imagined and what actually happened were always different. When Long Chen saw the two sides collide in that instant, his blood boiled like fire. From this moment on, hatred was no longer imaginary, but concrete. Humph! At this moment, an unimaginably deafening sound reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Boom, tremble, and his entire body shattered in this cold snort. Bang! The dragon compassion spear and the primordial dragon halberd shattered at the same time. Everything about him was dissipating. This was the attack of the chaos heaven swallowing dragon, who was now in the third era's progenitor realm. Long Chen knew how huge the difference was. The only thing he could do was to turn his body around and look at the dragon sacrificial continent before he died. The beautiful dragon sacrificial continent was now safe in the shadows. The originally chaotic world had now completely calmed down. At that instant, Long Chen felt movement. This made his eyes brim with tears. In his sight, he saw countless divine dragons soaring and rising. They rushed out from the draconic sacrificial continent, courageous and fearless as they charged towards the direction of the sky-devouring clan. It was just a moment. Long Chen saw it. Among them, there were 7 ancestor dragons leading them. Each of them was about the same size as the chaos heaven swallowing dragon. Although Long Chen had received their inheritance, this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes. Right in front of him was the illusory void cosmic dragon. It was the largest, but it seemed to have no physical form. It appeared in the void and disrupted time. Time was born because of him. Then, there was the blood-red ancient blood spiritual dragon. It was a dragon of war. At this moment, it was the most ferocious. Everywhere it went, a sea of blood rose to the sky. Within the sea of blood, countless divine dragons tumbled. Divine Tao heart refining dragon. The combination of cold, judgment, gold and black represented authority and blood. Tai Chi life spiritual dragon. 15 dragon heads bathed in the flames of life. 14 types of elemental powers surrounded its body. Chaos Heaven Fate Dragon. In the white mist, it was mysterious and hazy. Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. The Dragon of Calamity. Thick black mist. Compared to the Chaos Heaven Swallowing Dragon, it was more like a demon. Surrounded by death energy, the demonic dragon beast and skeleton dragon head were extremely ferocious. Shadow Dream Demon Dragon was like a precious jade in the night sky, exquisite and mysterious, ever-changing. Long Chen finally saw them. They were bestowed to his inheritors. In the end, only the primordial sacrificial dragon and the first ancestral dragon were left. There was still no trace of the first ancestral dragon. Perhaps the primordial sacrificial dragon was this entire dragon sacrificial continent. At this moment, Long Chen felt that this continent had come to life. Everything was complete now that he saw it. The historical war of eras was replaying in his eyes. The devouring dragon servant was just scouting ahead and happened to meet Long Chen. The divine dragons and the sky-swallowing clan would eventually clash at where Long Chen was. Long Chen's position might be where the ancestral dragon and the sky-swallowing clan's rulers would clash. He was not a participant, but a spectator. And at this moment, when the two great half-ancestor-level destinable divine weapons were destroyed, he was also in the midst of destruction. When the ancestral dragon appeared, he was actually only left with his head. Finally, only a pair of eyes was left, which vanished into thin air. Ancestral dragon, in the end, Long Chen was full of smiles as he disappeared from this world. He knew that after he disappeared, there would be a tragic battle in this world. In this battle, the sky-swallowing clan would be defeated. However, the divine dragons did not have it easy either. At this moment, they had already grown to become the divine dragon's opponents, especially the rebellious chaotic sky-swallowing dragon. They were in the dark. Not a single patriarch god could leave their own world. Their world was their own. Therefore, the sky-swallowing clan in the dark, under the situation where the divine dragons could not stop them, defeated and devoured the ancestral gods of all worlds. In the end, all the ancestral gods of all worlds became the power of the sky-swallowing clan. This was the time when the sky-swallowing clan was at its strongest. In the end, they counterattacked and destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent, the 9 great ancestral dragons, the dragons, and the 10th era. They destroyed the era of the divine dragons that lasted for 10 eras. From then on, the myriad realms entered the era of the sky-swallowing clan. The myriad realms were devoured and destroyed. One day, when the first ancestral dragon was born in the first era, the myriad realms formed would return to chaos. The only use of the entire world was to fatten up the sky-swallowing clan. Long Chen was born after a small era. From a small position, he led a group of brothers and loved ones to rise. In the unseen world, Long Chen heard the sounds of the war of eras. The roar of the divine dragons, the roar of the sky-swallowing clan, and the collision of giant beasts. However, these sounds were getting further and further away from him. Another sound was getting more and more familiar. Long Chen. Chen, wake up. Big brother. Big brother, if you don't wake up, I'm going to hit on your daughter. Those familiar voices came from afar and got closer. In the end, they stimulated Long Chen. Ugh. Long Chen suddenly woke up. The taste of death was actually so unbearable. When he opened his eyes wide, he realized that he was still surrounded by fog. Figures passed by him, but none of them touched his body. Ah. This was a terrifying impact. Long Chen was stunned on the spot. Experiencing the feeling of being alive, many of his thoughts slowly returned to his own world. Long Chen appeared outside the origin of the divine dragons. He was pushed out again. This time, he was very careful and did not touch that figure. Chen, Lingxi's anxious voice. God's nation. Dragon sacrificial continent, only now did many memories return. Scenes of the past replayed in front of his eyes, especially the last scene. It was too shocking. At that moment, Long Chen was really an ant. You're finally back. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. We couldn't call you and completely lost contact. Lingxi was in the God's Nation, talking to him on the Origin Grey Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Little she. Long Chen found it hard to wake up at this time. He said, "It's okay now." Wait a moment. Something happened. I have to sort out my thoughts. They must be worried sick about him not returning for such a long time. Fortunately, what made Long Chen cry tears of joy was that he was finally back instead of staying in that world forever. He could not bear to leave so many companions here. Okay, don't worry. Nothing big happened. Everything is normal. Ancestor God Ling Su also stayed in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean and did nothing. However, almost a month has passed, so everyone is worried. But none of us can go in. Generally speaking, no matter what happens, we won't completely lose contact with you. So we are a little worried. In fact, it was not as simple as a little worried. After almost a month of being completely cut off from Long Chen, everyone was worried sick. In the end, everyone was praying that nothing would happen to Long Chen. After all, everything depended on him now. Well, don't worry. I'm fine now. Long Chen was fine, Wang Jia was also fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the doubts in Long Chen's mind: what kind of world is that? Is it real or fake? Long Chen could not make a judgment because of two things. First of all, he died there but was able to return. It obviously showed that it was fake. Moreover, the half-ancestor level creation divine weapon, Dragon Mercy, that he used for the test had disappeared. However, he had made a breakthrough to the complete stage Ultimate God Realm and was currently in the complete stage Ultimate God Realm. The primordial dragon halberd was still there with the primordial sacrificial stone embedded in it. Moreover, the destruction Dragon Ball's laws were clearly in his mind, therefore, from these aspects, it was also true. Was it real or fake? Chapter 33:17. Whether it was real or fake, there was no answer at this moment. Long Chen was silent for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. Everything was like a dream. He was deep in thought, recalling every single detail. He was silent for a full 2 hours. This fortuitous encounter from before the epoch could be real, or it could be fake. In fact, it could even be something else. Perhaps there is an existence controlling all of this. I just don't know who that existence is, and what is his true purpose for bringing me to that time. Although he had returned from there, in fact, there were more doubts in Long Chen's heart, and they were all puzzling doubts. Depressing, strange. On one side was the disappearance of Dragon Mercy and rebirth, and on the other side was the real increase in strength and the changes of the primordial dragon halberd. Long Chen really didn't know which side he should believe. Forget it, it's impossible to understand even if I crack my head. I'll just accept the changes now. This trip to that world was undoubtedly of great significance to Long Chen. Not to mention his own strength, he had seen the world before the epoch and truly understood the gap between himself and the destroyers of myriad worlds, and also firmed up his goal. I just don't know if the devouring dragon attendant is dead or not. If it really exists, if it's the world before the epoch, then the devouring dragon attendant should be dead now. Slaying the enemy with his own hands. If it's not dead, I'll slay it again. The faith in Long Chen's heart, after going through this reincarnation change, had become even more solid. Only now did he put the matter at the back of his mind and return to the dragon sacrificial continent, meeting all the people who were waiting for his return. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Long Yan, everyone was here. From their expressions, it could be seen that they were really worried. I've made everyone worry. Seeing them, Long Chen's heart was filled with even greater strength. It was them that made Long Chen have such a tenacious heart. He had to be as hard as iron to protect his beloved ones. Daddy, Uncle Cat said you went to find a lot of women and don't want us anymore. You play with those girls every day and have a lot of babies. You don't want Yen anymore. Is that true? Long Yen was now a mischievous little girl. When she saw Long Chen, she jumped up angrily and jumped into Long Chen's arms. She looked at Long Chen with hatred and pinched Long Chen's ears with her chubby little hands. Everyone roared with laughter. The atmosphere of the reunion became incomparably relaxed. Long Chen was really worried. If Kitten continued to talk nonsense like this, what would Long Yen look like when he grew up? It seemed that he must isolate Kitten. Yen, do you believe me or Kitten? Daddy, of course I believe you. I've long known that Uncle Kitten is a wretched scoundrel who specializes in deceiving children like me. Serves Aunt Zhu she right for ignoring him. Long Yen, who was still fuming just now, became obedient in a short while. This made Long Chen very satisfied, but it made Kitten go crazy. This little fellow was now everyone's joy. As long as she was around, it would be especially relaxed no matter what. Everyone was here, and they were all familiar people. Long Chen let everyone sit down. Right on this lush grassland, he told everyone about his encounter in the dragon god's origin grounds. What do you think is going on? After hearing this bizarre encounter, everyone was stunned. They completely didn't expect such a thing to happen to Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang said, I don't think it's a simple question of whether it's real or fake. What I mean is that there's no difference between real and fake. But I'm more inclined to think that someone set all of this up. There must be a purpose. This purpose might be to make you stronger, or to let you see the dragon sacrificial continent at that time. Maybe there are other purposes, but he can't tell you directly and can only let you feel it. Of course, these are all my guesses. Big brother, you should have guessed it yourself. Indeed, Long Chen had thought so too. Everyone discussed for a long time, but there was actually no important conclusion. Now that he could return, improve himself, and even kill the devouring dragon servant, Long Chen felt that it was completely worth it. Fortunately, during this period of time, his Enli Xuanji's child had not been born, but it was almost there. She rarely spoke. Only when Long Chen looked over would she smile gently. Although her belly was already big, she had an indescribable charm at this time. Fortunately, nothing happened in the myriad worlds during this period of time. Then let's stick to our original plan for the time being. We'll try our best to strengthen ourselves while monitoring the myriad worlds at the same time. Now that the Death Dragon Gate of the myriad worlds had disappeared, Long Chen needed to rearrange it. Compared to before the epoch, it was actually easier to travel through space in the current myriad worlds. The stable space before the epoch was a little difficult, and even moving it was difficult. After spending some time, Long Chen rearranged the Death Dragon Gate of the myriad worlds. Not only him, but everyone could travel through the entire myriad worlds. In the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, Long Chen met Ancestor God Ling Su again. She accompanied Long Chen with flowers, waiting for his arrival. I heard them say that you are in seclusion, and that it will be a while before you can come and see me. Compared to the Ancestor God Ling Su of the past, Ancestor God Ling Su was simpler and purer, like a happy bird. Long Chen watched her dance among the flowers, and he thought back to the scene of her before the epoch. He couldn't help but ask, before you met me, did you remember me? Or, did you feel that I was very familiar, that you had met me before? No. I don't know either. I just came here, and I don't know anything. Ancestor God Ling Su didn't even know that Long Chen was talking about their meeting before the epoch. She had forgotten everything. But she was definitely Ancestor God Ling Su. There was no doubt about that. But why did she forget everything? Long Chen thought back to every detail of his conversation with her. He couldn't imagine that the time before the epoch had given birth to so much fog, so many mysteries, and so many mysteries that he couldn't solve. After spending some time with Elder God Lingsu, she suddenly said, "Oh, right. One time, I was wandering around, and in the westernmost region, I saw a strange place. I think you said that you have a little brother who can devour fire. There's fire over there. Is that so? Long Chen was a bit surprised. Flames that could catch the eye of ancestor god Ling Su should be quite powerful. But he had searched the infinite worlds before, and he was sure that there weren't many flames that Imo Xiaolang could devour. Still, he had to go take a look. Then let's go take a look. Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and they were teleported to the westernmost world of the infinite worlds. If they went any further west, they would reach the primordial chaos. There would only be chaos in this place, and no life would exist. By this time, Long Chen and ancestor god Ling Su had reached the border of the infinite worlds. Do we still need to advance? After advancing for some time, they had already touched the border of the infinite worlds. They were pretty much walking in the primordial chaos. So, Long Chen asked. In the past, when he searched, he wouldn't go so deep. After all, there was nothing in the primordial chaos. There was only destruction. There's still a bit more to go. Long Chen trusted her very much, and so they continued forward. After a period of time, they were already in a haze, and it was difficult for them to move forward. But inconceivably, Long Chen could sense that there was something up ahead. This could be considered as opening up a new world for Long Chen. There were things in the primordial chaos. He had already notified Imo Xiaolang. If there was a suitable flame, he would let Imo Xiaolang clean it up. Right now, Imo Xiaolang's progress was the slowest, and that was because he didn't have any flames. Once there was a suitable one, his progress would be very fast. Do you see it? In the direction that Elder God Lingsu had indicated, Long Chen's gaze pierced through the primordial chaos and into the distance. Amidst the haze, Long Chen was able to make out what appeared to be flames swirling about. They were on the left, and they seemed to be fighting against each other. The flames on the left were slightly golden, and there seemed to be black portions that were entangled with each other. As for the flames on the right, they seemed to be blood red in color, as though they were burning blood. It's a flame, but it's not big. If it's a divine flame, it's useless. It can't be an ancestral flame, right? Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he was suddenly shocked. Because Imo Xiaolang now had 5 ancestral flames. They were the Void Aeon Dragon, the Mixed Origin Fate Dragon, the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon, the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon, and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. Besides the 1st, 2nd, and 10th ancestral dragons, he lacked the ancestral flames of the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon and the Divine Tao Heart Dragon. The Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon was blood red, and the Divine Tao Heart Dragon was gold and black. So the 2 flames not far away were very likely. Xiaolang. Long Chen immediately brought Imo Xiaolang out. He was a connoisseur, and as soon as Imo Xiaolang appeared, he smiled. After searching for so long, I didn't think that the 3 lives karma flame and the necromancy blood flame would actually be here. Indeed, these 2 were ancestral flames, and they were the seeds of the ancestral flames. They had already grown from seeds to a very powerful level, and they possessed an incredible amount of flame power in the primordial chaos. The Divine Tao Heart Dragon and the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon are both extremely skilled in combat. Their ancestral flames were also extremely savage. Right now, it seemed as though the 2 types of ancestral flames were still fighting. Perhaps they had been fighting ever since they had existed. Big brother. Go. Long Chen and Elder God Ling Su could just wait here. What on earth is your little brother? He can actually devour fire? Elder God Ling Su was very curious. Long Chen didn't know how to answer. After all, he couldn't very well tell her that this was the Heaven Devourer, and that his race would be their greatest enemy in the future. He would have to slowly explain it to her. Chapter 33:18. Looking closer, the 3 lives karma flame was indeed made up of gold and black flames entangled together like vines. It was huge, and sometimes it turned into a divine dragon that fought against the blood fire of the dead spirits. The blood fire of the dead spirits burned fiercely. There seemed to be countless souls and blood within it, and it was dark and filthy. Hence, the flames that were born from death were even more savage and destructive. The two types of ancestral flames fought against each other in this chaos. Because of this, they caused even more commotion, and ancestral god Ling Su, who was even more sensitive, noticed them. After all, she was different from Long Chen and the others. Although she was still weak, she was still at the 9th era's progenitor level, so she was slightly different from Long Chen. Actually, even after 100 million years, it was still the 10th era, and it could be considered the end. But in the Sky-Swallowing clan's plan, there was no 11th era in the infinite worlds. Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring dire wolf and rushed down. First, he released 5 types of ancestral flames and billions of divine flames, trapping the 2 types of ancestral flames in the middle. Then, he devoured them one by one. Mo Xiaolang himself was already very strong. Hence, no matter how strong the 2 types of ancestral flames were, they could not escape from his grasp. It was only a matter of time before they were completely devoured. That way, as long as he was done, he would have 7 types of ancestral flames. Compared to Long Chen, who had 8 types of ancestral blood essence, he was just a little bit behind. If he could have 10 types of ancestral flames, it would definitely cause a huge change. Long Chen and ancestral god Ling Su waited there. In the firelight, ancestral god Ling Su looked at Long Chen's profile, and she was slightly entranced. Have I seen him before? She was also confused. She could clearly feel that after Long Chen appeared, he was different from before. Not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of spirit. About 5 days later, the flames created by Mo Xiaolang began to shrink. With a whoosh, all the flames disappeared, leaving only Mo Xiaolang, who was still enveloped in the flames. After the divine flames disappeared, only the 7 ancestral flames remained. 7 types of ancestral flames swirled around Mo Xiaolang, each one with heaven-defying power. They complemented each other, and under Mo Xiaolang's nourishment, they grew stronger and stronger. Now, all the flames of the myriad worlds were concentrated in Mo Xiaolang's body. All of the divine flames submitted to the 7 ancestral flames. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang looked even more different. Amazing. Elder God Lingsu couldn't help but sigh in praise. Let's go back. Mo Xiaolang wanted to go back and digest the flames. Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and entered. Mo Xiaolang returned to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time to digest the ancestral flames, while Long Chen sent Elder God Ling Su back to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Are you leaving? Elder God Ling Su was like a little girl, reluctant to leave. Long Chen said, "You have to protect the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, and I have to protect the myriad worlds. In the future, the myriad worlds will definitely have powerful enemies. I'm not strong enough, so I need to go back. Of course, I might need your help in the future, but don't worry, I'll come back often. Then I'll cultivate and gain more power," Elder God Ling Su said resolutely. Just like that, Long Chen parted ways with her and returned to the Tower of Time. He needed a lot of time to sort out his thoughts. After the events of the previous epoch, the destructive battle seemed to be right in front of him. For the Sky-Swallowing race, the War of the Myriad Worlds had ended long ago, but for Long Chen, it was just the beginning, and it was about to erupt. Li Xuanji asked, "Have you decided on a name for him?" "I feel that he's about to come to this world. These days, I feel that he's already learning what we're talking about, and he's already thinking about it." Name. Long Chen had thought about it, but it was a headache. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a suitable name. "Let me think about it, you should think about it too. This isn't just about me, you can't just blame it on me." Li Xuanji said, "Yen Er's name is given to you by you, it's pretty good." Alright, I'll do it. Naming was the most troublesome thing. After thinking about it for a long time, Long Chen even had the urge to call him Long Gooden. Son. This kind of creature was quite strange. Long Chen had accepted a daughter, but a son, he wasn't prepared. This kind of relationship might be like his relationship with Long Qinglan. He was thinking about what kind of father he should be in this post-apocalyptic world. Time passed quietly. It was as if everything had quietened down. However, on a certain day, in another direction of the original dragon sacrificial continent, there was a prehistoric world called Endless Cosmos Mountain. Spirit Essence Star Ocean was the world closest to the dragon sacrificial continent. Before the Chaos Divine world appeared, Endless Cosmos Mountain was the second world closest to the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen had been to this world a few times. Because it was remote, it was relatively peaceful, and the previous battle didn't affect this place. The Endless Mountain of the Universe was a mountain peak in the starry sky. It was slightly similar to the God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain, but it was far from being as huge as the God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain. Looking from afar, the Endless Mountain of the Universe was majestic, with dusky yellow mist lingering around it. There were trillions of living beings on the mountain, and the strongest among them was barely at the God King realm. Even in the entire myriad worlds, Endless Cosmos Mountain could only be considered the lowest world, similar to Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Before the new era, it was probably the last world to be born, the ninth era. Outside Endless Cosmos Mountain, a faint yellow light flashed, and a figure appeared. It was a tall, bare-chested man. His entire body was brown like a rock, and only a few pieces of rags were hanging on the important parts of his body. He looked rough, and his withered yellow hair was like withered grass. His entire body was covered in rock patterns and cracks. If he wasn't in human form, he would be no different from an ancient rock. His entire body was made of rock, and he looked very similar to this Endless Cosmos Mountain in front of him. When this person first appeared, his eyes were blank. After a long time, brown eyes appeared, but even if he tried to cover it up, he couldn't hide his ignorance at this moment. It was the eyes of a newborn, slightly afraid, but also very curious as he looked at this world. He stared at the dark starry sky, then at the Endless Cosmos Mountain in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly, coughed a few times, and subconsciously hugged his arms. He was a little nervous as he said, "Where is this place, and who am I?" Just like Elder God Ling Su, two huge questions appeared in his mind as soon as he appeared. He stood there in a daze for a very long time. Soon, he realized that he could see many existences that looked similar to him in the endless mountain of universes. However, they were made of flesh and blood, while he himself was as tough as stone, but he was also made of flesh and blood. Unknowingly, he began to move closer to this world. He discovered that his speed seemed to be very fast, much faster than the living beings below him. He discovered that he was very strong, and if he was angered, he could destroy this world. However, he had a feeling in his heart that this was the place where he was born, his home, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Strange, how strange, he looked at the living beings, feeling very puzzled about his own existence. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Finally, he landed on the Endless Cosmos Mountain. The feeling of touching the ground with bare feet was very foreign to him. He was in the middle of an ancient, gloomy forest, which was filled with dried leaves, damp, and misty air. From time to time, savage bestial roars could be heard, but he wasn't afraid at all. In his eyes, everything seemed to be too fragile. He stared at his surroundings with wide eyes, then walked forward curiously, as though he wanted to understand everything. By his side, as long as he willed it, he could control everything, be it trees, rocks, or even space itself. As he walked past, he left a path in the forest. "Save me, save me." Just at this moment, a miserable female voice rang out. He looked in that direction curiously. Although he was very far away, he could immediately see that there were a few people chasing someone. Those people looked quite similar to him, but the one being chased was much smaller. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was snow-white, and her breasts were full and full. She had a softness that was different from his hardness. What are they doing? In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of those people. In front of him was a beautiful woman. That woman was staggering as she ran over with a pale face. There were already many wounds on her body, all of which were on her snow-white flesh. Looking at it would cause one's heart to ache. Behind her, there were a few masked people holding large sabers in their hands, rushing over with cold killing intent. If this continued, if he hadn't appeared, this woman would definitely have died in their hands. Are they going to kill her? He understood a little. At this moment, that woman who was fleeing in panic saw his existence, and it was as though she had seen a life-saving straw. She immediately ran over and hid behind the man without saying a word. Her body was trembling like a Xiaobai rabbit. Get out of the way. The person chasing didn't say anything and slashed his saber from 50 meters away. An intense saber light flashed, and that saber had already slashed at the man's head. The other attacks were also coming over. But to him, they were all too slow. He instinctively resisted and counterattacked, but that was only a thought. In front of him, a few black-clothed people directly fell to the ground, not moving at all. In fact, they were killed by his thoughts. Before he even attacked, the black-clothed people's souls were the first to be unable to withstand his thoughts. The woman screamed for a long time, but she wasn't attacked. Suddenly, she felt very quiet. She opened her eyes and saw that those people who were chasing her were all lying on the ground, not moving at all, as though they were dead. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the seemingly wooden man beside her. His muscles were as hard as rocks. The woman blinked and asked, "Was it you who saved me?" "I." He had never spoken to anyone before. "Thank you." The woman hugged his waist and squeezed into his embrace. Chapter 33:19. My name is Hong Qinxue. What about you? The woman came out from his embrace and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. That gaze gave him a strange feeling in his heart. He quickly turned his head and said, I don't know who I am. I don't know. The woman rolled her eyes. You don't even know who you are? Then what do you know? I don't know anything. He started to get nervous. The fragrance on her body made him a little confused. Seeing how nervous he was, the woman couldn't help but smile. She looked at the men in black lying on the ground and thought, even though this idiot is dumb, he seems to have some ability. Thinking about this, she smiled, then I will give you a name. You look like rock, so I will call you Stone. Yes, I am Stone and you are Hong Qinxue. I will remember that. Don't you have other partners? Then you can follow me from now on. If I need your help, you will help me, right? Okay. He was lost in her bright smile and her soft body. He really wanted to touch it, but he was afraid of making her angry. This was the first person he had ever touched. From then on, Stone followed her. Why is it like this with me and you like this? Stone had many questions. Hong Qinxue giggled, Idiot, you are a man, so you are my woman. Men and women are of different genders. Only when two people get together can they reproduce and have children. Then can we get together? Stone understood a little. He instinctively had that kind of impulse. You are playing dirty and taking advantage of me. Let's see how you perform in the future. Listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. I will get together with you. Okay. 1 month, 2 months. For a long time, Stone stayed by Hong Qinxue's side. Sister, should I kill them and take their things? I have told you many times, not to kill them, just to put them to sleep. They will wake up in the future. But, don't you believe me? I love you so much, you can't disappoint me. You are my only family now. Okay then. Stone still did it. Although he knew that many things were not quite right, he already had deep feelings for Hong Qinxue. Even in his dreams, he saw her figure. He didn't know that Hong Qinxue's name would soon shake the entire endless mountain of the universe. It wasn't because she was strong, she was only in the earth martial realm, but because she had an expert by her side that no one could defeat. He was invincible. She was a devil. Wherever she went, not even a blade of grass would grow. But it wasn't bloody, because everyone died quietly. Hong Qinshue was also very good at hiding, so she didn't cause too much of a commotion. Not many people had personally seen the expert beside her, and those who had seen him were usually dead. It was said that in the end, the gods were alerted. When Hong Qinshue heard the news, she went into hiding. She knew that the fool beside her was powerful, but he was not a match for the gods. Moreover, during this period of looting, she had obtained a large number of treasures, enough for her to cultivate and improve herself for a long time. It's really good to have this fool by my side. However, this ugly fellow is a toad lusting after swan meat. He even wants to marry me, haha, Hong Qinshue laughed coldly in her heart. Stone stared at the sky in a daze. He had just arrived in this world and everything he knew was taught to him by Hong Qinshue. Stone, this is a dangerous world. You have to protect me, said Qin Wendian. I'm so good to you, you can't make me sad. If someone dares to hurt me, make that person and everyone related to him sleep. In a few days, I'll let you marry me, okay? Okay. Stone knew that it was easy to force her, but he was afraid that she wouldn't be happy. He had to make her happy. One day, Hong Qinshue said, there's a waterfall ahead, I'm going to take a bath. You can't come over, and you can't peek at me. I know you're strong, but if you do, I won't talk to you anymore. Stone was very afraid, and hurriedly nodded. He could clearly see what was going on in this world, but this time he didn't dare. He completely sealed himself, waiting for her to return. Hong Qinshue was very satisfied. Finally got rid of this fool, I have my own space. When she arrived at the waterfall, there was already someone waiting for her. It was a handsome man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a noble temperament. Duan Lang. Hong Qinshue ran over, and the two of them hugged, forgetting everything else. Stone's heart pounded. Although he didn't look, he could feel that Hong Qinshue was in danger. If she was in danger, he didn't care if she would ignore him anymore. Whoosh, he appeared next to the waterfall, and saw a naked man pressing down on Hong Qinshue. Stone knew what he was doing, and this scene made him very angry. Under his anger, the man turned into dust, dissipating into the air. Ah! Hong Qinshue was scared out of her wits. When she saw the dust in the sky, she knew that her lover was gone. It was this idiot who killed him. To Hong Qinshue, no matter how strong the idiot was, he was still an idiot. There was no meaning in him, and there were no words of love. You actually killed him, you idiot. Hong Qinshue's eyes turned red. She jumped up and slapped Stone. Of course, she was the one in pain. Why do you say I'm an idiot? I just made him sleep. Stone said in a serious manner. Go to hell. Hong Qinshue took out a sword and stabbed it into his body. Of course, it couldn't pierce through. She used to think that he was useful, but now, the more she looked at him, the angrier she got. She was so used to controlling him that she had forgotten how strong she was. She wasn't wearing any clothes, and her eyes were filled with rage as she cursed, "You're an animal without parents. I accompanied you out of kindness, but you still killed my people. Don't even think about it in the future. Kneel down, apologize, and admit your mistakes." I won't. Stone's heart was on fire. This was anger, and when he was angry, he wanted to destroy everything. The fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. Didn't you say that I'm the most important person to you? Why did you lie to me? Why did you curse me? Stone was hurt, and his rationality was drowning. Idiot, I was just using you. Other than being strong, what else do you have? Do you really think that I like you? Hong Qinshue couldn't hold it in any longer. In her anger, she had forgotten how strong he was. In her mind, he was just an idiot who was completely controlled by her. Is that so? Stone roared. He opened his arms in anger. Right now, he was simply too angry. He wanted nothing more than to destroy everything, including this woman who was looking at him with disdain. Scram. He was restraining himself. After all, the woman in his heart was too beautiful. You dare to tell me to scram? I won't leave. So what? You dare to kill me? Idiot, can you bear to do that? Hong Qinshue laughed coldly. As soon as the words left her mouth, her soul and fleshly body shattered. Everything in the forest, including her, vanished. Roar. Under Rockhead's rage, he only let out a single roar. However, in an instant, countless people were killed by this roar. The entire endless cosmos mountain was shaking. At this moment, Rockhead's eyes had already turned blood red. Liar, she's lying to me, everyone is a bad person, trying to harm me. I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to destroy them all. He clenched his fists tightly. Under his rage, the earth cracked and everything trembled. The entire endless mountain of universe was crumbling. Rumble, everything, was shattering. Women. I want women. He went to a crowded area and found beautiful women one after another. But soon, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. All the women he saw were useless. They couldn't withstand him at all. Not even a female deity could do it. He was alone. He was the one with the most supreme power in the entire world that he could see. With this kind of power, I should be a paragon. That way, I won't be looked down upon. I won't be called an idiot. I want everyone to fear me. Under his slaughter, countless people died. The entire endless mountain of universe was in a nightmare. His sorrowful voice echoed through the skies. Long Chen. Long Chen was roused from his cultivation. There's news from the endless mountain of universe. Someone is destroying this world. It's likely to be ancestor god Ling Su or someone on the same level. How is that possible? Long Chen was extremely shocked. The last time he entered the dragon god origin grounds, he didn't even touch anyone. Ancestor god Ling Su couldn't possibly do such a thing. Although the Ling Su star ocean was very close to the endless mountain of universe, there was no time to think. If it was an ancestor god, he alone wouldn't be enough. He still had to bring Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Eon. Now that the situation was urgent, Long Chen was worried that things would go out of control. Therefore, he contacted ancestor god Ling Su. Can you do me a favor? Of course. Ancestor god Ling Su said happily. Indeed, it wasn't her. Other than her, ordinary gods and demons wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Long Chen opened up the Death World Dragon Gate and let her in. The five of them gathered together and swiftly headed towards the Endless Cosmos Mountain. After exiting the Endless Cosmos Mountain's Death World Dragon Gate, Long Chen saw the shaking world. Roar. A violent roar could be heard. In that world, there was indeed someone that they feared. Chapter 33:20. Endless Stonefather Long Chen had never expected that he would appear at a time like this. No matter what the reason for his arrival was, the most important thing right now was that he was completely different from how he had been when Elder God Lingsu had first arrived. Back then, Elder God Lingsu had been slaughtering the living creatures because she had no idea what was going on. Now, however, Long Chen could sense a thick aura of hatred and rage. The Infinity Stone Father was definitely killing for the sake of killing. He knew exactly what it meant to kill. If not for the fact that he didn't want to destroy the world, he probably would have attacked and destroyed the entire endless mountain of cosmos. Seeing this, he realized that the Endless Stone Father was much harder to deal with. He was a true progenitor. What's wrong with this person? He's destroying his own world and killing his own people and family. Damn it. Ancestor God Ling Su couldn't take it anymore. From the moment she had appeared, she had been greatly influenced by Long Chen. She had already developed a kind personality. Go down and stop him. Protect the endless mountain of cosmos. Adding ancestral god Ling Su, Long Chen's team now had a total of 5 members. Originally, he and Mo Xiaolang had been relatively weak. However, things were different now. Because of that fortuitous encounter, Long Chen was now even more frightening than Su Yan. As for Mo Xiaolang, after obtaining 7 types of ancestral flames, even though he was still a half-martial ancestor like everyone else, he had also grown quite a bit. Ancestor god Ling Su was also a 9th-era progenitor who was on par with the Endless Stone Father. The 5 charged down towards the Endless Mountain of Cosmos, where the Endless Stone Father was currently destroying. Before Long Chen even arrived, he shouted, "Endless Stone Father, please stay your hand. We can talk things over." His voice brought hope to the people of the Endless Cosmos. For a time, the people who were in fear finally felt a little more at ease. When the Stone Ancestor was enraged, it was like the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Mountain torrents were erupting, disasters were everywhere, and whales were everywhere. When Long Chen's majestic voice descended, it did affect Ancestor Stone. After all, he could sense how powerful Long Chen was. There were also many experts descending from the sky. These experts made him feel as if he was on the same level as them. Finally, an existence on the same level as him had appeared. Boom. Finally, the Stone Ancestor paused for a moment and looked up at the sky. In that instant, 5 rays of light flashed in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, 5 men and women appeared in front of the Stone Ancestor. Seeing that these 5 people seemed to be very similar to him, and that they had the power to rule over everything, Stone Ancestor felt a little apprehensive. In addition to the way Long Chen had addressed him, he was very concerned. He said coldly, "You know me." He had finally stopped. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "Of course I do. You are the Endless Stone Ancestor, the creator of the Endless Mountain of Cosmos. You are the one who created this world. Everyone here is your people, your family. Creator, Endless Stone Father." Stone Ancestor's eyes were filled with suspicion. He had always trusted a person, but he had never thought that he would be deceived in such a manner. Now was the time when he was the angriest, and it was also the time when it was hard for him to trust others. He laughed. "Not a bad story, but all of you only know how to deceive me. Right now, I don't trust anyone. If you want me to be the creator of this world and protect it, I'd rather be the destroyer. I'll destroy everything and send all the deceivers to their deaths." The Stone Ancestor roared. Long Chen and the others weren't able to stop him, and tens of thousands of people died. "Stay your hand, you scoundrel. How can you kill the life forms you created? You are a traitor, and you deserve to die." Seeing the savage look on the Stone Ancestor's face, the simple-minded ancestor god Ling Su was completely enraged. If it weren't for Long Chen holding her back, she would have already attacked. To her, everything that the Stone Ancestor had done was unforgivable. "And who are you?" The Stone Ancestor realized that this woman was the most terrifying person in their group. She was countless times more beautiful than Hong Qinshue, and she was on the same level as him. Compared to the two of them, even Long Chen and the others were a bit weaker. So when he saw Elder God Ling Su, his gaze completely changed. He felt an incomparably powerful desire to possess this woman. Only she could withstand him. The problem, however, was that he no longer dared to trust women. Hong Qinshue had made him believe in relying on his own power to obtain everything he wanted. Although Hong Qinshue had been deceiving him all this time, he now understood. "I have my own world as well, but I cherish all of you. I'm not like you, who actually slaughtered so many living beings." Elder God Ling Su said disdainfully. "We're the same kind of people." This caused the Stone Ancestor's gaze to grow even more fervent. It was bordering on insanity. His rage was simply too intense, and his gaze was simply too invasive. "Not at all. Only if you can understand that this is your home." Elder God Ling Su was helping Long Chen guide him. But in truth, Long Chen could already sense that the Stone Ancestor was going a bit crazy. He was in a state of rage, and although he didn't know what he had experienced, he knew that he had probably been deceived. Next, he would most likely attack them. This was Long Chen's intuition. Kitten. Secretly, Long Chen reminded Kitten. Boss, we're ready. Just as they finished their conversation, the stone ancestor began to pant heavily as he drew closer and closer to Elder God Ling Su. Panting for breath, he growled, I can agree to your request, but there's a condition. The condition is that you have to become my woman. Go die. No matter how patient Elder God Ling Su was, she was infuriated to the point of insanity. Long Chen had only asked Elder God Ling Su to come help out as a safety precaution, but there was no way for him to control the current situation. Patriarch Stonestone's desire for women was simply bizarre. Chaotic samsara reversal. Just as the two ninth-era elder gods were about to explode, Long Chen gave Kitten a signal. Kitten immediately used chaotic samsara reversal. Kitten was very close to the progenitor realm, and these two true progenitors were not at their peak. Under the influence of the laws, they were instantly affected. Of course, the others did not resist. Only the stone ancestor did. But in the blink of an eye, they were all teleported 10 million kilometers away by the power of samsara. When they turned around, they saw that the endless mountain of universes was already quite far away. This was a safe place. It was also to protect the fragile world of the infinite worlds. After arriving here, Long Chen arranged for everyone to spread out and surround the stone ancestor. Now that they were here, it was much easier to talk. Long Chen hurriedly said, Stone ancestor, we can calm down and discuss things slowly. We don't know what happened to you in the endless mountain of universes, but the five of us definitely have no ill intentions towards you. We are the same kind of people. The stone ancestor looked at them. This feeling of being surrounded made him feel rather unhappy, but Long Chen had no other choice. They were most afraid of letting the stone ancestor slip away. If he reached another world, what would they do if he destroyed it? He had to suppress his emotions. At this moment, the stone ancestor howled angrily, Don't try to trick me. My conditions are very simple. I want this woman. Make her mine. Otherwise, I'll destroy the entire endless mountain of universes. You have no choice but to agree to this. Long Chen understood very well that he was actually a child. However, he was a child who had been deceived and hurt. Hence, his heart was currently filled with fear. It was precisely because of this fear that he possessed the greatest power in the myriad worlds. This was why it was terrifying. It was truly difficult for him to control himself. He was a child who possessed the ability to destroy the world, yet he was also deeply afraid. Bullshit. Ancestral God Ling Su was truly enraged. She wasn't very mature herself, but she was a kind child. I knew you wouldn't agree. Even if you did, I wouldn't believe you. You're definitely going to trick me. I'm going to use my own power to take you. Anyone else who tries to stop me, I'll destroy them. He didn't hold Long Chen and the others in any regard. He felt that Long Chen and the others were still a bit lacking. They weren't at their level. In his heart, his greatest enemy was Ancestral God Ling Su. There was no room for negotiation at all. After saying these words, he stared fixedly at Ancestral God Ling Su. By now, he was a firm believer in the edicts of brute force, and he used his tremendous power to form a perfect body that charged savagely towards Elder God Ling Su. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to know who it was in the endless mountain of universes who had injured Ancestor Stonerock to such an extent. It had to be a minor figure, but he never would have imagined that such a minor figure would be able to change the fate of the entire endless mountain of universes and the entire infinite worlds, giving Long Chen such a huge problem. Big brother, what should we do? There was no way to stop Ancestor Stonerock's attacks. If persuasion doesn't work, do your best to restrain him. We definitely can't let him escape. We can heavily injure him, but we can't let him escape. Once he escaped, Ancestor Stonerock would become even more enraged and hateful. That would be a disaster that would be even more terrifying than the primeval troll. Understood. Everyone knew what to do now. However, the main focus of this attack was still Elder God Ling Su. She was so angry that she didn't even want to listen to what Long Chen had to say. All she wanted to do was beat him up and vent her anger. The two elder gods of the Ninth Era clashed against each other. Ancestor Stonerock, the person who deceived you is just one of the countless members of the endless mountain of universes. You are a creator. How can you allow a puny little creature to influence your mind? You are a transcendent being, a god who rules over everything. Calm down. We are all good people, and we wouldn't lie to you about anything. Long Chen was making one final push. But Ancestor Stonerock didn't seem to hear a word of it. His scorching gaze was completely focused on Elder God Ling Su's body, and his desire was magnified to a terrifying degree. That woman had left a deep impression on him. Every newborn was like a blank piece of paper. Chapter 33-21. That was why Hong Qinshue had changed the Endless Stone Ancestor. Long Chen refused to believe that the current Endless Stone Ancestor was anything he could say. All his attention was on Ancestor God Ling Su. To him, this was just a battle between him and Ancestor God Ling Su. He had already started to forget about the others. Of course, Ancestor God Ling Su was also very angry. The more disrespectful the Endless Stone Ancestor was to her, the angrier she became. When the Endless Stone Ancestor charged right in front of her and seemed to be preparing to attack, her heart was already filled with killing intent. Although the Endless Stone Ancestor was in a weakened state like Ancestor God Ling Su, they were both ancestral ancestors of the Ninth Era. Now that he was showing his true power, it was indeed terrifying. His power completely suppressed Long Chen and the others. He was even a little unbridled. His entire body turned into real rocks. Under his control, all the stars around him were trembling. Countless rocks began to form in the air. Crack, crack, the rocks formed and exploded, making violent sounds. The endless world around them was occupied by the rocks of the Endless Stone Ancestor. Now, it was not Long Chen and the others who had surrounded the Endless Stone Ancestor. Instead, it was the Endless Stone Ancestor who had surrounded them. You can't escape from my palm, the Endless Stone Ancestor laughed arrogantly at Ancestor God Ling Su. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned slightly sinister. His gaze was cold, and the power of an ancestor exploded from his body. 5-finger mountains. These were his rules. The Endless Stone Ancestor opened his palm and pointed angrily at the heavens. His 5 fingers were wrapped with dim yellow lightning as he pierced the heavens. Above the endless heavens, where the dim yellow lightning passed, 5 pitch-black mountains formed, lying horizontally above the heads of Long Chen and the others. These were not ordinary mountains. They were rules with extremely strong suppressive power, a suppressive power that had never been seen before. Under the suppression, even Long Chen felt a little breathless. These black mountains were somewhat similar to his destruction dragon ball, but they were just a type of rule. Every black gravel that formed these mountains probably weighed billions of kilograms. That was why they had such terrifying power. After all, there were billions of gravel on these mountains. Boom! As the Endless Stone Ancestor laughed maniacally, the pitch-black 5 Fingers Mountain descended, blotting out the sky and making it impossible to escape. Under the suppression, the natural laws of the 5 Fingers Mountain locked onto the bodies of Long Chen and the others, restricting them. Although it wasn't the Ninth Era's ancestral progenitor at its peak, a casual attack was enough to make everyone's expressions change. Now that the other party had made a move, it would be difficult to stop him with words. Long Chen was a decisive person. From this moment on, he had basically decided that he could only use force to make this Endless Stone Ancestor submit. However, he also knew that this was difficult. However, there was only one way to go. In truth, as soon as Infinity Stone Father attacked, Elder God Lingsu had sensed the edicts and instantly reacted. As the 5-fingered mountain descended, Elder God Lingsu easily completed her edicts. Stellar transposition. It was the rule that Long Chen had learned before. However, Elder God Lingsu was the progenitor of the spirit essence star C. The edicts that she displayed were the true source of all the spirit essence star C's edicts. What Lingxi had learned also came from Elder God Lingsu. Thus, the stellar transposition she displayed was on a completely different level. As the Five Fingers Mountain descended, a dazzling vortex of stars appeared above everyone's heads, blocking the Five Fingers Mountain. This was a vortex of stars, filled with the power of the stellar transposition's edicts. It was like a funnel. As the Five Fingers Mountain descended and suppressed the stellar transposition, it was like a boulder floating in the ocean. In that instant, the stellar transposition completely stripped the endless stone ancestor of his control over the matter and swallowed it whole. Buzz. In an instant, the Five Fingers Mountain disappeared. Of course, the stellar transposition also disappeared. After all, swallowing up the Five Fingers Mountain was no easy feat. As soon as Elder God Lingsu made her move, she helped Long Chen and the others resolve the crisis. Of course, this also made the Endless Stone Ancestor realize how difficult it was to deal with this woman he wanted. At that moment, his furious gaze shifted from Elder God Lingsu to Long Chen and the others. Finally, it landed on Soi Yan. Soi Yan was still not in her primitive giant demon form, so she was a little weak. He immediately fixed his gaze on Soi Yan. Humph. I'll deal with you flies first. Knowing the power of Elder God Lingsu, he chose not to fight her head-on. Instead, he chose to target Long Chen and the others. At that moment, he felt a deep desire to kill Soi Yan. In an instant, he advanced, traversing an immeasurable distance. He once again prepared a killer move in his hands and attacked Soi Yan. Countless rocks closed in on him. At that moment, Soi Yan was very calm. Before Ancestor Stone's killer move arrived, she used the Void Demon's laws and turned into nothingness. At her current level, after turning into nothingness, no one present would be able to discover her. Where did she go? For a moment, Ancestor Stone was also stunned. He had picked a soft persimmon, only to find that this soft persimmon was not easy to deal with either. However, his attack on Soi Yan had thoroughly angered Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was the first to attack. Immediately after, all the attacks collided. A huge sun surged out of Mo Xiaolang's mouth, with 7 kinds of ancestral flames as the core. It exploded with a deafening roar, surrounded by billions of divine flames. The sun surged towards Mo Xiaolang's body. On Kitten's side, he used the 1,000 Tribulation Samsara world. Each Samsara world was like a huge raindrop, pouring down like a downpour. Meanwhile, Soi Yan, who was originally Ancestor Stone's target, appeared in another world. By the time she appeared, she was already a huge primitive giant demon, Roar. The primitive giant demon used the world of gods and demons' laws, descending in another place. The lethality of these 3 types of attacks was not to be underestimated. However, compared to Ancestor God Ling Su, it was nothing. Right now, she was the angriest one. Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation. For a moment, tens of thousands of formation diagrams surrounded Ancestor Stone. There were 5,000 above and 5,000 below. Every formation diagram contained thousands of restraining powers, as well as the destructive power of the spirit laws. Buzz, being trapped by so many laws, Ancestor Stone was very depressed. In such a short time, Long Chen made the most effective move, the Dragon's Inverse Blood. Although the Dragon's Inverse Blood was not as powerful as the others, it was born inside Ancestor Stone's body. Although it was slower to use than everyone else, it was the fastest to deal damage to Ancestor Stone. Of the 5 types of laws, the Dragon's Inverse Blood was the first to affect Ancestor Stone's resistance. The other laws descended one after the other. When Ancestor Stone was completely defenseless, they all exploded. That Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation alone was the most devastating blow to Ancestor Stone. The Stone Ancestor cried out in anger. The rocks on his body were being destroyed by the flames, reincarnation, and creation nomological laws. Ancestor god Ling Su's nomological laws were binding him tightly. Then, all sorts of spirit nomological laws started to destroy him. As for the dragon's inverse blood, more importantly, it affected his condition. Inside and outside, Ancestor Stone could only be tortured for a short period of time. Under the destructive power of the various laws, his body was quickly disintegrating. Seeing that they had finally restrained Ancestor Stone, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor god Ling Su was now shrinking the Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation. She wanted to wrap the Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation completely around Ancestor Stone's body. Then, she would be able to restrain Ancestor Stone's movements. When that happened, they would probably be able to talk nicely. Long Chen and the others had already stopped what they were doing and were watching nervously. To be honest, the combined strength of the 5 of them was indeed far superior to Ancestor Stone. Apart from Ancestor god Ling Su, everyone else could fight against Ancestor Stone for a period of time. Ancestor god Ling Su was even on par with Ancestor Stone. If they attacked together, they would definitely win. We can't kill him. He's the Endless Universe Mountain's creator god. Although he did not know how he had escaped the devouring of the sky-swallowing race, he at least said that he was on their side. In the future, they might be able to use his power against the sky-swallowing race. That was why Long Chen could not bear to let him be destroyed. However, he was actually thinking too much. Ancestor Stone was not so easy to deal with. Just as Ancestor god Lingsu was suffering the full brunt of the Spirit Essence Heaven Executioner formation, Ancestor Stone's appearance actually began to change. From human form, he transformed into a boulder that was easily torn apart by the Spirit Essence Heaven Executioner formation. The real Ancestor Stone appeared in a faraway place. This was a law that had instantly escaped Ancestor god Ling Su's control. On the other side, Ancestor Stone was slightly injured, but it did not affect him. At that moment, he realized the power of Long Chen and the others. He laughed coldly and did not even look back. He quickly disappeared from Long Chen and the others' vision. I will remember all of you. After saying this, he disappeared. Long Chen and the others chased after him. At the start, they could still see him. Not long after, they completely lost sight of him. This meant that Ancestor Stone had completely escaped their control. This is troublesome. From the start, Long Chen knew that the most troublesome thing was that Ancestor Stone had escaped. Now, such a thing had actually happened. Now, the Endless Mountain of Universe was considered to be out of danger. However, Ancestor Stone still harbored hatred towards them. When Ancestor Stone discovered other worlds, he might mercilessly destroy them in revenge. After all, that was Ancestor Stone's current state of mind. At that thought, Long Chen hurriedly informed the entire 10,000 domains. This was the most urgent news. At once, all the rulers of the 10,000 domains received the news. It was just like the arrival of a new doomsday. Once you find this person, inform me immediately. After Long Chen finished giving his instructions, he looked up and saw that everyone's expressions were rather anxious. Long Chen, is it my fault? I was too rash, Ancestor god Ling Su said a little awkwardly. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. This is probably a calamity that the 10,000 domains should face. If I have to face Ancestor Stone again, I will not show him any mercy. There was another chapter that was slightly later. It was about 6 to 8 o'clock. R405. Chapter 33-22. The infinite worlds were so vast that it was impossible to tell which direction Stone Ancestor had fled to. Therefore, it was impossible to catch up to him. Therefore, Long Chen could only pin his hopes on the rulers of the infinite worlds. Of course, it wasn't that Long Chen didn't take the initiative to defend. First, he sent a large number of dragons from the draconic sacrificial continent to the infinite worlds. Although they couldn't stop Stone Ancestor, they could at least send a message earlier. At the same time, he told the world lords of the many original grade worlds what had happened here. For the time being, Stone Ancestor wouldn't go to other original grade worlds apart from the chaotic divine realm. Therefore, Longchen needed their support. They had a large number of deity emperors and godly venerables. As long as there were 2 or more deity emperors in each world, it shouldn't be a problem to send a message quickly. Unless Stone Ancestor was too ruthless. If he suddenly appeared in a world and destroyed it in an instant. That way, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time. Now, he could only pray that Stone Ancestor wasn't that ruthless. Once I find Stone Ancestor, I only have one chance. I can't show any mercy. For all beings in the infinite worlds, even if he was an ancestor god, Longchen couldn't show any mercy. This incident taught him that if more ancestor gods appeared, he must find them as soon as possible. If he happened to run into someone like Qinshue, it would indeed be a huge problem. Longchen and the others were anxiously waiting in the death realm. He thought, Stone Ancestor is like a newborn child. He won't be very intelligent. This will be easier to deal with. This is his first time encountering another world. He'll be very vengeful and will probably attack immediately. At that time, Stone Ancestor had gone east. The east was the territory of the demons. Longchen had strengthened the defenses of the few worlds near the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. He had even traversed through these few worlds. The 10,000 worlds were simply too fragile. He couldn't let Stone Ancestor destroy any world. Longchen, I actually have this thing. I didn't use it just now. I can definitely catch him this time. Ancestor God Ling Su saw that Longchen had set up the defenses and came to Longchen's side. What is it? Ancestor God Ling Su wouldn't lie. Longchen was very curious. This, Elder God Ling Su waved her hand, and a wall appeared in front of Longchen. However, this was no ordinary wall, it was made of jade. It was an enormous piece of precious jade that was pure and crystalline. It had the same aura as Elder God Ling Su. At first glance, Longchen felt that it was very ordinary. It was a very common jade stone in the myriad worlds. It probably couldn't even be considered a primal chaos treasure. But as he looked at it a second time and a third time, Longchen was more and more stunned by how special this jade disc was. It was ancient, terrifyingly ancient. It was as ancient as Elder God Ling Su, and there was a thick mark on it that belonged to Elder God Ling Su. It was as though it had been born alongside Elder God Ling Su. It was a part of Elder God Ling Su. It didn't seem like there was any power, but it was ancient and obscure. It was a type of power in itself. This wasn't a creation divine artifact, but after taking a few more glances at it, Longchen was even able to determine that when Ancestral God Ling Su truly exerted its might, it would surely be a creation divine artifact that surpassed the half-martial ancestor realm. What is this? Longchen looked at it for a while. I don't know. I don't know what it is either, but it's just like your creation divine artifacts. I can use it. Elder God Ling Su said innocently. When did you discover it? Elder God Ling Su thought for a moment, then said, a few days ago, I think. Actually, it's been in my body this entire time. I just didn't notice it before. I took it out a few days ago, and I found it to be quite useful. Although he didn't know what it was something that belonged to a progenitor. It would definitely be very useful. Above the god realm was the progenitor realm. That was indeed a completely different level, and it was filled with great surprises that awaited Longchen and the others. Are you confident? I'll give it a try. Although Ling Su was acting a little coquettishly, Longchen still trusted her. There wasn't much time left. As soon as Longchen and Elder God Ling Su began to discuss the jade pendant, Patriarch Stonefall couldn't hold it in any longer. The God Emperor expert that Longchen had left behind in a world called the Jadefall Demon World hurriedly informed Longchen of what Patriarch Stonefall was doing. In truth, all he needed to do was send a signal, and Longchen would immediately react. He would open the Death Realm Dragon Gate and lead everyone out. Jade Fall Demon World. The Jade Fall Demon World was made up of 10 planets, each of them roughly the same size. Long Chen and the others had appeared on the most important planet. When they arrived, the outermost giant star, the giant star called Closed Moon Star, burst out with a fierce light. An incomparably huge rock pillar pierced through the giant star in an instant. It was unknown just how many living beings and fiend gods had died here in an instant. Although the moonblock star hadn't directly exploded, the stone pillar had pierced through it. At the very least, all living beings and fiend gods in the area it had pierced through were completely wiped out. Such a tragic scene was witnessed by Long Chen and the others. It wasn't that Long Chen and the others were too slow, but that Patriarch Stonefall was too ruthless. He had used a killing move right from the get-go. The disaster had already happened. But ever since Long Chen and the others had appeared, they wouldn't let the disaster continue. Long Chen had the soul song of life, and he could bring the dead back to life on the half-destroyed moonblock star. Now that he was the Lord of Myriad Worlds, he had the ability to do so. But there were always some living beings that couldn't be saved. Therefore, the most important thing was to stop Patriarch Stonefall. This was their only chance. Seeing the scene in Jian and City, everyone was furious. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived next to the moonblock star and locked onto Patriarch Stonefall's position. Basically, as soon as Patriarch Stonefall appeared and attacked, Long Chen and the others arrived. Samsara reversal. Kitten made her move. In an instant, Patriarch Stonefall fell into the vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the Jade Fall Demon Realm, a place where he could fight. At least from the situation on the moonblock star, Patriarch Stonefall couldn't be forgiven. Therefore, at this time, everyone attacked at the same time, and all of them were killing moves. Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Eon attacked the same way as before, but this time, they attacked with hatred, so they were especially fierce. And this time, the one who dealt the greatest damage to Patriarch Stonefall was Long Chen. "It's you guys again." Patriarch Stonefall still didn't understand how they had appeared. He had originally thought that Long Chen and the others wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He hadn't expected that just as he discovered a new world and attacked, Long Chen and the others would arrive. And this time, without saying a word, they attacked directly. In front of Patriarch Stonefall, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had used this type of nomological law. The primordial sacrificial dragon tumbled in front of Patriarch Stonefall, and suddenly, the annihilation dragon pearl began to form in its mouth. The three nomological laws of primordial chaos, and good fortune were intertwined. This time, it was to create an opportunity for ancestor god Ling Su, so the power it displayed was no less than the annihilation devouring dragon servant. In a short time, the annihilation dragon pearl was born. The dark star swirled in the mouth of Long Chen's primordial sacrificial dragon. With a roar, it spat out. At this time, Patriarch Stonefall was defending against the three attacks from Mo Xiaolang and the others. He had created countless boulders, barely managing to block the three's attacks. But at this time, Long Chen spat out the annihilation dragon pearl, which slammed into the boulders. The power of the annihilation dragon pearl was definitely greater than the combined power of the three of them. Their combined attacks were already quite ferocious, and with the addition of the annihilation dragon pearl, as well as the black star, the annihilation dragon pearl exploded, instantly engulfing Patriarch Stonefall. Finally, it was ancestor god Ling Su's turn. This attack had to be fast and accurate. This time, Long Chen wasn't even afraid of accidentally killing Patriarch Stonefall. Roar! Even Patriarch Stonefall's incredibly tough body was unable to withstand the destructive power of the annihilation dragon pearl. The boulders covering his body began to explode, destroying many layers of them. His originally human-sized body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary human's arm. Long Chen's attack had seriously injured him. Ancestor god Ling Su suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn you all! Even though Patriarch Stonefall was heavily injured, he was still quite ferocious. This time, however, neither Ancestor God Ling Su nor Long Chen paid him any heed. Ancestor God Ling Su summoned her jade slip, then descended behind Patriarch Stonefall. Get in here. If Patriarch Stonefall hadn't been so heavily injured, they might not have been able to bring him into the jade slip. But now, things were much easier. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Stonefall vanished. He had been sealed within the jade slip, as though he had been frozen by the stillness mantra. However, the jade slip truly did have an even more powerful sealing power, far more powerful than the stillness mantra. Everything came to a sudden halt. Everyone surrounded the jade slip. At first, they were rather nervous, but when they saw that Patriarch Stonefall was completely motionless, they relaxed. They finally had this unstable factor under control. Only now did they realize that Long Chen's decision to communicate with Ancestor God Ling Su had been the correct one. That scoundrel won't be able to escape this time. I'll make sure you never come out of this jade slip. Let's see if you'll continue harming people. Ancestor God Ling Su said angrily. Keep him under control. Don't let anything happen to him. Long Chen gave some instructions, then returned to the Jade Fall Demon realm. Long Chen had already sent quite a few people out to rescue people. The situation on secluded Moon Star had stabilized, and now that Patriarch Stonefall had been imprisoned, the stone pillar had vanished as well. Long Chen had no way of repairing the destruction of secluded Moon Star, but he could revive the dead. If there wasn't enough space on secluded Moon Star, then he would have to move to another place in the Jade Fall Demon realm. After all, this place was filled with Yao, and they were a bit more resilient than humans. Before long, the flames of the soul-circling melody covered secluded Moon Star. For now, no other places were affected. Patriarch Stonefall was completely frozen within the jade slip, and Ancestor God Ling Su was watching over him. There shouldn't be any problems. Next, Long Chen would try to convince her. One life after another was reborn at Long Chen's hands. Yet another calamity had passed. Chapter 33-23. Finally, Endless Ancestor Stone was trapped. The reconstruction of the Jade Fall Demon realm was now taken over by others. Long Chen and the rest gathered together. The most important thing now was to deal with Ancestor Stone. To the demonic dragon ancient tomb. The world of death was now a passageway to the myriad realms. The world of life had a huge life force, and Long Chen needed it sometimes. Needless to say, the Tower of Time was the place where many mystical dragons cultivated. Therefore, Long Chen chose the demonic dragon ancient tomb to imprison Ancestor Stone. Of course, the most important thing was to enlighten him. It would be great if he could be like Ancestor God Ling Su. Arriving at the demonic dragon ancient tomb, Long Chen suppressed Ancestor Stone in the core of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Then, he said to Ancestor God Ling Su, Su, he has a lot of thoughts about you. Go back to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean first. I'll come find you after I've dealt with him. I don't want to talk to him. Ancestor God Ling Su went back in a huff. Such matters could only be discussed in private. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang and the rest also went back to cultivate. Long Chen shouldered the task of persuading Ancestor Stone. For someone of Ancestor Stone's level, he could only persuade. Separated by the jade disc, Long Chen and Stone Ancestor were facing each other. Stone Ancestor's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Long Chen with incomparable rage as he let out low growls. Ancestor God Ling Su was the controller of the jade disc. If she wanted Ancestor Stone to speak, Ancestor Stone could speak. But now, Long Chen needed him to shut up and listen to him. You are the creator of the endless mountain of cosmos, while she is the creator of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. For some unknown reason, both of you lost your memories. When you were reborn, you met with different people. Ancestor God Ling Su met me, and I treated her as a good friend. We coexisted peacefully in this world, and she was extremely responsible in protecting her people. But you are different, because the moment you appeared, you met someone who caused your mind to change drastically. Actually, you were just unlucky. In this entire world, most people are kind and sincere. Long Chen said everything he could. He was indeed like a friend, and he was communicating with the other party. The enemy in the future was too strong, and it was a good thing to have another helper. If he was the only surviving ancestor god of the myriad worlds, then he really shouldn't have been destroyed. Half a day later, Ancestor Stone still had a ferocious look in his eyes. Long Chen asked Ancestor God Ling Su to give Ancestor Stone a chance to speak. Ancestor Stone laughed coldly and said, "You said you treated me as a friend, but you imprisoned me here. If you really treat me as a friend, then let me go." Long Chen shook his head. This guy's views were too deeply rooted. "It's not that I don't want to let you go, but I have to be responsible for the people of this world. You are too strong. If I let you go and you destroy the world, then I will let down all those who died because of you. Don't make it sound so nice. You're all liars. You know that I don't have memories, so you're trying to trick me. Get lost, I won't believe you. Once I escape from here, it'll be your doomsday." Ancestor Stone was still very agitated. For a moment, Long Chen was also depressed. It seemed like this matter could not be rushed. Fortunately, Ancestor God Ling Su's jade disc was stable enough. Long Chen planned to take some time every day to chat with Ancestor Stone, hoping to make some progress. There was a saying that went, "It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change a person's nature." In such a short period of time, because of Hong Qinshue, Ancestor Stone had formed a deep-rooted personality. But in reality, every elder god had their own nature. Whether or not Ancestor Stone's personality was the same as it was before the epoch, no one knew. Long Chen originally thought that the myriad worlds would be peaceful again after dealing with Ancestor Stone. However, just like the ominous feeling in his heart, a bigger shadow was approaching his head, just like the countless shadows that covered the dragon's sacrificial dragon continent during the battle before the epoch. For Long Chen and the others, Ancestor Stone seemed to be the only trouble in a short period of time. While Long Chen took time to chat with Ancestor Stone every day, his cultivation base was also advancing by leaps and bounds towards the ultimate god realm. However, in reality, it was still a long way from the speed before the epoch. The world before the epoch was too superior. With Long Chen's talent of inheriting the 8 ancestral dragons' blood essence, he was also the first person before the epoch. It was normal for such talent to suddenly skyrocket in the right world. It's only a matter of time before I reach the ultimate god realm. The most important thing is to find the origin dragon soul. From the situation of the 3 lives karma flame and the necromancy blood fire, even in the current myriad worlds, there are still places that I haven't explored. The ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul is likely to be in these places. Therefore, Long Chen was also doing his daily search for the origin dragon soul. 10 days had passed since Ancestor Stone was captured. On this day, Long Chen was still in the demonic dragon ancient tomb. He tried to persuade Ancestor Stone, but it was to no avail. Long Chen had the urge to strangle Ancestor Stone to death. This endless Ancestor Stone's temper was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. Anyway, he did not believe Long Chen even if he was beaten to death. His face was full of vigilance. No matter who tried to persuade him, it was useless. Until today, Long Chen was basically prepared to keep Ancestor Stone in the demonic dragon ancient tomb if he did not take the initiative to be friendly. On this day, at the same time, something that Long Chen did not expect happened again. In the myriad worlds, many things that made him extremely depressed were happening. This time, it was not just one. In the eastern star region, at the edge of the ancestral Kun realm, there was a dreamlike world called the 10,000 Snakes Cave. This was a demon race world, and it was very small. It was even smaller than the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. The strongest there had barely become a deity, and there were no divine monarchs. Compared to the dragon sacrificial continent where Long Chen was born, the 10,000 Snakes Cave was only slightly bigger. In the entire myriad worlds, a world like the 10,000 Snakes Cave was ranked in the bottom 100. This was an inconspicuous world filled with snake-type demonic beasts. They were sinister and vicious, and the world was chaotic. However, none of them were strong. Long Chen had dispatched 2 god emperors from the Grand Mist Divine World to stay in the vicinity to monitor the situation in the Myriad Snake Cave. The 2 god emperors were very relaxed as they knew what they needed to pay attention to. First was Stone Ancestor. Since Stone Ancestor had been captured, they were safe for the time being. Second, there was a terrifying expert like Ancestor Stone, the Myriad World's ancestor gods that suddenly descended. But this was just talk. Long Chen knew that the Myriad World's ancestor gods had all been devoured by the sky-devouring race. Therefore, Ancestor Ling Su and Ancestor Stone were the most he could do. But today, a transparent snake shadow condensed outside the 10,000 Snakes Cave. It shrank and suddenly appeared, finally condensing into a woman, standing outside the 10,000 Snakes Cave in a daze. This woman's divine body was slender and enchanting like a snake. Her body was only covered by a black cloth. Her dark skin was full of wildness, and her long and narrow eyes were especially captivating. Her fingernails were ink black and exceptionally long, revealing a cold light that could steal one's soul. Her ink-colored lips were faintly glowing. No one knew how much deadly venom there was in this place. After a brief daze, her narrow and sharp eyes looked seriously at the 10,000 Snakes Cave in front of her. In her eyes, there were about 1 trillion lives in the 10,000 Snakes Cave. It seems like, the combined strength of all my kind is far inferior to mine. It seems like I can easily destroy this place. No matter who I am, I can dominate them. This feeling is very satisfying. I want to make all of them kneel at my feet. She twisted her snake-like waist and approached the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Suddenly, she sensed 2 existences on the other side and appeared in front of them. The 2 divine emperors from the primordial world were shocked to see this enchanting and terrifying woman. She must be a hierarch or above to be able to get so close to them so quickly. Although the possibility of such an existence was very high, they were in charge of notifying them. If the other party wanted to cause trouble, they still had to notify them. After all, everyone in the myriad worlds knew why they were stationed here. Even so, the other party was still so hostile towards them and gave them such a terrifying feeling. It was very likely that it was an existence similar to the Stone Ancestor. Before coming here, Long Chen had already told them that there was a possibility of other creator gods descending. In truth, Long Chen had only said it casually and didn't think too much about it. But because he had said it, the 2 god emperors immediately sent a message to Long Chen when they saw this woman. "Hello, is there anything you need our help with? We will be happy to help." One of the divine emperors quickly put on a smile. After the previous incident with Ancestor Stone, they knew that they must be kind when facing such existences. "I want to try killing people." The woman sneered, but when she said the last word, she blew out a jet of black air. Within this air, there seemed to be countless small snakes and venomous insects drilling into the bodies of the 2 celestial emperors in an instant. Arg! The 2 divine emperors screamed and died in pain. Very quickly, they vanished into thin air. The woman was very satisfied with her performance. As expected, she was very strong. Although she didn't know who she was or where she was, that wasn't important. She descended in the air above the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Suddenly, she transformed into a giant serpent that coiled around the entire cave. Even the entire world wasn't as big as her. In an instant, all the demons in the cave could see her. "From now on, I will rule all of you. I am your master. When you see me, you must address me as..." She paused, wondering how she should address herself. "Just call me master." The woman was very satisfied. Just as she expected, all the living beings in the 10,000 Snakes Cave knelt and prostrated themselves at her feet. It was too easy for a woman to instill fear in them. Another ancestor god descended. Chapter 33-24. Myriad Worlds, Southern Starfield. In the Taihao domain, not far from the Flower Fairy world, there was a world called the Wuxia Starry Sea. This was a deathly world, similar to the Spirit Essence Starry Sea. There were less than 2 trillion lives there. In the entire Wuxia Starry Sea, there was a giant star surrounded by tens of thousands of companion stars. It was exactly the same as the Spirit Essence Starry Sea. However, compared to the beauty of the Spirit Essence Starry Sea, the Wuxia Starry Sea only had 2 colors, black and white. It was slightly similar to the Taihao Divine World of Supremacy Taihao, but much smaller than the Taihao Divine World. The Wuxia Starry Sea revolved in silence. There were not many battles, and it was very peaceful. 2 god kings from the chaotic divine world were stationed in the distance. They sat on 2 broken stars, cultivating separately. The myriad worlds were silent. At this moment, a white light flashed. A white-haired, white-browed, serious-looking elder appeared outside the Wuxia Starry Sea. Under his white hair and brows, there was a pair of pitch-black eyes. The moment he appeared, his eyes were in a lifeless state. He wore a simple robe, and inside the robe was a skinny body. He was very quiet. He stared at the Wuxia Starry Sea for a long time without saying a word. After a while, his eyes moved away from the Wuxia Starry Sea and saw the 2 god kings in the distance. With a single point of his finger, one of the 2 god emperors vanished into thin air without making a single sound. God King Yuhan. The other divine emperor was shocked when he sensed the commotion. In a short time, he knew that something had happened. Therefore, he reported what had happened here as fast as he could. Although he didn't know who killed Divine Emperor Yuhan, he didn't know who had killed Divine Emperor Yuhan. But in the next moment, he saw his body disappearing. There was nothing left. After dealing with the 2 god kings, the white-haired elder stared at the Wuxia Starry Sea for a long time. He did not say a word. In the end, he looked at his own body in confusion. Obviously, he did not know who he was or where he was. This world and my body are of the same origin. This was the conclusion the white-haired old man came to. Clearly, aside from ancestral god Ling Su and the Endless Stone Ancestor, 2 more ancestral gods had appeared. The one from the Cave of 10,000 Snakes and the one from the Boundless Star Ocean had appeared at the same time, and the news had reached Long Chen at the same time. However, Long Chen received a 3rd message at the same time. It happened in the Western Star Domain, in a world called Penglai Island near the First Origin Sword Sea. It was a primeval grade world, similar to the Endless Cosmos Mountain. Although Penglai Island was called an island, it was actually a gigantic continent that was shrouded in mist all day long. It had the same state as the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. The news that Long Chen received was that a bald, short, and fat old man with terrifying strength had appeared on Penglai Island. He didn't know who he was at all. Now, he was walking on Penglai Island. Countless people were watching him, but those who approached him disappeared for no reason. This was actually the first news to arrive. Long Chen was having a heart-to-heart chat with Ancestor Stone when he suddenly received the news from Penglai Island. He was completely stunned. A 3rd ancestral god has appeared. Previously, he suspected that he had encountered a human figure in the origin ground of the divine dragons, which led to the appearance of ancestral god Ling Su. After that, the Endless Stone Ancestor appeared. Long Chen already felt that it had nothing to do with the origin ground of the divine dragons. Now, there was a 90% chance that the ancestral god of Penglai Island, the 9th era's ancestral god, Old Ancestor Penglai, had appeared. There were only 10,000 ancestral gods in the myriad of worlds. Kitten knew most of them. Basically, 4 worlds below the creation realm, including those at the creation realm, their ancestral god was at the primordial ancestor realm in the 9th era. There was no time to lose. Long Chen summoned Mo Shaolang and the others and immediately prepared to appear. This time around, with the lesson from the Endless Stone Ancestor, Long Chen didn't inform ancestral god Ling Su first. If there was any danger, it wouldn't be too late to let her come over. Why would another ancestral god appear? What exactly happened? The news from Penglai Island made Long Chen very confused and anxious. However, at the next moment, two pieces of news came almost at the same time. The deity emperors stationed in the Cave of 10,000 Snakes and the boundless Star Ocean were all killed. In the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, a giant snake appeared and surrounded the entire world. It wanted all the demons to surrender. To Long Chen, it was very likely that three ancestral gods had descended at the same time. He was confused just now, but now he was completely dumbfounded. Moreover, these three pieces of news, especially the 10,000 Snakes Cave and the Wuxia Starry Sea, if these two ancestral gods had appeared, they had acted too quickly. When ancestral god Ling Su descended, she definitely didn't kill the god emperors directly. Instead, she roamed the mortal world for a long time. Endless Stone Ancestor even spent a long time with Hong Qinshue before he was exposed. This was the first time that a god emperor stationed at a place had been killed directly. With three ancestral gods appearing at the same time, Long Chen couldn't split himself. This was very troublesome. At that moment, Long Chen knew that he had to make the quickest decision to bring peace to the infinite worlds. This was an extremely tense moment, and one wrong decision would have a huge impact. The most important thing to fight against the ancestral gods was to gain their trust. It would be best if he could become a good friend like ancestral god Ling Su. Now, Long Chen could use 5 people. It wasn't that Lingxi, Li Xuanji, or the god masters couldn't gain the trust of the ancestral gods. They would definitely die if something happened to the ancestral gods. Therefore, Long Chen could only let the 5 deal with it. If something happened, there was still a chance of survival. I'll go to Penglai Island alone. Kitten, you and Susu go to the Wuxia Starry Sea. Xiao Lang, you and Soiyan go to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Penglai Island was the primeval level, the Wuxia Starry Sea was the death level, and the 10,000 Snakes Cave was the fantasy level. Normally, Patriarch Penglai's side would be the most difficult to deal with. Long Chen planned to face it alone. Of course, it depended on his ability to gain the trust of the ancestral gods instead of fighting. At that moment, ancestral god Ling Su arrived quickly. It's Patriarch Wuji's side. Once Lord Cat goes there and sees me, he'll be scared shitless. Don't worry, 10,000 Snakes Cave. I think it's that heavenly demon snake ancestor. You guys have to be careful. That guy was a vicious person before the epoch, but now that he's lost his memory, there's no difference. While Kitten was talking, they split into 3 groups. This was the fastest response. If one of them objected to Long Chen's arrangement, it would actually waste even more time. Fortunately, they were very cooperative and had a tacit understanding. No one felt that there was anything wrong with Long Chen's decision. Among them, Long Chen was the one who was the most shaken. If it was confirmed that ancestral gods had descended, and there were 5 of them, it would be fine if they could deal with them. But if they couldn't, and there were so many of them, like Stone Ancestor, the myriad worlds would be thrown into chaos. And now there were 5 of them. It was very likely that there would be more in the future. What was going on? The primeval troll calamity had just passed, so for Long Chen, he didn't have much time to rest. Soon, he felt that an even greater storm was about to descend. It had been drizzling before, and now it was a moderate rain. The raindrops were like drumbeats. Who knew if there would be a world-destroying downpour in the near future? He now hoped that Kitten and Xiao Lang would be able to deal with them smoothly. There were 2 of them, so it would actually be easier than him. If they worked together, it wouldn't be easy for them to be crushed by each other. On the other hand, his side was actually the most difficult. At this time, Long Chen was thinking about the most important question. When ancestor god Ling Su appeared, she was forced to kill at first. But she didn't do it consciously. After I communicated with her, she quickly accepted me. As for Endless Stone Ancestor, he was influenced by others. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't change him. This seems to indicate that after an ancestral god descends, their personalities are determined according to their encounters. But in reality, the influence of a woman on Endless Stone Ancestor can't be that great. There must be some kind of innate mischief. Before the epoch, the personalities of the myriad world's ancestral gods might have been lost, but they might still be reflected. For example, Su was kind to begin with, while Ancestor Stone might have been violent to begin with. Now that the three ancestral gods had appeared, it confirmed Long Chen's thoughts. Although every ancestral god is like a blank sheet of paper, they seem to be the same, but they aren't. Only their memories are blank sheets, but their personalities are still driven by their innate natures. Although their encounters are related, their innate natures are the most important. That's why Patriarch Penglai didn't kill the defending god emperor, but Patriarch Wuji and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were instantly killed. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor even wanted to dominate the 10,000 Snakes Cave. She just appeared, and no one taught her. At this thought, Longchen shared his guess with the other four. Most importantly, he told them to be careful. Kitten wouldn't act recklessly at the critical moment, and Mo Xiaolang knew when to stop. The only thing Longchen was worried about now was Mo Xiaolang. If Sky Demon Snake Ancestor attacked without hesitation, it would be very dangerous. Ancestor God Ling Su could deal with him alone, but Mo Xiaolang couldn't. Therefore, Longchen reminded Kitten that if both sides fought, it would be best for Kitten to return to Mo Xiaolang's side. As for his own side, Longchen had a certain degree of confidence. He hadn't considered the problem of innate natures when he made the arrangements, and it would be a waste of time to make new arrangements now. They could only bite the bullet. In the blink of an eye, Longchen arrived at Penglai Island. Although it was called an island, it was actually a vast continent shrouded in immortal mist. It used to be very peaceful, but now it was a little noisy. In a very short time, Longchen locked onto Patriarch Penglai's position. Swoosh. Longchen appeared in the sky. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.